What is going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to day number 2 of week 3 here in the FNCS. My name is Zeke, and joining us here on the analyst desk, we've got Shy Wager and we've got Reese. Gentlemen, there's no one I'd rather be doing this with. Yesterday's games were absolutely insane, and this is it, the final opportunity. 6 games left for trios who have not qualified to do everything they can to lock up one of those spots. I'm excited. I'm nervous. I'm tense. How are you?
Let me give you a massage there, Zeke, because right now you gotta really let it loose. Like all these players, it's the last chance. 6 games for some people who've never really qualified for qualifiers yet, and if they don't get in now and they don't have consistency, it's over.
Final opportunity. Some of these teams have performed very, very well up and through Qualifier 1, Qualifier 2, but haven't made that top 15 yet. Sure, they may qualify through the series points, but at this point, that top 15 is still going to be very, very tense for a lot of people.
Oh man, I hope the hype is building and also some of that tension. Now guys, we're going to get into games in just a moment, but first, let's talk about the show. Don't forget, we're watching all things EU right now. There will be a break later on in the day, and then we'll be back to cover the action over in NA East. Now let's talk about the overall tournament format. We've made it through rounds 1 and 2, and now we find ourselves in round number 3. After 2 days of competition, so the next and last 6 games today, we'll know which top 15 trios will advance on through to heats. In heats, we'll have another 6 games on 2 days, so 12 total games, and from there the top 8 will advance. But Shy Wager, the top 9 through 16 teams, well, they're going to the wild card match.
Yes, this wildcard match is one game, one match where the first place team advances to the last slot in grand finals. Insane match, so hyped to watch it. And those grand finals will be played over 2 days, 6 games each. And by the end, we'll have our trios champion crowned from this whole entire tournament.
And man, don't forget, they're going to be able to hang on to the Axe of Champions. It's going to be a trophy that they can show the world. We are FNCS champions, until hopefully they can hold on to that title on the next FNCS. Here we have your point format though. The Victory Royale worth 25 points, and placing at least 17th as a trio will get you the 1 point. Of course, you want to try and place as high as possible, and every single elimination point is worth, or every elim is worth 1 point. Now Reese, originally I like to think that most teams are looking for a balance. But if there's anything NA East taught us, it's that, hey, if you just get, like, a ridiculous amount of eliminations, you don't even need the Victory Royale.
Yeah, things on NA East were very, very, very interesting because Zaitstaff and Stretch were in that second place with 3 Victory Royales. And you'd think after 6 games, 3 Victory Royales would be enough. But a team in first place was absolutely popping off with their eliminations, playing low ground, getting these really consistent top 5 slots without managing to get the Victory Royales. But because they had 2 15 elimination games in a row, that's kind of propelled them into this top slot with consistent eliminations along the way.
And that's might be what these players need, right? If they can't make that Victory Royale, they might just need to start sending it, diving into enemy boxes, looking for these picks and impacts to get themselves that momentum they need. Here is a qualifying prizing breakdown. Don't forget, we're in Europe. Later on, we'll be back for NA East. Guys, I initially started the day super hyped, but now I'm just sitting here thinking about like all these trios that need to qualify, the things that they need to do. What do you guys think we should expect? Because we've kind of seen this like recurring trend where teams that start extremely strong in day number 1 can't translate that into day number 2. So for these trios that maybe didn't have the stellar day number 1, what do they need to be doing here in day number 2 to hopefully get that ball rolling?
It's all about learning from your mistakes and making sure all the good things you do can be repeated. The one thing they expect today, I feel like from every team, regardless of if they did good or bad, is improvement. So there'll be an elevated game and some really good plays, even maybe better than what we saw yesterday.
I hope so. I really do. You know, some of these top teams perform so consistently across both days along all regions, but you do see some of these teams who aren't able to kind of continue that onto today. And I hope that they've looked at yesterday's games, looked in the replays, seen what they do right and what they do wrong, and learned from it.
Well, learning, you can see from the OCE team as we check in with them, because don't forget, we do have other regions. We'll take a look at our overall trio that is coming in the first place spot. Now, we will be taking a look in the standings in just a second, but first, congratulations to Basil, Vortex, and Jace. These guys were in first place coming out of day number 1. So to win the overall tournament, especially breaking into that 200-point total, I mean, like, just look at this score line. They're almost 100 points ahead of the second place team.
And look at how much they're ahead on eliminations in total, too. 79, almost breaking that 8-0, and 3 victory royales, Reese.
3 victory royales, pretty insane, but honestly, their 79 eliminations is definitely what sticks out more to me in this, to combine these two together, sorry. It's very, very impressive to see these guys consistently get those victory royales, but at the same time, consistently get more eliminations than the other teams. Look, the next highest there was 61, so they've managed to get 18 more eliminations than the second team, which is a very well-established team of Repulse, Forbes, and Sync as well. So they're doing very, very well for themselves to grab that first place slot.
Yep, we see Sorif, Carry On, and Eshes here as well again. Once again, maybe switching up trios week to week, but now we have them locked in. Also, a very interesting thing happened with the X2 twins. Isn't that right, Reese?
Indeed, their day one, they had their power go out, so they ended up missing 3 games, which is very unfortunate. But they still had a really, really big pop-off. They got 29 points on day one, and then 143 on day 2, so very, very quick, impressive.
Yep, and remember on OCE, the top 8 are the ones going through, so that will be Crucial Will, Ronin, and Luxy there. 2 VRs to just teeter them up by 1 point above the 9th place team, 142 total points with 34 elims, and they're locked in for those heats next week.
Man, you love to see it. Now let's check in with Asia, see who the overall winner over there was, and we'll take a look at their standings. Again, it will be your top 8 that do move on through. Rex, who is Seek, actually, by the way, Peter Pan, and FaxFox coming in as the #1 placing team, 3 victory royales, 75 elims, and only one of 2 teams that did break that 200-point threshold. Razna, Malgrel, and Riddle Bob in your second place were the only other trio to do that.
Yeah, they had more VRs than really anyone else, and Seek as well, I think, was having some trio swaps from week 1 to 2 and finally found his home all the way up in first place in week number 3. 227 points, Reese 75 elims. They were also ahead of the pack on both avenues.
They weren't. You see there's much more elimination between these top 2 teams than we saw on OCE there. So kind of on average, these kind of top teams are spreading themselves apart a little bit more on Asia than they did on OCE. But the teams that I'm kind of looking at here is QJack, Wildhawk, and Nator down in 4th. These guys won Qualifier 1, they won Qualifier 2, and it was looking like they could get a 3-peat coming in Qualifier 3 and picking up the 3rd in a row. But they've managed to kind of knock down a few places into 4th. So still a very, very strong performance from them. And these guys are probably the most consistent players on the region by far, but you know, it's just a little bit sour that they didn't get that 3rd victory royale for the whole of the qualifiers.
There's only enough VRs to be handed out and too many top teams that actually want them. Once again on Asia too, it is the top 8, and with this 8th place trio, we can see that they were a little bit ahead of the pack too, 133 total points. On this second page of Asia, sometimes it's really different as to the teams that we'll see, so their heats should be a lot more interesting, a lot more diverse than many other regions. I'm excited to watch them. Asia as a whole, this entire 3-week process has been a glorious thing to review.
And speaking of review, we have a final region here to review, and that is Middle East. We've got Max Damage, Kai, and Abufal, right? Did I say that correctly? I'm sorry if I did not. 226 points, 5 victory royales, almost a 50% win rate and 60 eliminations. So these guys were definitely focused on finding the win, but still balancing it out with a very nice set of eliminations.
Yeah, if you guys were watching during that pre-show break, we were seeing the way Kai was diving into boxes from height, picking things up, and the way Abu Falha was on his backside 24/7 supporting him. Because of that synergy, 5 victories is right there, but the elims were kind of on par with the rest of the region, Reese.
They're on par with the rest of the region, but lower than OCE and Asia. You know, we had 79 and 75 winners, elims on the winners from those 2 regions, and only 60 here, which shows that these guys were clearly really, really focused on just consistently getting into that top 5 place and securing then the victory royales over trying to get those picks. So clearly these guys have a really, really solid early and mid-game strategy so that they don't need as many refreshes.
Yep, and then ASMR, Soccer, and Power, TU as well. So many organizations that have some amazing players. In 8th place for Middle East will be Hamoud Abdullela and ASMR 3Z. 1 VR, 149 points. I'm excited to see what those heats and grand finals look like for ME as well.
That's right, man. We're only a week away. It's so weird to think about that. Like, I feel like just yesterday we started this season of the FNCS, but here we are, 1 week away from heats, finals. You like to see it. Now, we are going to get a nice refresher on what the standings in EU did look like. We have to remember as well that there are a lot of these trios that we've seen that have already qualified that are holding up the top 5, which means a lot of these trios that have not qualified, they may not be able to try and attack those 5 spots, which means there's really only 10 spots available up for grabs. Hen, Deceptos, Patrick, they came in so strong yesterday. They did slow down a tiny little bit, but they managed to find it toward the end, right?
Yeah, that last game was so crucial and clutch from Deceptos, who ended up staying up last alive and clutching out that VR. 114 points for them, so they have a little bit of a pedestal. But you're right, Zeke, these guys are going to be the 5 gatekeepers at the very top, and they're honestly flexing their repertoire, their game style, as to what we'll see for heats.
Yeah, and you know, these guys, if they came in the top 10, they got the Victory Royale. So, you know, for these guys, they're going to need to consistently try and do that exact same thing again. Obviously, had a bit of an issue between the 10th to 17th position, but obviously, as soon as they make it into that top position, they pop off and get the Victory. So hopefully they can repeat that same thing again today, but get more placements under the 10th place.
Yeah, for here on this page, for Europe, it's actually the top 15, so not the top 8. Kinzel, Wolfie, CRR, and Yayan, Left Eye, and Mappy are also 2 teams that have not qualified yet that want to stay on this page. They've been playing very well, but they've been relying on consistency more than anything, so dropping out 1 or 2 games might make them teeter all the way off, maybe far past the top 15. Big stakes for those 2 teams, but we have one more page to go over, I believe, from EU to see the total teams here. And on this page, Reese, 4 different teams that haven't qualified that want to stay in the top 15.
And you can see 4 guys not qualified, but Vel, iDrop, and Stir6 have qualified. And all 4 of the teams have kind of had one good game, and the rest, you know, just kind of those just getting into the placement points, a couple of eliminations, just, you know, a few points every single game to keep them going. Vel, iDrop, and Stir6 in particular came second with 9 eliminations in game 1, and then obviously kind of slowed down from there on. So we're going to see if these guys can get off to a good start today and then continue that streak rather than kind of losing the momentum a little bit as the days go on.
I mean, that's what it's going to be all about today, is that momentum, right? Again, we get to see which teams are there in 16 through 20. Remember, that icon next to the players' names on the left, that means they've already qualified in a previous round. So they're already going to heats. But look at all these trios that have not, they don't have that shield. They don't have that emblem. That means they've not done it. So for many of these trios, I believe it is 16 brand new trios we're seeing here in EU specifically. This could be it. This is their time to shine. They need to put these pieces together, and they need to try and lock up one of those top 15 spots. But before we do get into the games here in just a second, guys, let's go ahead and talk predictions. Yesterday, you guys made some predictions from Reese, Shywager, and our casters. So let's walk through and explain why we think these teams might be the overall winners here in week number 3. Reese, we're starting things off with you.
So my prediction was Andlex, Janus, and X-Squeeze. Now, they're seeming uncontested at Sweaty Sands, and these guys have such good potential, and they're currently in 6th place after first day. Andlex, ex-FNCS Duos champion, Janus, ex-FNCS Solo Invitational champion, and X-Squeeze just an incredibly consistent player. Yeah,
we have Queasy, Milan, and Chapix. Queasy is EP Alexa. These guys just play the game very well and always react to the Grizzly Rams trio of 4ZR, Nate, and Kezix, but that trio is obviously not qualified for this qualifier round, so I was expecting these guys to really show up. Day 1, maybe a few mistakes. We talked about it at the beginning. Day 2 is always about improvement. If there's a team that can bring it back, it has to be this one.
Moving on over to Sundown, he went with Floki, Clement, and Nikos. Now, these guys are coming in your 5th place spot with 84 points, so currently gatekeeping other trios. And Sancho coming in real hot, Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson. These guys are currently in 2nd place, 103 points. So right now, I mean, overall, you guys are looking real good with your predictions, but at the end of the day, this could all change, right? We have 6 brand new games. It's a fresh day, fresh mindset for a lot of these players. Now, guys, yesterday, in case you at home missed it, there was some insane stuff that happened, just like walking highlight reel. So Shy, Reese, why don't we relive some of those incredible moments?
Now we have 3 plays to highlight some crazy endgames, clutch performances, and high elimination impacts on the leaderboard overall for EU. And it all kind of started with game number 1/2, where I believe it was Floki and his trio that really made endgame crazy with a shockwave that sent everyone out into Storm.
They ended up with a huge, it was game 2, and they ended up with 16 eliminations total. You know, this is a really, really big clutch for them, and they managed to win this game by, I think, a single pick of zone, which was really incredible. That's not true, that's not the same game, but they had the floppers, which really picked up. And then again, moving on, another game with victory by floppers.
Yeah, it was Hen actually who had the floppers to stay alive, and 3 siphons that came in into 1 second as he dropped from height. After that, a 1v1 with Chabix, and it's a 197 pre-fire to the dome to wrap that game up.
Absolutely beautiful shot there. That was a really, really nice clutch. We see moving on to Tayson, Mitro, and Mongrel. And this is, one of the most insane pop-offs. I'm guaranteed this is a Twitter clip of Mongrel now shockwaving up with a huge one pump onto Nikov as he falls down. Absolutely beautiful. One pumps ref's guard as well, and just consistently hits those shots over and over again.
Yeah, they wrapped it up with a 17 elim win there, I believe, in game number 5. Insane as Mitro wins by just 1 tick against Andalex. 17 eliminations, and Mongrel probably had the best clip, I would say, so far of this FNCS, at least the qualifier round. We'll have to expect even hotter clips in the heats and grand finals.
Dude, I hope so, man. Today is it 6 final matches. Fortnite Champ, fam, you know what time it is. It is time to get into games. Let's send it over to our casters. We got Sancho West and Sundown to be our eyes in the sky.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Reese. My name's Sundown, joined here by Sancho, and we are going to guide you through all of the EU action, the back half, the last 6 games, and the final opportunity for these teams to stamp their claim in the heats. Here we go. Enough from us. Let's get on into the game. Sancho, how you feeling today, buddy?
I'm ready. I'm ready for the action. I'm ready for the highlights. I'm ready for the pressure. I'm ready for the drama. Let's just hope these teams are ready for the next 6 games. We talked about it all throughout the analyst desk. You said it. It is the last time. But we still got a lot more action here to go. This is the first zone, and it's going to be a West Coast zone. It's going to be so interesting to see who's going to come up on top for game 1, because that kind of like sets the tone for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and there's so much that we want to keep an eye on today, but you're probably wondering as a viewer, what do you care about? What storylines are going on? Well, first of all, the top 15 will guarantee their spot into a heats. There are a number of teams who haven't been able to get there, but a large amount of those are through on series points. There's 3 who are 100% required to get in via that top 15 category, and one of them is in contention right now. That is Left Eye, Fnayan, and the other trio mate. I apologize, I forget that right there. I'll go ahead and get that information. But they're currently sitting in 7th. Yes, it's Nappy. That's the other one. Now, we are also care about who is able to place first. There's still some prize money on the line, and we want to see who's able to roll over. And right now, Tayson, Mitro, and Mongrel have looked like they have the best ability to execute those victory royales in the endgame, Sancho.
And they have been definitely executing the victory royales. They have 7 victory royales so far in their run here in all qualifiers. So an unbelievable, dominant performance throughout the entire weeks. And we talked about consistency. If you looked it up in the Fortnite dictionary, no doubt you have Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson. And before we get too far,
sometimes, sometimes I wouldn't say they're the definition.
No, I'm talking about definition of like getting like the most victory royales. Look, okay, we could say Zayt, Sap, and Stretch are maybe the most consistent, or we could say the boys from the Brazilian side of things, King God, will probably be the definition of consistency. But before I went too far, we just left that trio, and I have to give a shout out to that Ghostbusters pack. Oh my, as being a kid from the 80s, I absolutely love the Ghostbusters, and it's so dope to see it. Props to anyone that kind of got that all together. Just even the sound of that little Ghostbusters alarm, ooh, that gets me going. The siren, big props, man. I'm a big fanboy about that one.
I definitely, I had a little moment last night because I try and, as best as possible, try and not peek into the future and try and stay up to date so I can enjoy the things with everyone else and enjoy it in real time, and kind of seeing that come across my timeline and everyone's excitement definitely got me going. But now we're going to pay attention here. This is my prediction. Floki, Nako's, Inclement, somebody who had an incredible week 1, didn't make it back in week 2, but now back here in qualifier number 3, trying to get some decent shots and get some Storm Surge tags, currently sitting in 5th place. In the French trio, we kind of talk about ability to execute and get in on these early fights, but we're actually going to hop away from them, as now we're looking over the trio who has to place in the top 15. Don't have an option to get there on qualification points, which means they want to get off to a good start today. And right now, they're setting up an ambush in the logjam.
This is a very tense moment, as you see. Mappy's trio finished top 10 in 5 games. Child mentioned teams kind of relying on consistency. This team is going to have to rely on that, but they're going to need that pop-off game, man, just to make sure to kind of stamp their way in. And that is where it's going to be tough. And this is where, like, even these engagements right here, Sundown, are so risky, considering that they've made it all the way to placements in the top 15, and that is why they're kind of disengaging right now. They're realizing, you know, we got our tags in, our valuable storm tags. We're going to kind of go ahead and back away. Now, considering a team right here, we're going to jump to another team. That backing away is not in their, I guess, dictionary here, since we're talking about dictionary and thesauruses. Wolfies, CRR, and Kinzel, Sundown. All solo-type players, but they're actually doing really well as a trio.
They've had some mixed results, but I think the benefit from them not placed in the top 15 but having enough series points to qualify them through is that they're going to get a little bit more time to work on their chemistry together. They have the pieces to put together. You talked about a Kinzel, back-to-back DreamHack champion, somebody who has been around for quite literally ever in the Fortnite scene. Wolfie's the World Cup duo runner-up with his partner Rojo, and then you have CRR, known for being one of the strongest and most mechanically talented players in Europe, and you see the lineup coming up. Wolfie's hitting Nakos, and there's no teammate nearby. We saw that the French squad there has a little bit more of a split route. He's trying to get over and cover his teammate and to get the revive off right away. It looks like they're just going to have to settle for the 275 damage, and actually... another team is closing in on him. There's a box fight going on that side, so Wolfies is just going to play the observer and a spoiler as Floki is separated, so it's effectively a 1v3 over on that side, and you can see Wolfies ping out the danger ping over there and saying, hey, we can push that as Clement goes down, so it's all going to be on the back of Floki's, and Wolfies finding another 275 tag, so no worries for them on that Storm Surge. It's brilliantly done from the young Englishman.
Great snipes right there. That danger mark was bringing in the third party that was gliding on into the fray. Monster likes to call this the mosh pit effect. One person hits another, the other one starts going, and before you know it, everyone's bumping and everyone's fighting. And Wolfies has kind of just like ignited that engagement as Blackie, CQ, and Robaz flies on by. You kind of mentioned the teams are looking in. Let me give you some numbers. We have 6 teams sitting in the top 15 have yet to qualify. Will they hold on or will they slip out? We have 8 teams that are sitting on the outside trying to get in these next 6 games. 6 opportunities to get in, 6 opportunities to get a chance for gold, 6 opportunities to prove that you got it. And that is what we're talking about. Can you get in, and can you prove you could roll as Bondi, Korokyu, and Nana? Those are one of the teams that are on the outside looking in. Hey, some people have a bad performance in day 1. Day 2, they could definitely turn it around. We saw Rotary, Stormy Right, and Kiriachi have that effect and turn it around in day 2. So let's see what these trios who haven't got a good start in day 1, maybe day 2 will be brighter skies ahead.
And anything can happen if you're able to get your footing in just one of these games. If you're able to push yourself into a top 3, there's so many placement points that end up coming through with that. Don't forget our format as you come through. The top 17 trios will begin receiving placement points. That goes up by a singular one as the trio gets eliminated. And the top 3 will get a bonus 2 points. The second place team gets a bonus 4. And then the Victory Royale gets a bonus 5. So there's 11 total points that are given away to that top 3. But enough about the format, as now we see somebody trying to take advantage of that plus 1 point per elimination as they smell some blood in the water. They know Koro Bondik hiding here in the house just on the edge of zone. That's not necessarily someone you want to be. I would have rather seen them rotate a little bit more centrally, as now they're kind of leaving themselves open to this aggression coming from the north. They're going to try and get together, fight hip to hip, get in the box. You see the spray coming through, and that's Chapix. Chapix will end up getting down there. You can see Link also getting squeezed up in the feed. So some good knock coming through there and a good conversion to get Bondig on the board here. And a great edit shot right there. Coming out, finding Milan, gets the 110 on the headshot afterward, and Nana's going to clean that up. And a quick little ambush turns the other way around. Got to be careful about what you're hunting there.
That is a great confident starter right then and there. It kind of shakes the nerves, gets the butterflies out of the belly, converts that nervous energy into confidence. And that is what you're going to need to do, considering this team coming into this match, 29th place. And that was a battle from the bottom of the board, of the top of the board, right then and there. Milan, Queasy, I mean, those are the kinds of teams that are already qualified. They're kind of just picking fights, but it just shows you how stacked this EU region can be. And that is what's going to be so exciting to see the rest of the day, Sundown.
As now you talk about the battle of the top and the battle of the bottom, this is the literal top of the board. My prediction last week, but realistically, they've just been playing much better as a team this week and also had those same standout clutch moments with Deceptos also getting on board, but currently sitting in number 1 place. They had 2 victory royales yesterday, also rounding the day out with a little victory royale sandwich in there. First place, 13 eliminations, then a little 11th with 4, and then another first and a 7th. So really rocketed up on the back half. They're going to try and keep that momentum going today and make sure that sandwich is nice and toasted, to bring the metaphor all the way around for those longtime viewers.
Absolutely deep cuts here, deli cuts here being sliced and diced. We've been watching Hen slicing and dicing the competition, especially with these long-range snipes. And you're taking a look at the inventory. There's some floppers in there. Floppers have now 35 different species of floppers, all giving different types of benefits. And they'll be exciting to see what team can utilize it. We have been seeing the floppers be a big factor, especially in-game. Even though the 40 HP, you don't get as much time as you used to, but you still could do some work with it.
Yeah, I'm going to say this straight up. If your drop spot is by fishing spots and you don't have somebody on your team, like the second you find a harpoon at least hitting 3 drop spots, you're doing it wrong. Also, not only because the availability of shields that are there and not guaranteed coming through, as we have see Patrick finding some great shots there on the AR spray from the hip, tossing 200 pump back to make sure they get the shakedown for the additional information as well as the MAC damage. So now Mick the Beast is going to be under pressure as they're going to continue pushing forward because, they want all that prize money. They want that number 1 spot. They want to be going into the heats next week saying, hey, we got all of this, and making sure they do all the little things right, bringing over the legendary Bolt Sniper to make sure they get the headshot. That 1 elimination puts them 755 damage above the Storm Surge threshold.
Already averaging 6 elims in day 1, 6.5. Their average placement is 8th place. Patrick coming in and closes out Kovac from the backside. Hen is now on the front side here, going to get the last remaining member of this trio. Almost whips it, and they're going to wait for this opportunity for everything to catch up because Hen is moving at a blazing pace. Connected, converted, points awarded for Hen and his trio, and they're not slowing down. We mentioned 4ZR did not make it into this last weekend of qualifiers. 4ZR went back-to-back in weekend 1 and weekend 2. Going into this days, we noticed that now we're going to get a new kind of winner for that lion's share of $67,000. Can it be Patrick, Deceptos, and Hen? We will have to see how it all goes. It all depends on their chemistry, Sundown. We mentioned that Hen sometimes is a standout, but yesterday we saw Deceptos definitely stepping up and kind of hang around in the end game and be a big factor for the trio.
And it really seems to me that they've kind of taken over the role that we saw Thomas, HD, and Anas playing, right? Particularly the, looking actually at the pairs themselves with Hen and Deceptos. Hen really being a little bit more the Thomas. He's kind of more reliable in that final clutch situation. Oh, and as I say that, not reliable in that situation. Get down, Mr. President. No! Hen catches a bullet to the back of the head. Link making him pay, and the spray will come out right away as S7 and Link try and close the gap. The sideways shockwave coming through, trying to find it. They know how desperate it is to get the conversion. Lush is actually going to help him out there as Deceptos also gets converted on, so it's all going to fall there. So close from Tatters. It's all on Patrick's back. The Navi player trying to hold him back as he's going to be sandwiched on the edge of the zone.
Yeah, and that sandwich is going to be so much pressure. Now all the arrows you're seeing on the mini-map on the bottom right are now turning attention to all the chaos that's happening, all the noise that's happening. And like I said, look at it. Patrick now is down to the sliver of HP, and he's been chosen by the lobby and gets eliminated right then and there. The pressure was too much, and out goes the top trio from day 1. The theme, Sundown, of what's happening, the bottom of the board affecting the top of the board. It just shows, again, how stacked of a talent that we have here today.
And I believe there's a technical term for that. I wish you guys could see my camera right now, but that's a whoop. That's when that leaderboard just kind of shrinks real quick. It's those spots that top 15 shrinks a little bit more. There's nobody who's really running away with it. So now you can look for players who are going to try and push forward towards that top tier. And we're going to hop on board here with one of the most consistent trios in the region. Train H's, Amplify, and Matzo, joined by ADN. They've been landing centrally the entire time. It was the Authority. Now the Ruins here in Fort Nightmares. I mean, they've played so incredibly well from this location. One of 2 trios to make it to every single round 3, joining only Tayson, Mitro, and Mongrel as the other trio to do it out of Europe. And you can see there, Amplify's trio, a limited player from 23 different teams yesterday. So you know what? Honestly, I want to say, like, let's keep track. Can we see if they can get a elimination from the other 10?
And you know, what's also exciting as well, will someone from the bottom of a board take out this top team? If you kind of would ask everybody, if you would do a survey in the EU region and ask who would be a top trio, Amplify, ADN, Matzo would not be in that group. You would probably name the Mongrels or the Benjis, but hey, you got to put some respect on this trio and start adding Amplify and ADN to it. And that is the beauty of performing on the grand stage here on the Fortnite stage, as they get a nice little pick there, getting that nice elim. But we're talking about, I mean, they have 16 games with 3+ eliminations, second only to the back-to-back trio winner of 4ZR. So a very strong, but now Floki is now being lobby focused, and that is just so difficult to deal with, Sundown. You expend so many material and so much HP is being drained from you as you're fighting for your life. And look at this, a cheeky hidden hiding moment right here, hiding in this cone.
I don't know if that's his cone, though, because it had a red edit symbol on it. It does have the medkit underneath him, but this is zone number 4, so I think, yep, I was just about to say, that's a 5-tick zone. There's no possible way. Pop a bandage, Zexro, try and pop a medkit, Floki, but going to go down instead. We saw them fall early and get caught kind of in the scuffle. Wolfies was the one who kicked that one off with a snipe to the back of Nakos, and then a number of teams climbing in as now we get kind of a nice little wide of the zone. We can gather who's positioned where, who has the primary kind of focus for right now, and who's going to be able to get priority position. As zone 4 closes, we're going to be looking for that half in, half out, Sancho.
Absolutely, and teams in the trio scene try to jockey for that center position as much as possible, center the bullseye to limit the rotation. So that's why you're seeing these little mini skirmishes kind of battle out as players are just trying to get people away from them, because that half in and half out could literally determine the way the rest of your ride can go. It could be a smooth or bumpy ride. So we're about to get that revealed in about 3 seconds here, as Storm Surge is active. Storm Surge kind of penalizes the passive players, so only 6 have to go down. This trio that we're watching here, Rough Guard, Stomping Scram, are 300 buffs, so they chill. But the danger is, look at that pull, Sundown, a max pull for that half in and half out. So they're going to have a long trek to go. But luckily, if you look in the inventory, Refsguard has 4 crash pads, so they can make this journey, but still very difficult. But the only thing I have to say real quickly is there's not a lot of people along there. If they want to beeline it, they could definitely do that as movement begins.
I think they need to go to the left. As scary as it is trying to push in that high ground, there's so many people who are packed into that southern line that I think rotating along there, if you don't have a bouncer, as you can see, like setting up a bouncer plus the shockwave here. But we've seen this so many times. No, they actually executed it well together. Missed a little bit of a crash pad, so we'll get separated for a second, but well done from them, getting out with the shockwave and getting over towards the zone. As you see all the utility come out, we'll wait for the server to catch up here. As we see, players are beginning to drop. Storm Surge is on, but will turn off here in a second, as only 2 more players need to drop. It will deactivate when 50 are left, and Refsguard now going to open up his edits and look to return some shots.
We're about to get into the chaos of the end game. Zone 6, 7, 8, 9 are full rotation. 9 is the one that completely closes up. Refsguard closes out that elim, gets a nice 1 point right there, and we joined in, they had 0 points. They got 3 points right then and there. In the blink of an eye, you could just start racking up points long as you stay on your feet. Now we're going to take a look at a team that could do very well and possibly get the Victory Royale, and that is the Cooler ZQ, Blackie, and Robot sitting at height. Trios, and it's different from duos and solos. You don't want to go for height this early, but in a trio, you have enough mats, you have enough kind of coverage to hold on to it as much as possible. But the issue is it's really hard to hold on to it when you have max pulls like this zone. So expect this trio to kind of vault their way over to make sure they claim height again. It's going to be an interesting thing how it all rolls out. But right now, they're not yet in a real strong position to get the victory royale. Yeah, there it is. They're about to shotgun over and then crank for height. Really strong performance right there so far for ZQ, Robats, and Blackie.
And a good job from ZQ, putting a little pump shot down there on the only players who'd be able to contest. Now they're going to bout face and begin to rifle fire. Notice how in the bottom right-hand corner, everyone else has to go past them. They need to connect on these shots, though, to guarantee they still have the high ground. As somebody comes straight into his box, and it's Mongrel, and ZQ turns it around. He finds the huge 170 into the 200 on the ground, and Mongrel tries to clip it again. He tries to put him on the highlight reel like he did for Nikov, but instead, Mutombo comes out and says, no, 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 slaps him down. ZQ holds the high ground because of that shot, and they're going to be able to run it out with a much-needed turn of events here. Blackie and Robabs putting down some shots as everyone else continues to tarp forward.
What a big-time swat and a big-time rejection by CQ to be able to stay away of Mitro, Tayson, and Mongrel. And that's the kind of thing that you need to do. You can have all the materials in the world. You can have all the mobility in the world. But when push comes to shove, you're going to be able to have to hit your shots, kid. And ZQ definitely hit his shots right there. And now it's all about keeping the pressure down, shoving everybody down to the bottom, where we all know where the chaos really rings true. ZQ catching Left Eye out in the storm, picks up a big-time knock right there. There is the elimination, the confirmation. 1 point rewarded. And we're already in the top 17. We're in 12 points. So every elim will kind of be bonus with a placement point after a full trio has been wiped.
Yeah, and we just saw the full trio wiped of Left Eye, Fnayan, and Mappy. That's one of the trios who has to place in the top 15, so they're going out in 13th here. ADN gets cleared out on the low ground. We're going to hop back on over to Mr. Rejection himself as he serves up another one there. Huge shot onto Rajasher. The Ovation player gets taken down, and it's ZQ on the high ground. Still 36 mats, and you can see him trying to use as many of those soft mats to just get connections because he knows straight tarping out isn't going to be an option for much longer. But we're into our top 10 trios. 9 trios left. Just over 20 players remaining as ZQ continues to rain fire down, but he needs to be aware of his medium bullets. Does have the shockwave as well for a little bit of playmaking opportunity. Gonna continue to tarp out as he goes to work.
Yeah, that inventory and having only one duo partner with them in Blackie to put everyone down. And there it is. The mid ground goes for height immediately. And just like that, height could be taken away from you considering that they not had everything going the way. But he goes down. He's like, I'm not done swatting people left and right. Gets Kinsel. And a big time, another second elimination. ZQ Cooler is rocking it right now.
And he also has the 2 floppers. He's going to pop one. He has the bandages if the zone cuts back, but it'll only save him a second. Trust me, I know this. Now you can see we'll get a tarp over on the side. We've talked about EU, and it's how it's the effort of the Lone Rangers and ZQ. He took out Mongrel. He took out Wolfies. He took out Kinzo. Who can't he take out on his way to a top 5 performance? That's another huge one. Pushing him in top 4 now, and these are full eliminations as well. 9 elims on the back of the cooler player. ZQ continuing to tarp forward as we cut out now. Vato up on the high ground, continuing to work down. Can he find a little bit more space? The sideways shockwave coming through from the user player. Not able to find it necessarily, but the question is, will the run end? And there it goes. ZQ finally goes down, but he gets the 3rd place out as the match will then come to a close. Well done from Vato, Leo, and Airwalks to secure the victory royale, but man, the show was stolen.
Ah, man, words being stolen from our mouths. What an unbelievable game one that we have here in day 2. Look at the chaos that unfolded. And now the aftermath we're going to stew in of Cooler ZQ. But congratulations to Leo, Vato, and Airwalk for getting that victory royale. They had a great showing here in week 1, and now they're here in week 3, getting that first one here in day 2. It's going to be interesting to see how the leaderboard shakes out. We're definitely going to have to take a look at the analyst desk. We're going to give a shout out to Shayo, Reese, and Zeke. All right, going back to actually our beautiful faces as we're seeing the chaos that unfolds here. But Sundown, what an unbelievable run from Cooler ZQ.
I mean, it was just so impressive how he was able to rattle off the key eliminations that he needed. And sometimes you get, I don't want to say a little lucky, but a little fortunate just right when you need the full eliminations. He got in the down before, then he's able to circle back around, has the floppers, picks up a needed shockwave. But we talk about it, how sometimes you don't need to be the best, you just need to be a little bit better than the people next to you. And when you're in those low ground situations, backside of the zone, and hey, all you really need is an epic pump and a dream.
And also, just to point out, yes, victory royales are really the highlight. And we saw on the NAE side of things how the second place team had so many victory royales, but not first place. It's those performances from Cooler ZQ just racking up so many eliminations and getting bonus-fied is where I'm going to made up right on the spot here with those placement points. So that was a big-time performance, and the Lone Rangers of the EU scene are making that impact. We already saw Penn make that impact. Now we see Cooler ZQ. But guys, we got to talk about the impact on the leaderboard. Let's kick it up to the analyst desk, and we'll be right back with them. Let's do it. Kick it.
Thank you guys so much. Great way to start the day here. You like to see it. We have our first game winners. All right, first game jitters. It's time to go away now. Now, on the other hand, though, for ZQ, that wasn't the case. ZQ said, listen, I'm still on fire. This is like I didn't even stop playing yesterday. I know I gotta send it. And I love how Sancho and Sundown were kind of talking about, like, the bonusified, if you will. Like, the cherry on top. Yes, he was by himself, and yes, he strung together eliminations, but he still hit that high placement, Reese. And this is something you talk so much about, being able to balance both of these things. It's performances like this, they're going to help them keep themselves up in those leaderboards.
Really, really impressive stuff there, you know? He ended up coming in with a big 11 eliminations in third, which is really going to hopefully move them up in the leaderboards. Obviously not in our top 5 yet, however. Hen, Desitos, and Putrick still holding on to that first, despite going down relatively early in the game. You know, they went down in around that third zone while they got shot right in the back by Blackie, ZQ, and Robabs.
Yeah, the top 3 actually stays exactly the same from how we left off yesterday, which might be saying that, hey, those day 1 performances matter a lot in these 2-day formats. Food for thought when we move on to the next rounds of the competition. Past that, though, Kinzel, Wolfies, and CRR making that top 6, top 5 push over past 7th place to 5th. Over there, though, ZQ, the man who I think hasn't slept in a month in the fashion he was getting those eliminations in. My goodness, it took an entire trio finally to hold him down. No one can go head-to-head, mano-a-mano, 1v1 with this individual. He lets his trio go up all the way to 85 points. Now they're tied with Refs Guard, Stompy, and Scram.
You know, I'd say ZQ on the opposite side. He slept enough. He's had 8 hours. He's rested. He's ready. Yesterday wasn't entirely their day, but they're popping off today. They have not qualified yet. They've not made that top 15 slot. And today they're just coming in strong with such a huge pop-off already. They actually took height, 4th zone, maintained it from 5th, had a little bit of trouble from Legendary and Lucia kind of shockwaving up. And then Civentor unfortunately took them out with a bit of a shockwave, and that allowed that huge pop-off from ZQ to go down.
And this is the page I'm kind of most interested in to see which teams are still trying to seep through the ranks and get towards that top 15. Remember, that is the magic number for people who can qualify for those heats automatically. Through these qualifiers, right now, Cavado, Jamside, and Lutwick, who had a win yesterday, alongside Skyte, Yaxo, and Falconly over there at 13th place, are the only 2 teams that have not qualified yet from a previous week. They want to stay on this page, Reese.
They do, and you know, we're gonna have to see how they're gonna play today. Quavado, Jamside, and Letwick came in 16th there, with 2 eliminations. So again, just getting 1 placement point, 2 elimination points, so 3 points total today. So not a huge showing from them at the start of today, but again, 5 more games. They're already in 14th. They're over that threshold. They just need to ensure that they are over that 15-point mark.
Yeah, Riasser too, 20th place, had an end game showing there, but 4 of the trios on this page want to qual. They need to start pushing forward. T-Lac, Comey, and Pepe have been looking so good overall, day-to-day, game-to-game. They just need to really push forward, be consistent in top 5. But how hard is that with Mongrel at the top, with Hen in first place? It's rough, Zeke.
Dude, it is. And, you know, speaking of the guys up at the top, I mean, we got to kind of set the stage and kind of talk about some of these teams because they're doing such a good job of gatekeeping so many other trios, right? And it's only benefiting them because they're just establishing themselves as this power trio, saying it doesn't matter where we drop. If we're going there in grands, you're not going there or you will lose. So talk to us about some of these trios.
Absolutely. The guys who are gatekeeping, where does that fence border actually end up starting at the very beginning of the game? It'll be the drops overall. Right now, we'll tune in with Putrick, Deciptos, and Hen all the way at Slurpy Swamp. Some games having an entire Quinjet to loot with extra loot overall and those Stark rifles.
And this drop has been very, very tried and tested. Over in NA East, we've had winners of Creo, Bucky, and Canada coming out with this drop as well. So really, really strong drop and clearly working for multiple teams. But over in the Ruins, we have ADN, Amplify, and Matzo, who are currently in 3rd place. And these guys were doing very, very well yesterday. Really, really strong showing from them. High amount of eliminations, having 7 average eliminations per game. So these guys have been popping off.
Yeah, with the introduction of this POI very recently changing from the Authority, you'll have a few more sightlines, chances for tags on different angles you wouldn't before. Past that, though, an insane off-spawn fight that finishes in a matter of seconds. The first trio to get knocked of Lanouf, Marine, and company. These guys got wiped by Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson. No clutch needed, though. It was kind of organized. The final 2 members, they only took a little one person down, but it was a chase down by Mongrel there to pick it over, and he finds it. They'll always be landing Starks. They'll always be in control.
They're kind of running like headless chickens at this point, you know? Once Mongrel has the weapons down and Mongrel's team has the weapons down, man, what can you do? You know, there's not enough floor spawns for all 3 teams landing in that one area to do so. And, you know, that's just the easy way they're going to pick up that early game for them.
And then Vato had a nice 3-man pincer from the top side for the win there. But yeah, from early to late, we're actually getting action today, which is very nice because sometimes there's a little bit of a lull. A lot of people are strategizing. But remember, Zeke, you asked me, right? What do people have to do today? They have to change. They have to adapt. They have to overcome. And because of that, we'll be getting into a lot more fights on day 2.
Man, this is it. I hope these teams can adjust on the fly, but it is time to jump back into games. We have game number 2 on the day specifically, so we're throwing it back over to our casters to take us in.
Q analysts, boys, and we are heading into game 7 and actually game 8 out of the 12. This is game 2. Numbers were never my strong suit, and that is why I was a theater major. But what I do know is about drama, and the drama will pick up as the games keep dwindling down and getting closer to that 12th. And we're already seeing some shakeups in the leaderboard and players that are trying to punch their ticket into that top 15. And what a way to punch your ticket in from Kohler ZQ with a phenomenal finish there in that previous game.
Yeah, I want to know what's going on. While this map is up, I want to know what's going on in the top left corner. Why are there 4 teams? Like, there's one in Coral Cove. There's one just to the west of them. Then there's... I see... Oh, no, there was a yellow triangle there. Now it's gone. It just got snuffed out real quickly. But it looked like somebody got a real split off there because I didn't see any other yellow triangles going on. But we're going to hop on board here with our game number 7, or match 1, the one we just watched. Winners, Leo, Vato, and Vitality. Airwalks, of course, the long-standing veteran. He's been around the Fortnite scene for a long time. Was a back-to-back Pro-Am champion with RL Grind, but now back in the competitive scene. And we've honestly seen some really good results so far out of them when it comes to converting in the late game, Sancho.
What's most interesting as well is that they were able to push off Vettel, eye drops, and Stursix. This was their drop. And Vato and Leo and Airwalks, they kind of qualified coming out of the Stark Pond. And, you know, we're going to see a lot of change up going into the heats because some trios qualified and not qualified when they weren't around. And Miro, Snapdog, and Swag, they qualified by landing in that upstate New York Stark Pond. So the change in landing, maybe, you know, the homework, the adjustments like the analyst desk was making could be in a long time in the making. And that's going to be so interesting is throughout the entire qualifying weeks, we've seen different teams qualify in different POIs, but eventually they're going to collide together, just like ZQ and the way he collided with so many big names, and he stepped up and he took them all down. Like you mentioned, rejections left and right, big time elims, highlight moments. Cooler ZQ, what did you have for breakfast, or should I say, what did you have for lunch? Oh my goodness.
I mean, the huge thing from him, too, is racking up those placement points along the way. We talk about it when you get in those late game situations. All you need to do is outlast. So we see a number of people not getting a chance to outlast. Mitro picking up a knock and a confirmation there in the feed. So him doing what he does best, and that'll be the full trio wipe coming across out of there in Stark Industry. But you can see here, once you get in those late game situations, the individual points rack up so much further. So if you are able to kind of sneak in to those higher placements, you're able to get just that many more placement points. And the sneaky third place plus the 11 eliminations coming out of ZQ and his team is going to be a really good start for the day. And you can see them also on one of these scavenger routes. And you notice how the priority on scavenger routes 100% of the time is loot whatever you have available to you, find a harpoon gun, and get your mats. The reason for this is because no matter what happens, if you get ambushed by somebody else, the priority on scavenger routes is getting a reasonable number of hard mats to where you can stall, even if somebody comes over with better weapons. As long as you have enough hard mats, you can stall them out and make the fight not worth it. So as long as you're able to get those, it might seem a little weird. You might wondering like, hey, why aren't they looking for shields? Why aren't they immediately going and fishing? Well, if they have 30 brick and 30 metal, there's no possible way anybody this early is going to be able to match that amount.
To plant a seed going further into the heats, Mongrels, Mitro, and Tayson already qualified. Jaspe, Moraine, and Lunef already qualified. In week 1 of the qualifiers, they had a battle. Jaspe's team did come out on top against Mongrels Trio. Ever since then, it's been a complete domination here in week 3 of Mongrel versus Lunef's trio. At that point, you mentioned, is it enough for Jaspe's trio to consider to change their landing spot at this point?
I don't think you do it now. I think it depends on what ends up happening with if you get seated in the same heat as this group. Because if you're not in the same heat as them and you switch a drop spot, when you've seen that pretty much it's established that while you're not the apex predator, you're like right underneath that little bit. Like if you only have to fear Tayson, Mitro, and Mongrel, like, and you're winning a lot of other fights in that situation, that's okay. But also notice that like they weren't uncontested this game. They have 5 eliminations already, so they already fought off the people who were here. So even then, I still think practicing and participating in that drop is going to be infinitely more difficult just because of their presence. We're going to hop on board here. Left Eye, Mappy, Finayan. We talked about it. We actually got confirmation on how his name is pronounced. We will be doing our best, as neither of us are Swedish, but we want to remain true as you put up an amazing performance. But this trio has to, and I say has to, finish in the top 15 or they do not get the heats. They are not able to get consistency points. And as Shayo and Reese were pointing out, they've done it by eking out placement points every single game, getting elims here or there. But all that has to happen for that to not become a viable strategy is 1 or 2 games to stall out.
And they're already 30 points away from that top 15. And they're basically not on the bubble, in a sense, or just above the bubble. It's a great place to be, but this engagement, every engagement matters. Every wall placement matters. Every shot matters. As you've seen, eye drop actually gets dropped by Mongrel. That kind of gave him the early definition of consistency, and that is proving wrong. But what is not wrong is Left Eye clutching up this little mini battle right here, but now definitely has to clutch more as he goes against a window edit, pays a price because they're trying to save Mappy. Mappy is down. It's a 2v2. Nice! Right in. Left Eye gets that clutch that you're looking for, and that's going to give the ability just to breathe for a split moment. And Finayan has going to have to hold back and hold the wall.
Yeah, so I think he was actually just able to get the conversion on the Elim, and 200 pump is still up. They're trying to get the conversion onto Mappy, and Left Eye is the one sticking the revive. But right now you can see 200 pump trying to get in on the wall. Left Eye now playing defense, but if they get off of Mappy for too long, he's going to go down, which you don't really want to have to reboot him. Yes, you'll save white heals, but it's just extra time that you don't necessarily want to have to invest. And you see there, now opting to stick for the revive. Chug Splash is coming out from 200 pump, which leads Left Eye with his 600 HP. Nope, they're going to let Mappy tip over. I think that's a good decision, because otherwise you're effectively, yep, there you go. They're going to be able to find the conversion onto Loft as well to get some much needed HP over onto Left Eye without having to burn too much of his utility. If he had to take both of those big pots, it would have been really detrimental, because they also need to clean up 200 pump here and get a reboot. And they need to do it quick.
We saw Mac the Beast and Kovac and Pump get taken out in Sweaty Sands, and this trio is in 25th place. This is a battle between 10th place and 25th. And there it is, Fanayan gets right in and gets the conversion that they needed, and that is going to give him a moment to breathe, as you're already seeing a little celebration dance right there, that emote, and they're going to continue on as they're trying to hold on to that top 10 spot. Already mentioned, so many teams are going to need the all-in or they go home. Top 15 or bust. And this is another one of those trios that are in that situation at the moment. And that was so difficult about this, because look at all the names in the lobbies. You're seeing the names in the Elam feed. You're seeing the Mongrels. You're seeing the Taysons. And you got to ask yourself, am I worthy to be here? And the answer is yes. Believe in that belief that you are worthy and you're ready to go on and compete.
And at some point, you have nothing to lose. Like, you might have had a poor performance yesterday, but as the games start ticking down, hey, yep, you only have 5 more games left. Well, you only have 4 more games left. If you're going to make something happen, you need to try, and you need to try and go make the plays and maybe do something a little different, maybe get a little more aggressive at key points, maybe rotate a little bit earlier, maybe be a little more aggressive when it comes to finding Storm Surge tags. If whatever you're doing right now isn't working and you're not in qualification range, there are 5 games to change it, and you better do it. As he tries to find a shot on a player rotating with one of the speed boosts, might have been a peppermint, might have been a spicy fish, might have been a pepper, but right now you can see a little bit of engagement going over here on the west side.
And now you're hearing the rifts go out in the distance. Rifts are kind of sprinkled throughout the map that allows people to kind of make these very aggressive rotations or movements, and one is definitely around Ant-Man, or one of the best movies in the MCU. Now we're watching another best trio here is Floki, Clement, Nakos. Very slow start compared to day one. They did run into a little turbulence along the way, but we've seen this team get red hot out of nowhere. They can microwave and kind of rack up. Remember, they had 0 points in day one, and then they popped off and went all the way up to the top spot.
You can see right now trying to find some shots on those rifting players, keeping an eye on the top left eye, picking up another Elam, but fresh, picking up Fanayan. That's one of the trios we were keeping an eye on in terms of placing into that top 15. Mappy getting the Elam onto Mylad. Deceptos also getting a knock there onto CRR. So a little bit of exchanges going on as we pay attention to the rotation here. Currently sitting 34 damage below Storm Surge. Now, if you're not used to watching competitive Fortnite, here's a fun little fact. Storm Surge is actually on in every single playlist. Regular squads, duos, solos, arena. However, it only comes into play when you're over a certain number of people left after a certain storm phase. So right now, for the first threshold, that will be at Storm Surge or Storm Phase 3. And you need to have more than 70 people alive. So in the top left corner, you can see 85, and that's what's causing some of these players to go so aggressive. And right now, AD and Amplify Matzo going to clean up that trio right there.
Big time cleanup right there. And that team in itself of iDrop, Vettel, and Stir6 was so hot in day one in the opening qualifier week 1. And they're kind of cooling down off. No doubt the change in drop spot may be affecting them. That's something that they're going to have to answer or fix going into heats. Because in heats, it's only the top 8 that move on through. And you don't want to slip onto Wild Wednesday. Wild Wednesday, we never experienced here in the FNCS trios. Literally, a Victory Royale will get you in at the very last second. We have been watching in Fortnite Competitive, though. Getting in at the last ride is big because you can still win it all.
And one thing to note here, that is the wild card match, and that will be played after the heats. So once the heats are done and everyone has gone through, there's 4 heats. The top 8 will end up advancing. However, 8 times 4, I'm not great at math, that's 32. There's 33 teams. So anybody who didn't end up making that will then be put into a match with their chance to try and make, or the top teams will be put in, and only the winner will go through. No points scored, nothing else. It's all about the Victory Royale. And right now, Nako's deciding that it's all about the rotations, as he's going to opt to use a shockwave early on, will be able to get a knock there, get the conversion onto Moki as well. Finds a second pump shot, but not quite able to connect. Eats a huge one from the side as a crash test dummy in his box. Will he be able to make a dummy out of him? He does instead. Prophecy being the prophet himself, taking it down, eating the pump shot from Nakos and the French trio. Again, though, getting caught on the edge of the zone, which was really atypical of their other performance.
I gotta say though, this is kind of now it's kind of funny that they had that battle in the Ant Manor. They're kind of like Ant-Man. They start off small, and then all of a sudden they could get big in a moment's notice. So they're gonna be 60 feet tall going in. Who knows how high they could go, how tall they can be? But we do know that they have the capabilities of throwing some haymakers.
And you actually see in that top left, speaking of haymakers, left-eyed Mappy picking up another pair of eliminations. And what we saw it there for a second, yeah, bring that back. I want to talk about that. Bongding's trio, who can only advance with a top 15 finish, placed 11th with 7 elims in game 1. Yesterday, they had a really tough performance. So out of the trios we're kind of looking at to have contention, this is one, if they're able to keep it rolling and be able to chain together, maybe not necessarily like all 5 consecutive matches, but they really need at least 4 solid games to even get close to that top 15 range.
And they're sitting right now in 26th place. And that is 30 points away from getting into it. So top 15 or bust. Those are the drama stories that we're watching today. There's a lot of stories of people like Stompy, Refsguard, and Scram, which I know a lot of the EU is a big fan of, that are already in. We will try to figure out, plant some seeds of what they're going to go through in the heat. So I would say for this trio, they're kind of like squeaking into their top 15s. We haven't seen that signature victory royale, that signature win. Refsguard, Scram, and Stompy was my prediction early on to do really well, and I've yet to see that big pop-off moment for them yet in these qualifying rounds. But the day is young. It is early here in this game 2 of the 6 here in day 2, and already Stompy and the crew have 17 points and 1 elim from this match.
So I think they're another trio that I don't want to think suffers from the need for consistency, but they don't really allow themselves to get in those opportunities for those kind of big clutch moments. They don't end up on the backside of the zone with priority positioning, or they don't end up boxed up without having a number of people looking at them. They try and be more towards center zone and finding picks, and when that doesn't happen and they end up getting the wrong pulls, as you can see there, the pressure gets put onto them. Now, Amplify, ADN and Co. pressuring down on Scram. You can see Stompy heading for the hills, trying to find his own room. Scram says, that's fine, I'll do it myself. And by do it myself, I mean get knocked. That's Amplify going to be able to take him down. They're trying to chuck him back into the zone to make sure he doesn't tick out. They want all of his loot. They want to get the shakedown, and they want the max storm damage, making sure they do all the little things right. That's the theme for this trio.
It's all the small things, and right now it's just a small matter of moments for Stompy, who's all alone, and that's going to be a scary situation to be. The Lone Rangers, though, it's going to be difficult to kind of get those heroic points coming in all by yourself and knowing that you're in shambles and you're just eating storm, and you have a deadly trio of Matzo, ADN, and Amplify. Now we're going to take a look at this. This is a Sweaty Sands finish. We did see in NA East a Sweaty Sands finish as well, and how powerful that hotel tower can be. Eventually the zone kicked up north right over the pier. So there's going to be players jockeying for position on the hotel side of things and the pier side. And this is the kind of gamble that you can pay off as we're getting closer and closer to Zone 5, which is the half in and half out. And that is going to be an opportunity for trios to either have the graces of the storm to be on their side, or they're going to have to consider a long, dangerous rotation. But ADN, Matzo, Amplify kind of riding in clean at the moment. A little shots here and there, but look at this. They got a nice little tunnel. But at the end of the tunnel, it's not a light. It's Mongo Taste and a Metro. And Amplify gets graded right in the face. Big time. Oh my goodness. Such a scary thing to do. Back up and retreat. Sound the horn.
And it's just like exactly you're sprinting at the tunnel, trying to go through the hole right there. You swear that that's a tunnel that's going on. It's just going to keep going, but you slam into a brick wall, and that was Mongrel on the other side of that. But Matzo says, well, something about a rock in a hard place, and I'm going to put you in between it, as he's going to trade it out, and Mitro gets traded out, and all of a sudden, it's Tayson by himself, and ADN, Matzo, and Co. saying, hey, you're the most consistent trio? No. We're going to take that away. We'll take your tunnel, we'll take your mats, and they're going to occupy all of this space now and be able to work their way forward. But the question is, can they find Tayson? You can see him trying to stick that revive. They try and find the space. Matzo gets traded out on the other side, so immediately ADN, just a little bit of spite, and make sure he gets that conversion down, sneaks in a nice little pump shot. Good job holding that wall in it, but somebody on his other side, this is going to get awkward real quick. 85 on the backside, Jerky goes down, but Sapiros ends up saying, surprise, caught on the backside of zone again, and that's where all the chaos is all the time in competitive Fortnite.
Oh man, Backside and Storm, it started off, they were like a coyote, you know, going into the tunnel. They were like a road runner. They were going back and forth, and they almost got away and sped away. But before you know it, the rest of the lobby kind of converts on that, and the lobby focuses, proving to be one of the most dangerous foes, second to the Storm, as we're taking a nice pan view of everybody building their catacombs, building their little apartment complexes, and building their safe zones within the chaos that's in Fortnite competitive. Putrick, Hen, Deceptos, a strong showing, currently sitting on top of the board. Now, we've already had ADN, Mongrel, Matzo, all those trios out. That is second place and third place so far in the cumulative standings. But here we are, another team, kind of, you know, much more decorated than Mappy's trio, but they're still... They need to get in here. They could definitely get in just on placement points, but you know them. They want to get in with that top 15. They want to say, we definitely belong in here, and not get in on a technicality.
I believe they have already qualified from series points. As long as just they showed up and played today, they would have gotten enough from this week. So, but they really do want to put a stamp on it. And again, still prize money on the line here for the qualifiers. But right now, CRR, Kinzel, and Wolfies trying to not fall prey to a little bush ambush from Hen, Putrick, and co. over on the side. However, Wolfies is going to eat a ton of fire. And the second you hear that armor crack and the white tags come through, it's going to draw a lot of focus. Need to keep eyes on where his teammates are, and also keep eyes on that top left as 19 trios remain. Once that gets to 17, the points will begin to be doled out, and we're into the late game now as the fifth circle is closing, and that means full moving zone, Sancho.
Let's see what happens sundown. It could go north, man. If it goes north, yes, like Ozzy Antic says, it's beachy and it's fine and it's cool. So, oh my goodness. Speaking of Cooler ZQ, Cooler ZQ goes down. That was such a pop-off moment in game one, so now it's going to be another person who is having a pop-off moment. But Wolfie, CRR, and Kenzo are popping off, man. They're taking the momentum that they had in day one and wrecking here in day two already. And already you're seeing here a fight for a height breakout. And Giannis, Andalex, and Sweez are like, yo, we could take height the old school way, and that's with mats.
It's a fight for height, and try as they might, it's going to be theirs. You can see Trox and Co. just acquiescing it right there, saying, all right, you're investing all of that. Well, I don't think we have enough to match it. They came running at him with hard mats, soft mats, every kind of mats. Throw the kitchen sink in there as well, because they're going to be the anvil falling from the sky on the rest of the lobby. As you can see, Floki getting the knock there onto Micking Up. We have our top 17 trios, which means placement points are going out. Storm Surge is in play for another 11 players. However, on the rotation, enough people should fall before it begins to strike purple lightning from the sky.
What a crazy ramp rush that kind of get me back in chapter 1 days, and just seeing that, you know, nothing was menacing and seeing a metal triple ramp layer all coming your way. But you might be right, the expense may have been too high, the tab may be too high for them to hold on. We're taking a look, they're actually looking kind of healthy here, as Sweezy looking really solid. It's a moment of just keeping everybody down. We saw Cooler ZQ trio in the previous match unable to hold on to height because they could not keep up the pressure, but Analyx, Yanis, and Sweez have that opportunity to do so, considering that they're all together in trio. And we're seeing Mappy, that top 10 trio, very on the low ground. I think Mappy may be by himself. Now we're seeing the layers kind of here. We have the low ground, mid ground, and at height. This is a battle that we're seeing here. Yes, Mappy and Left Eye all left alone, but what a strong performance here. Look at the Elim Sundown, 8 elims all together, and already we're in that top 17 phase. So all they have to do is just stay up and get those placement points, and no doubt they have a strong opportunity to get in the top 15.
And where their head is at right now is they know Left Eye has a bandage cannon, which is one of the strongest heal-off items in the game outside of a flopper, and they're just looking for whatever extra points and utility, because every single point matters. Again, this trio has to place in the top 15, and Left Eye, the World Cup qualified player, so incredibly intelligent looking back there, but needs to be careful. Had his inventory open, splitting mats there with Mappy is going to take a couple shots. But right now, they're doing fine. Outlasted into the top 8 right now, so those placement points still taking over. I saw Bondig in the feed as well, so it's another great game from them as Left Eye opens up an edit, says surprise, a couple of rifle shots come through. He'll get a conversion. That's another round of points, but not able to find the mats and needs to get back up with Mappy as they continue this rotation.
This is the soggy bottom of this layer right here. I'm sorry, Mary Berry, but sometimes the soggy bottom is delicious because this is where you rack up the most points right now. Left Eye and Mappy are doing it together as a duo, and this is going to be a big opportunity, but the beams are coming through and might be a little too much. Down he goes.
You got taken down, and now that player in the storm is waiting for the conversion to try and get back over. You have Hen on the low ground, but up on the high ground, Janice and Alex. Alex Squeeze, man, you know what they've been doing this entire time. 11 eliminations, Rating shuts down. Squeeze was the mat maestro. He was the one who had more than enough materials to drop down, re-ramp back up, split half of his mats, connect the high ground, splitting more mats, still has 15 extra builds as Ovation Majaster picking up an Elim on the low ground. We have our top 3, so who can clutch up and get some extra placement points? Top 2 is +4, top 3 is just the +2, and they want the victory royale for that +5 at the end. Every point mattering right now as Duck on Top finishes legendary, and it's a 3v1, and we all know how this is going to end as Blaster falls to Janice. 13 eliminations, 38 points there in match number 8.
What a huge performance from the former duo champion and the former solo champion. X-Squeeze is looking to add the trio championship for the strong trio. Great victory royale, and all the fundamentals are present there, Sundown. I was just surprised to see that old school ramp rush taking it through. No shockwaves, no crash pads, no bouncers, just good old-fashioned building.
That's the funny part is it was really textbook. It was 5th zone, get height, somebody else is there, contest them right away, and then it's just super high tarp, and you bridge back and forth in between. But our job isn't to break it down. It's the analyst's job. Zeke, Shia, Reese, take it away, gents.
Thank you guys so much, and I love that they kind of called that out for us. On top of not only just understanding, hey, we're going to control high ground, if you looked at Janice's inventory at the end, he had 3 floppers. He had ran out of materials, but it didn't matter. He was like, all right, if we're going to go to the end game, if we're going to go to a heal off, I have 3 whole floppers. That's absolutely insane. Just being able to, like, think that far in advance and to feel that comfortable, too, where you're just like, man, I've got 3 floppers. Like, you know, they knew they were winning that game, and we know that they know that they were winning that game. Let's take a look at our standings, though, and see how things are going after game number 2 here on the day. Hen, Deceptos, Putrick, they're still holding on, but Blaster, Nikov, Alpha, they are closing in right now, trying to overtake them for that first place spot. Again, we're more concerned with the top 15 teams, but guys, look, Kinzel, Wolfies, and Dump Truck, I forget your name, Squeeze, excuse me, are right now rocketing into 3rd place. They're trying to lock down a spot.
Yeah, that's CRR that's playing with Wolfies and Kinzel, and they're just skyrocketing up this board. They were 7th to start the day, then after game 1, 5th, now 3rd. I mean, Reese, the only non-qualified team in the top 5.
And they performed very, very well. And this is actually their first round 3. I said it yesterday, but this in the qualifier 1, round 1, they actually placed 1st. So they started off the very, very first instance of the tournament very, very strongly, but then didn't make the round 3. And the same thing kind of happened in qualifier 2, but here they've turned it around. They figured out what their mistakes were in round 2, and they've made this round 3 very, very strong. And look, they're saying it. We are here. We are 3rd. We are dominating. And you know what? I could see them taking that 1st place slot today, actually.
100% if it keeps up, because in 1st place it's only a 2-point difference. Same thing at 7th and 8th. We can see Mappy and Floki's trio respectively having the same almost amount of elims. 1 win on Floki's and under his entire belt, but the points, the story, it just looks like Mappy, Finyayan, and Left Eye are still staying consistent. As Sundown mentioned, and as we mentioned before, though, if these guys drop just 1 game and they're battling people who have wins, they might plummet all the way down to 11th to 15th place.
Yeah, and you know, they actually had 7 eliminations before the 3rd zone, so these guys were really, really popping off here. They're doing really, really well. But looking over to the 11th to 15th, we have, again, 3 teams who do not have that previously qualified symbol next to their name, so these guys are all going to need to stay above this threshold, which is currently 63 points.
And I'm scared for every other trio. If I'm playing in the same lobby now in these back half games with Letwick, Jamside, and Cavado, they always learn throughout the day. We saw them getting one of the later wins of day 1. So in day 2 now, they have a more likely chance to win, learning from mistakes and getting a feel out for the whole lobby. Interested to see what this trio does following them through in these next 4 games coming up. But any other names that really stand out to you, Reese, on this last page?
I mean, Milan, Chapix, and Queasy there, who are currently in 13th place. Again, performing very, very well in Qualifier 2, but here today, you know, they've had a couple good games, but kind of teetering on the edge. They have already qualified, however, like we've already said.
There's so many of these trios, man. It's so crazy just to look at how many teams have qualified and how many have not, right? A lot of these teams that have qualified, at this point, they're just looking to just put practice in, refine their play, and see if, you know, they can walk away with some amount of prize money. For these other trios, though, we can't stress this enough. This is it. Like, this is their last shot. If they've not qualified, they have to hope that they have enough series points. And if they know they don't, this is their opportunity. They have to lock down one of these top 15 spots. Guys, I mean, we just got to break some of the stuff down that's been unfolding here. Just talk to me about some of the stuff that you guys are seeing.
Let's do it. The 2 games, we've had 2 winners so far. So let's start off by following the story of our game 1 winners and how their second game actually looked.
You know, their second game looked a little bit tough. You can see already the Airwax has gone down. They're kind of getting server focused in here around in the 4th zone. Only 2 eliminations at this point, not getting any placement points either. So one goes down. You can see Vato and Airwax still up at this point, just trying to give themselves space, trying to figure out how we're going to get to this zone. As they start to rotate, because they're late, there's only 2 of them, they get server focused, and that's going to be the end for this trio.
Yeah, to get in that 4th zone, they had a botch type of bouncer shockwave play. Past that, though, at the end, we see Janice and Andalex really drop down and be very synergistic with their win. I mean, Sundown said it best. X-Squeeze looked like kind of a Matt Maestro, a Matt connoisseur. He was blocking people off the walls. He was building, going down, getting mats overall. It was some nice classic Fortnite gameplay.
Sometimes that's just what you got to fall back on, right? You know, a lot of these players, they have the consistency, they have those skills, they just have to put things together. Now, it is more difficult, right? You got the stress of trying to qualify if you haven't. You got the stress of trying to show the world why they shouldn't be hitting your POI if you have. There's a constant back and forth. But guys, we're ready to get into the game number 3 of the day. So let's send it back over to our casters to take us in on the battle bus.
Shio, and Reese. It is game 3 of a trio event. Of course, this is FNCS Trios. I am Sancho S alongside with Sundown, bringing you all the action and all the drama that we love to see it. You'd love to see people pop off. You'd love to see the clutches. And that is what I really like to see is the lighthouse, because the light is beaming down. And who's going to be the one that gets to shine, though, going forward? That's going to be interesting to see, as we're seeing a lot of people in that leaderboard who are having the performance. It's interesting, so Sundown. I got to say, is that the people that needed to get a big-time performance to get in that top 15 that have not yet to qualify, they're actually doing it. They're actually doing it, and they're competing here today.
And the benefit, we've kind of talked about the double-edged sword of the consistency performance and relying on having a decent game every single game, which sounds relatively easy, right? Well, not when you're playing against the very, very best of the best in the largest and what I would argue is the most competitive region in Fortnite. To have a consistent amount of placement points in each one of your matches is very difficult to do. But the benefit of that is all of a sudden now that we're in match number 9, if you've already done that in the first 8 matches, it becomes that much harder for a bad game to push you out. Because like we saw Left Eye and Co., they were able to rack up a number of eliminations and some placement points there at the end as well. And every single time they do that, they push themselves that much farther above that top 15 threshold.
The question is, 4ZR's trio, let me plant this seed here. 4ZR's trio lands here. This is their domain. Sweaty Sands. They did it in week 1 and week 2. Andalex, Squeezy, and Yanis, they had to give this up going into the battles because, one, they didn't qualify for week 1. And the interesting thing is who's going to win this battle in the heats? You know, we're already seeing battles all across the board. I mean, this is going to be a tough one, Sundown, to pick because we just seen how big and important Sweaty Sands can be for European trios. It's like the hot spot.
So I think the difference is that for ZR, Nate, and Kezix, they don't necessarily like to fight right off of the rip unless they have like a clear advantage they can exploit, they're more than happy to loot half of Sweaty, grab a car, and start the rotation. Like, we've seen that plenty of times. So I think unless one of those teams gets super aggressive, we'll probably just see a little bit of footsies and then a rotation out of Sweaty. That would be my guess if both of them end up in the same heat and then in the grand finals.
I mean, and then the team that we're talking about, Trio, is so dominant. I mean, they had 6 games in the top 5. They had 21 plus 10-point games. It's just insane the amount of output that Trio's 4ZR has. They did have a 0-point game once, so things can happen, but you know, it's just going to be interesting to see what unfolds in the heats.
Yeah, but Sancho, where are they now? We talked
That's
about we
what
hyped them up so much. I had them
what I
as my
said.
clear favorite. They're far and away the dogs. But Sancho, hey, let me know and let the viewers at home know. How
Okay.
about 4ZR Nate and Kezek's been doing this week in round 3?
All right, so let me be the bad guy. Let me be the bearer of bad news. That trio that we've been hyping out, giving them premium gas, steam, whatever mode of transportation you like to ride on, electricity, they're not here. They did not make it out of opens. They kind of took a lackadaisical approach into that opens and messed around. They had about 5 games or so to kind of close 20 games just to get to the opens, and they decided not to. And now that just leaves us with a big old fat question mark with the, you know, that period just being ultra thick. That is what's going to go into the heats. But no questions here. We you know, this team, just Trio, Mongrel, Tayson, and Mitro, the hot and cold, the ultimate hot and cold, 7 victory royales. But every time they don't win, we're talking about placements of like 25 plus.
Yeah, and I think that's just generally the nature of what happens when you're landing the main part of Stark is if you have it and you're able to win it, you win it very hard, and it gives you kind of a larger percentage of being able to convert in the late game. It gives you tons of options for being able to control the high ground, and then also just gives you priority rotations when it comes to these rifts around the map. But as we say that, the priority rotation's coming through, some AR bullets, and you know Micho doesn't want to eat any of those shots with only 5 builds and no excess shields. Instead, find some shockwaves. It might be the only time he's ungrateful to see shockwaves, because if he doesn't find any shields, he's not going to get a chance to use them. And, oh, look, our friends are back. That's Jaspe, Moraine, and Leneuf pressuring them on and out away as we're going to hop on over here. Hero Park, Outer World, Paco, Jachil, Wave Advise, trying to fight off some people around this old ghost base. One of my favorite, and I think the few hyper viable scavenger routes. I think you can make most scavenger routes work. This one works very, very, very well just because of the chest density, the rifts, and the amount of available material in the nearby area. Like some of those rocks you can hit, and literally I think they give you like 250 plus brick.
Paco had more sniper elims on day 1 himself, and that's total 4 than any other team. So
it's only because Thomas HD isn't here.
Yeah, that's what
Come
I
on,
was about to
Thomas
say.
didn't qualify this weekend. I'll give him his credit, but like Thomas guaranteed is good for like at least 6 by the time we're at this point. So we'll give him the second best sniper in EU.
And there it is, Thomas, Anas, and Flick, who are also qualified. And we're going to be seeing some big names going toe-to-toe in the heats as only the top 8 go through. If you don't make it in those heats, you have one last chance in the Wild Card Wednesday. And that is after competing in your heats. And one thing we got to bring up here is yesterday, our trios essentially competed for so many hours. They had 10 games in round 2, and they had 6 on top of that. So no doubt that break, that rest, that overnight stay definitely helping some of these trios out as you're seeing them a little bit more refreshed, a little bit of new blood in there. And we're speaking of new, there's that thermal fish, still so creepy to use. I find it very interesting to use as well. It's a great way to kind of see people who are bush campers. But so far, the 35 fish species, the only one that's been a big-time factor that we've seen in in-games of floppers. But one of the things we have to point out is the trick-or-treat candy, those other floppers out there like the jellyfish, the slurp barrels, all those things or the trios are kind of zone in on because it just allows them to hold on to the shields, allows them to hold on to the chug splashes. So look at this. Speaking of new things, we got a gumdrop in the inventory, Okoro here, which gives you ability to have them like a hop rock, which I really do like. I'm going to be interested to see, does he hold on to these going into the end game?
Not the gumdrop buttons. Don't drop the gumdrop buttons.
Buttons.
But we'll see here if Koro, Bondig, and Nana can keep up their pace today. So far, not having their legs ripped off and thrown in the trash. Instead, making their way on the siege and reaching that gigantic form. We'll bring it all the way around with an Ant-Man reference as well. But trying to get some shots from the sky. You can see just some armor tags right now. So nothing necessarily converting over. They're going to want to be able to break through that shield and get some additional. Oh, he found it just at the last second. The replay caught up, but he snagged Lol Boom out of the sky. The Irishman again being unfortunate with catching those snipes. They got a second one. So we talk about those teams who have to, and I mean literally have no other option. Even with series points from today, they wouldn't make it. They have to finish in the top 15. Bondik, Koro, and Nana making a push slowly their way up the leaderboard, Sancho.
And this is what you need, man. Baby steps. Eventually you start learning how to crawl, and then you start learning how to walk. Maybe you get to jog, but right now they're in a full sprint trying to get their way in that top 15. And now we're seeing another team that's been in a full sprint for a very long time in Hen Patrick. And they're looking at the names that are so far right next door. It is Stir6, iDrop, and Vettel, which I kind of feel like they're kind of trying to find a new home. I mean, I feel like they got pushed out of Lazy Lake. They got pushed out of their scavenger route at their Sentinel Graveyard. And now they're here in Slurpy Swamps. And now this is going to be an ending that first time we're seeing down in the southwest area of the Fortnite Island in the Slurpy Swamps. And I'm just seeing Deceptos, Patrick, and Hen. They kind of make these really spiral rotations, and they kind of find like a very calm way to get in and allow themselves to beef up their strength into the mid game, which is very vital considering that once you get to end game, the only way you're going to get those max resources in terms of heals, mats, is just by getting them off somebody else's body. So that is going to be a very important to see. How does Hen, Patrick, and Deceptos end up here? Will they hold on to the spot? And like you mentioned, there is still money involved. It's $67,000 up for grabs here today.
You can see right now, Refsguard, Stompy, and Scram just sneaking through the bushes on the backside here. The unfortunate trio rotating late out of the ruins. It was taken over. Midas seeking his revenge, but right now, Refsguard going to find a little bit of revenge, picking up the Virtus Pro player there. Jamside going down. Refsguard playing for E11. Vitality Stompy also going forward on the side. Letwick hanging out on the back, just opting to throw some shots there from a safe distance, not wanting to necessarily close the gap, as Jamside will get converted on there. They'll steal the shockwaves, they'll steal whatever excess materials from there, and then eventually make their rotation out. And they're actually going to opt to Bouncer, Shockwave, but they did it really poorly, so Refsguard is now going to burn both of his shockwaves to then get in the river. And ultimately, yeah, you got a point there, but the fact that you burned a Shockwave, 2 crash pads, and a Bouncer to have to get it, and you're still taking storm damage,
It's all about diminishes and returns. It's all about, investing in yourself, making sure that stock game is strong. I'm sure Monster D-Face will have a lot to say about the stock game. So far, the stock of Refsguard and Stompy and Scram are kind of going down at the moment, considering they made a bad investment in that fight. Not enough return for a 1-point elim, and now we're seeing other fights came breaking out here near the Slurp Factory here, and this is a kind of another thing that we've been seeing, these kind of existing tunnels having some strange box fighting tendencies, and it's going to be very tight and congested as Loft gets taken down right then and there, and Bondi, Koro, and Nana, we're talking about them going in, moving forward slowly but surely, and that's going to be more confident elims that they're needing, and knowing that they could solidify their opportunity to get into the heats with a top 15 finish.
You know how they talk about that fight or flight response? And they talk about how, like, the cage, the corner dog always fights the hardest. That's what's happening right now. They came in today, and they were like, hey, we have everything to, like, we have absolutely everything to gain and nothing to lose. We should just be going and taking these fights. And right now, they're clawing their way up into contention, which is nuts to say, because I counted them out after this. I was like, nope, Left Eye's the only one who were able to do it. But all of a sudden, after back-to-back games where they're racking off eliminations and pushing up, they've got 30-plus points today. I believe they've nearly doubled their point total even from yesterday already. So, I mean, just doing so incredibly well. But right now, Kumu trying to do well by himself, gets the conversion on 1 second crash pad to create a little bit of distance, trying to do it all by his lonesome, as we've seen so many EU trios fall down to.
And this is one of those teams that are currently sitting in the last place in the total leaderboard standings, but that doesn't mean these, there's no L's there. Making it this far is a victory in itself. Talk about the top 0.01% of the European region, and they're here to fight, and they're taking out someone who's already qualified. This is going to be a great way to build on in their professional careers. Kumo trying to get me all by himself, the solo star, and no, again, the lobby pressure, too strong. The lobby focus could take out the best of the best, and Kumo gets taken out right then and there. But Trainhard survives that moment as Falconry and Yatsu have to breathe a sigh of relief knowing that the lobby bailed them out.
Yeah, but not before he can bring a couple people down with him and at least inflicting damage in the form of resources. Now we're going to hop on board here. Milan, Queasy trying to get a rotation on the side here with Chapix bringing up the rear. You can see our previous game winners there, Giannis, Squeeze, and Andalex have a little bit of space towards the middle, but right above them, Hen, Patrick, and Deceptives continuing to try and open up that lead at the top of the leaderboard and grab a #1 spot heading into the heats.
We saw Mitro and Tayson alive still, not losing Mongrel. Saw Jaspy's trio still up. This is going to be an interesting finish here. Our first time we've seen of the day, Slurpy Swamps ending here. And this is going to be where these teams are going to go. And you've already seen Hen, Patrick, or they're having a little build-up here against Paco's trio. We're going to see some towers erect back and forth here. And it's all about that half in and half out. We saw a team of, I believe it was Giannis' team that we saw in the previous one, kind of overtake height with a very aggressive ramp push. So that's why you're still seeing these kind of battles and skirmishes going out there. Be interesting to see at the moment and see where, or is the Hans team, no elims. I'm trying to take a look if right now Storm Surge may be rearing its head very, very soon, considering that there's still a lot of healthy trios up, 25 left. Not yet into that placement doling out point. That's the top 17, Sundown.
Top 17 for placement in the Storm Surge that Sancho talks about will end up turning on when the 5th zone closes, so we'll get a warning after the 4th one closes. The threshold there is 50 players remaining. For those of you unfamiliar with Storm Surge, it does damage to the players who have done the least amount of damage to their opponents. So the most passive players, the ones who haven't been trading and engaging, get forced to create a little bit of action. This is to prevent just people from turtling all the way out and drives players to make some moves. So we might see that come into play, and that's why generally you'll see people looking for tags whenever they can.
And at the same time, I feel like the EU region has the ability to toe that line so gracefully. We've seen them be able to just on the brink of being 50 or 30 HP above, and they get that vital elimination in a very safe way. And if you VOD review a lot of our top trios, and if you out there aspiring to be a top competitor player, look at how the pros kind of navigate this. And it's just developed like a quarterback for the NFL, the American football. A quarterback sometimes has an internal clock, and they know when the rush is happening. So our players here can feel that surge rush, and they know exactly when to kind of activate and be a little bit more aggressive, as aggression is kind of going up in the Elam feed. Wolfies went down. Giannis went down. So some new names taking out the top of the board here, Sundown, as we're on board here with Nakos, Clement, and Floki. And like I mentioned before, has that ability to, you know, kind of all of a sudden blow up and microwave up and have a big pop-off game. Will it be this game right here, right now?
And we've seen him be able to execute in a number of different ways, but let's bring the analogy back to real football, aka soccer, for all of you filthy Americans out there. I equated it a lot more to almost being a center back, and depending on how you want to play your defensive line, because I think that's a little bit more familiar for Fortnite, where if you have your in-game leader, that center back is calling for that high line or the offsides trap, it's where you're playing really aggressively and trying to stay right in line with that player who's you're trying to take advantage of. Like, if you make the decision and the call at the right moment, yes, you can go. What you see with a lot of these other trios is it tends to be a little bit more of kind of a lax line where they're sitting back, they're trying to find the rotations, they're taking peeks and they're taking tackles when they get the opportunity to, and looking for those picks rather than going all the way out, because the return on investment and the risk versus reward is much higher by just staying in the match, finding your tags and getting eliminations that way, rather than diving into boxes or trying to pull up that line and letting in that number 10 into the back.
There you go, inside the mind of Sundown. Of course, Sundown did play soccer competitively at a high placement, but now it's going to be a big question. Can Analyx, Yanis, and Xweez figure out this max pool rotation? Look at the inventory, though, folks. They got a Bouncer and a Shockwave. You expect the IGL, the in-game leader of this trio, to set up a max Mega Shockwave bounce, and let's see if they do take the time that Sundown always refers to kind of make sure they get a strong trajectory, because things can go awry and you could get sent in multiple directions, and as long as you take the time, you could kind of send a trio just kind of like in the right direction or the one direction, as they do pick up a to-go plate Elim right then and there. But now they're gonna have to make a move.
And it wasn't to go play, it was more of a takeout play as they take out Patrick, and that is a huge takeout that they're getting there. Give it all the General Tso's. Give me fried rice on the side, extra crab rangoons, because they got everything. The entire no, Deceptos actually was able to turn it around. Patrick will finally get cleaned up there, so it's just Deceptos who's trying to get it going through. But right now, you can see Andalek sitting on 4 eliminations. Janice, plenty of room on the side. But again, we've talked about Henninko and how they've been so very good when they don't get caught right on the outside of zone. That's what happened there. And also missing out on placement points. We saw the shambles they went through early on. Mitro and Tayson going down in 19th. They will fall. Legendary will also get ticked over, as now placement points will come through. Storm Surge turns off. We have our top 40 in the top half of the competition.
And at the top, it is Marine, Jasper, and Lunef, who have been combating Mongrel's trio at Stark Industries. But we are now seeing one of the big-time stars here in the FNCS trio, Hen, literally becoming a legend in front of our eyes, representing that Becoming Legends sport organization. And now Deceptos, Patrick here, they're looking good here, so now they're looking good.
Deceptos literally just, I'm pretty sure he just dropped Hen in Epic Shotgun. I think he took the uncommon one and Hen took the Epic Shotgun. You can see Hen literally, he has the flopper, he has the Epic Shotgun. When we talk about having faith in your teammates and having one who's super clutch, yes, we saw Patrick go down, but Hen and Deceptus were able to come up huge. These two have been the ones who have elevated their gameplay specifically this weekend. Hen had a fantastic week too as well, but this weekend Hen has been the star of the show, and right now he's looking to add another season to it as he's trying to find some AR shots on the backside of the zone, and this is when he generally does his best work.
Yeah, taking a look here, it's the mat situation that may get them canceled here right now, but what a great teamwork play right there. That's what it's all about. But we're seeing some strong teamwork play at top for a brief moment here. Only one flopper, it connects. Hen is still up, Deceptos is still up, and they're gonna have a crazy battle in the mid ground, and they were able to get some hard mats here, but can they survive the chaos that's unfolding? You have the mid ground that's being so stacked, and the high ground is a strong trio, but look at it, they're really high. They're gonna have to find a way down to kind of keep this pressure. If not, they're gonna have to lose height. But the story is the low ground, and we've been seeing this trio right here, iDrop, Vettel, Stir6, fight hip to hip and be such a very strong low ground trio, just like the Exet boys in NA East.
And Henninko will get taken out in 13th, but up on the high ground was the team who was able to force out Mitro, Mongrel, and Tayson. They were going to be able to put plenty of pressure on the rest of the lobby, but you can also see my prediction still being able to go through Nikos, Clement, and Floki, picking up some eliminations on the opposite side of this zone, as we see Stursik executing a really good side tarp. I don't necessarily know if he needs the tarp on the outside to his right. There's no zone pulling there, but it's good in case the 8th zone does end up going that direction, and right as I say that, the zone will go off on that side. But now, Jaspe, Moraine, and Lenouf, do they have enough material to maintain the high ground as Jerky's going up on the backside? So we have iDrop in the bottom right-hand corner. Right now, you can see in the top right, trying to do whatever he can, going up on the high ground, getting some pressure on the top, not quite able to find the shots yet. Will connect as his teammate is ending up going down, but he finds a huge shot. That's Lenouf being taken down there, and he will be able to get the conversion. Second shockwave, keeping him back into the zone right now.
And that is Fremont cooking up on that top right, but iDrop is doing so well down below with this trio. We got a full trio down below doing so much damage and getting elims, racking them up. They have 7 elims right now as we're in a top 7 situation, and we're showing you how hard it is to hold height as iDrop gets an elim and a confirmation on ZQ. So ZQ, the ultimate rejection, the swatter was getting taken out, and that's a big time elim considering that ZQ could heat up all of a sudden out of nowhere. But Fremont is the solo story that we're watching at the moment. Seventor and Link are gone. Can Fremont have a clutch performance as this trio is having a pop-off game in itself?
Yeah, and Captain Clutch, can he do it? Indeed, you see Crashpad out from the high ground, but not sure to what effect. They simply seem to just be sending themselves up for the sake of going up, maybe out of builds and not able to go. And you can see Fremont is all of a sudden on high ground by himself, so a little bit of patience. And now the other two trios are fighting out in the low ground, but we talked about just how freaking important getting to the top 3 is and the extra placement points. And right now, Fremont out of builds. He says no problem, drops down, finds Vettel. And the thing is, once you find the trio who's hip to hip, and once they're broken, it's so easy. He uses the shockwave to send himself off. He throws the second one to make sure the player goes out, and now it's him against the world, and he says no problem. He wants the 8th elimination. Floki trying to put it together and to bring it back, but it's going to take a miracle to end the run of Captain Clutch, aka user 2C3ED112A3. That's Fremont doing it for his entire team. Crashpad sending him up, but now all of a sudden, he's lost the priority, but we know Floki has no HP, doesn't have the HP lead, gonna get ticked down there, and Fremont eventually clutches that one out to take it over with 11 eliminations.
Oh my goodness, the chaos unfolding. My heart skipped a beat for Fremont when I heard that bandage bazooka go off. Let's kick it to the analyst desk to break it all down. Zeke, Shio, Reese, what you got for us?
Yes, boys. Yes, this is the chaos that I like to see. This is the chaos that will win you games. Fremont just understanding, having that mechanical and knowledge prowess, saying, I understand what I have to do if I want to win this game. Just perfectly navigating layers, saying, you know what, I can hear the shots, I know which layer they're on, I'm going to drop down. I mean, literally at every point when he was taking those shots, everyone had their back to him. That's because he literally set himself up so well that he was like, it doesn't matter. I'm already a step ahead of you guys. I'm reading your mind. I know where you're going to be. That is a great GG coming out from the trio. Now we have to take a look at the standings to see how things are going in game number 3. Hen, Disiptos, Putrik, though they were slowly closing the gap, now again they've pulled out ahead. You've got Janice there, and Alex, X-Squeeze, aka Duck on top, who are trying to close the gap. Blaster, Nikov, and Alpha still there. We haven't seen... The big change we've seen is now the top 5 are all teams that have qualified, right? Before we saw a team break in, now they get pushed back out.
They have, and you know, these top 5, they're kind of changing, but staying the same. You know, not so consistent teams here. You know, Mongrel, Tayson, and Mitro doing really, really well yesterday, but today coming in with a 14th, 19th, and 19th. But still, huge eliminations: 6, 7, and 5 elims. So although they're not even getting into the placement thresholds, apart from one of those games, they are still doing very, very well on elims. So I'm gonna guess if these guys get into this end game in a single one of these matches, they're gonna move really far up the leaderboard, because I swear they're gonna still have a ton of elims at the same time.
Yeah, and it was Kinzel, Wolfies, and CRR that were pushed out of that top 5. Their goal today, though, is to stay in the top 15. Their goal for day 2 is just going to be overall to push their limits to the maximum and try to get towards that top 5 once again. They had a little bit of a breather of it. It looked really nice. Mappy, Fanyayan, and Left Eye are still consistent. That is so impressive, staying in that 8th place slot. Robab, ZQ, and Blackie had that one pop-out performance, but they were not one-hit wonders. Yes, their gameplay basically went platinum, and now they're solidifying their spot in the top 10. They're holding on. Will that last, though? Because we still have more games to go through, Reese.
I think so. You know, if they have one more good game, they're 9th right now, and you know, these guys have been playing really good today. A 3rd with 11 elims and 7th with 5 elims. One game not doing so great, but if they can have like one more of these really, really good games and have maybe 1 or 2 more that get some points, I think that's going to be enough for these guys. But if we look over between the 11th to 15th mark, there are 2 teams here of interest: Skype, Yagsu, and Falconly, and then Link, Seventor, and Fremont. Fremont obviously picking up the Victory Royale in that previous game. Really, really impressive fashion, kind of doing it solo on height at that point. And obviously, that's actually pushed him into 15th. They were out of qualification range before this, and now they are all the way up in that spot to qualify.
Yeah, you say impressive. It's important too, 100%. To get pushed up that far from not even being on these pages that much at all. So we'll see if Lucia, Pepe, Cavado can come back and really try to fight for that 15th place slot, because right now it's an all-out war. It's a 2-point differential for all these teams that need to qualify. Remember, guys, it's the top 15 and it's the last day, the last chance really for qualifiers in Europe.
And this is just how tight this whole thing is, right? Earlier on, we saw Cavado, Letwick, and Jamside. They were in your top 15. And now they're pushed out to 18th place. And it's only 3 points that is separating them. That's a single placement. That's 3 eliminations. Every single interaction these trios have against another trio is literally going to dictate whether they make it or they don't. Guys, I'm super impressed with the #1 trio, though. Hen, Deceptos, Putrick, they are doing so much. I wish I had the raw skill that these guys just have.
Okay, Zeke. Let's actually make you a 3-game workout plan to act just like Hen, Putrick, and Deceptos and how these guys play. Reese, let's give them some tips. First of all, you got to be able to, when you're in first place, take some hits, but also deal that damage too. These guys are in mid-game. They're picking up elims, and after that, they do get hit on the chin, but when you're buff, you can take those.
They're buff, but they're doing this because they are warming up. For them, this is lightweight, baby! These guys are ready to go. Game 1 did not go so well for them. Day 1 was fantastic, but we got to move on over into Game 2. And again, something didn't really quite tick here.
And we're still, though, in that first section of the DVDs looking at the workout plan in Game 1. It's getting overwhelming. Putrick not able to hold that squat rack up just enough. He gets knocked out. In Game 2, though, Reese, yes, it was different. It was about support. Hen gets knocked down early. You got to have a squatter and a spotter when you're going for these big bench presses, when you're trying to hold up that first game. Putrick was there to help Hen lift up the racks, and he gets rebooted back up because of that, able to get that pump way off in the end game.
Because of that, some huge eliminations there coming out of him. That ain't nothing but a peanut, baby. And at this point, they're just trying to stay in zone. They've got the floppers from earlier on. Really, really struggling again in this kind of final game. They ended up placing 15th with 4 eliminations here. But still, a really, really nice showing for them so far. But they're just going to have to continue, get a little bit more consistent on these last 3 games.
That last one with Deceptos was all about staying consistent, trying to hit that 1 rep max every single day. But Zeke, you say you want to look like these guys. You got to put in that work, man. You got to be pumping every day.
Huh?
You got to be. I see it. Okay, let me see a 1 pump.
Yeah,
let me see a 1 pump curl. How would you do it if you had a pump in your hands? That's what I'm talking about. That's the action. That's the action.
Great workout, boys.
Nice. Good
Great
job,
workout,
Zeke.
boys.
Good job.
That's right.
Good
Oh,
stuff,
man,
good stuff.
you know, guys,
Cool down,
I'm not
cool
going to
down,
lie
you'll
to
be
you,
fine.
that 1 curl, I'm winded, so what we're going to need to do is go to break, okay? Fortnite fam, don't want to miss out on the last 3 games here. 15 trios will be qualifying at the end of the competition here, so stay tuned for the remainder of the action. Take 5, get hydrated, come back. We'll see you for the end of it all.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Reese up here to break down the differences between Round 1 and Round 3, which players sometimes refer to as Opens and Finals during the qualifiers, and also how you can apply those differences into your own gameplay. There are a lot of things you'll see in Round 3 of this FNCS that you won't see in Round 1, so I want to list out what these kind of things are and what you can expect in your own Round 1 gameplay and in Cash Cups. One of the themes that we've been noticing a lot in Round 3 is that teams who are consistently uncontested are doing better on their regions than teams who are being contested by another team. For the FNCS warm-up Round 3, 60% of the people who placed top 5 in any region were uncontested in their drop spot. This is because it's the same 33 teams in every single game, and they all have their planned and prepared drop spots, and they don't really change this unless their day is going very, very badly. So let's look at EU, where Rams, Kezix, Grizzy 4ZR, and Grizzy Nate took home that first place slot in the FNCS qualifier week 1. In Round 3, they were uncontested 12 out of 12 games at Sweaty Sands, and they played their hearts out to win the overall tournament. In Round 1, they were contested by an average of 1 team in Sweaty Sands, which means they had to fight in the early game in nearly all of their matches. This is what Round 1 is going to be like for the majority of players out there. You're not going to be able to consistently get a POI uncontested in an open stage because you have no idea who is in your game and where their preferred drop is. So it's very unlikely that you're going to be uncontested all of the games of your tournaments. So to counter this, you just need to know your looting paths through your drop spot as efficiently as possible and be very, very good at fighting there, which my preferred way to practice that is to play a ton of True Arena and really, really get down that drop spot. Another thing you'll notice in round 3 gameplay is that a ton of the eliminations come in at the end of the game, so once the zones start moving. This is because if they get into a fight in the early and mid game with another top tier team in the finals, most of the time it's just not going to benefit them that much. This is because the fight is going to drag on for a long time, and both teams are then not going to be able to focus on their rotates or their positioning. Plus, they will most likely waste their heals and their materials, which means that they're not going to get as far into the end game. If you use LG Jamper, Senbuga and C9 Avery from round 3 as an example, you can see the distribution of the eliminations mainly weighted towards the end game. This is a little bit different in their first game of round 1, because top level players are just so good that they are ahead of the average champion level player. If you look at the elimination spread here, you can see there's way more in the early and mid game because they just wanted to get those high level of eliminations so they could get ahead in the leaderboards after the first game in round 1. So if your trio is a really good fighting trio, you can definitely incorporate this into your first game, get you some high eliminations, and then after that, play very consistently. If your trio isn't confident in fighting and doesn't win a large amount of their fights, this is a strategy that I would not employ, and I would just recommend instead trying to be a lot more consistent in each individual game. In round 3, players need to ensure they have a solid strategy to ensure that they're above the Storm Surge threshold. On average, they're in a position to get Storm Surge tags 2 minutes before the first zone closes, such as we see from 100 Thieves Arkham, 100 Thieves Rex, and Energy Epic Whale. A lot of teams do this by just focusing on a high ground position, like a hill in the center zone for example. Then they can have the biggest amount of angles to take shots on players who are rotating, giving them the highest Storm Surge possible. In round 1, there's more early game fights because there's more players being contested. A lot of the times the first Storm Surge at 70 threshold in the third zone does not actually activate because there's not as many players alive. So in round 1 their strategy changes because they spend a little bit more time harvesting and a little bit less time focusing on getting that position to get Storm Surge tags because there's no Storm Surge. When the 5th zone, Storm Surge activates when 50 players are alive, and in the 7th zone it activates when there's 30 players alive, and this can happen in round 1. However, it normally only does this if you're in the top lobbies, so if you're doing very well in the tournament or it's the very last game of the day, because people are really trying to play placement and will stay alive and avoid a ton of fights. The last thing you'll notice is in the end game, a lot of the times, because there's not as many players alive in round 1, the games are ending much quicker. A lot of the times this happens at the end of the 2nd moving zone, which is the 7th zone, or the end of the 3rd moving zone, which is the 8th zone. And you can see in this particular example from Brazil that there wasn't a huge amount of players alive and they picked up this victory royale in the 2nd moving. Now compare this to round 3, where King, Sion, and Rusty K have to end multiple of their victory royales in a heal off. This is because the zone closes all the way and all of the players alive start to take zone damage, meaning you're going to need as many white heals as you can, be it the bandage bazooka, chug splashes, or even random campfires on the map. In round 3, this is something that a ton of teams employ a strategy for, giving all of their white heals to one player so that he can stay alive the longest, as seen by the fantastic trio of King, Sion, and Rusty K from the Brazil region, who actually won 11 of their 12 games. 2 of these went down to heal off all the way down into the 9th zone, and this is something you'll constantly see if you're watching round 3 gameplay, but really won't happen that much in the average opens game. Hope you guys learned a lot. I've been Resub. See you on the battle bus.
Welcome back, Fortnite fam, to continued coverage here from the FNCS. I'm your host Zeke. Joining us here on the analyst desk, we've got Shire Wager and we've got Reese. And now we are halfway through the 2nd day of competition here in EU. There's only 15 spots available on the line. A lot of these trios have one final opportunity across these last 3 games to show up or be sent home. With that being said, we're sending it back over to our casters to take us into the next game. Let's get it.
So much, Zeke, Shio, and Reese. We are in the throes of the battle that's happening already. 5 trios going down. And Zeke mentioned it. It is time to push it to the limit. Go beyond the burn. Break the mold and become that shooting star that you are. And Fremont was definitely that shooting star, kind of putting his trio in his backpack for a brief moment and clutching that Victory Royale.
Yeah, and I mean, just his ability to execute in the late game, knowing when to go, and just the fact that the trios all effectively gave up on height at the same moment when he was able to get a pick and get shockwaves to go up. And we talked about a little bit yesterday how late game shockwaves and having that utility in the final circles ends up being just that much more valuable because basically everyone else has already burned theirs.
In every game here, we have 3 more left. This is getting into the final frames of day 2. All of our competitors have 12 opportunities to kind of solidify themselves. And now Seventor dealing with some tags here is going to have to kind of abandon ship at the moment and dive away using that natural cover in the trees. And this is not good, considering that this is one of those teams that are going to try to do their best to squeeze on into that top 15. And, I mean, yes, you can have a pop-off game, but Seventor, Lincoln, Fremont are sitting in that 15th place. We're talking about a bubble that almost got bursted by a trio that's just looking for storm tags.
Now we're going to swing on over to another one of those trios that has to place inside of that top 15, can't make it through consistency points. They need to continue with their performance today. That's left eye, Fnayan and Mappy. You can see them rotating out of Lumberyard, but I'm not sure if they were as contested as they were yesterday. There's been another team here pretty much the entire time.
Yeah, absolutely. You're seeing some builds here. 5 of the current top 10 teams today are making their first round 3 appearance and doing all that they can with their opportunity to get in. This is just the qualifiers. Top 15 get in. Yes, there is series points that have been accruing throughout the entire FNCS trios. That is definitely a track that you can find your way in. Some of the big names in the region, like Benji, are no doubt going to make their way in through the consistent play. But the answers here, like we mentioned, can Mappy's trio make their way in with this last-ditch effort? And after that, we get into the heats. And when the heats come up, there's going to be another last-ditch effort for trios to make their way in, and that is through Wild Card Wednesday. Only the top 8 advance. 32 teams are going to advance from heats, leaving 1 slot available. So that's going to be a dangerous situation. It swaps right now. Visu Jackie going for a great situation. Push on through, get himself a 200 pump. Down he goes. 20 points so far. And, hey, 3 games. Sundown. That's enough. You put in a really strong performance in those 3. Maybe you get a victory out. Things could happen. Stranger things do happen in the Fortnite scene.
I mean, we've seen it happen. Everything has been turned upside down with the leaderboard flipping on its head in the last moment, but the shakedown going to confirm the last information. They're going to know that player's just in the box above them, and Swap's going to continue the aggression onto TT9 and Co., who have yet to really have any form of success leaving out of this ghost space. It feels like they've just been kind of chopped up right off of the initial drop, not necessarily getting contested, but not finding the room they need to, and boom, Mick the Beast gets cleaned up there. Loft also getting converted, and that'll be the wrap.
It's so interesting to see. You mentioned this as a great scavenger route to kind of take advantage from 1 point here all the way down to the Sentinel Graveyard, going all the way to Lazy Lake, and we're just seeing that so many people rotate there. So if you're going to take that scavenger route, you got to keep an eye out. All of Virsa's trios, elims yesterday were on top 5 teams. The question is, can you get to the end game? Because that is when is the most important. That is when you're going to get the most value out of your points, considering you get those bonus placement and elim points. And all the graphs from our analytics teams show that it's the end game that is going to be the strongest opportunity to make that movement on the leaderboard.
I mean, and that's just the nature of that point format, with placement points being granted for each team that you end up outlasting in the top 17, and then top 3 getting an additional +2, the second place team getting +4, and then victory royale being worth 5 points. So an additional 11 points available to those top 3 placers. So we're going to hop on board here. Kinzel, Wolfies, and CRR currently below the Storm Surge threshold. And you can see another team trying to ramp towards them. They should be looking for tags here.
These tags are going to be valuable because they're below. We're talking about also in these situations where Storm Surge makes an active appearance, that is when elims happen as well. You see a little bit of a spike in elims happen as you're going to see players on the back foot trying to do their best to get away from it. We already mentioned in the previous match that in the EU region, we've been seeing them having this sixth sense about it and get away these ghosts as we're getting into the Halloween spirit. Next week, we're going to have a lot of ghost puns. Get ready. I'm already working on them. I'm already staying up late. We're going to all my Halloween puns. It's going to be a very haunting experience. It's going to be a very haunting experience as we're on board here with Skite, Falconry, and Yasuo, and they hit Jam Side. This is going to be tricky. I know Jam Side is one of those ones that may qualify through that series accumulative track, but still, you want to get into the top 15 Sundown. That you want to have that stamp right into the dance.
Yeah, they've definitely already made it through on the consistency points, but it's about the mentality and being able to push yourselves through and being able to just say, like, hey, we didn't have to worry about those consistency points. We didn't have to necessarily bank on the fact that we were here every time. We got it because we were able to earn it. And now you can see as we rotate on over another team. Floki currently in a fight here with CRR in co. You can see Shockwave being used to try and go up. Kinzel finding some shots there. Wolfie's eating big tags up on the high ground. He's going to need to back off here for a second. As you can see, CRR actually gets sent completely out and is going to use the crash pad to come back up into the fight. Finds a huge pump onto Clement. Says, surprise, I'm back. Did you miss me? Brilliantly done there to pick that one up.
It kind of reminds me of one of those toy clowns. You hit really hard in the face, and all of a sudden it just comes right back and hits you right in the face again. Floki goes down as well. CRR, Kinzel. And you got to watch out for this trio. You know, a newly formed trio, we kind of peppered them as the solo all-stars all combining at once. I mean, to take it into the NBA, we saw LeBron, Chris Bosh, D-Wade, all solo stars in their own right. It took them a little bit while, a couple of seasons, and then when they figured it out, they were a dangerous trio as this build gets taken down all the way down to the ground. But Kinzel, Wolfie's CRR doing really well here in day 2. Can they put in those ultimate performances, those back-to-back performances like the Miami Heat? Not sure, because already Nakos is the one they have to deal with in just a matter of moments. They overcome and swarm Nakos, but Nakos is not going down with the fight. Down goes Nakos. Nakos put up a valiant effort right there, man. Really close to be able to clutch that out, but it's just too much pressure of Wolfie's, Kinzel, and CRR.
And he was trying to just take somebody with him, but in that circumstance, rushing into the box, even if somebody gets knocked, you're not going to have the time to get the conversion between them going down but not out. But now we're going to hop on board here. Sicko Pepe trying to find a little bit of room. Him, Tilek, and Comey having a not necessarily the best of days so far. 21 points here, so averaging 7 through the first match, but no eliminations here. Do have a decent amount of positioning as we see that third zone is closing in.
And this is it. In the third zone, we have another finish here of Weeping Woods. We're going to talk about the sight lines being a little bit muddied because of the trees. That's going to mean that teams that are going for height are going to have an opportunity to kind of sit up there and perch on those high forts that they built and have an opportunity to get some tags here. And already we've been seeing teams already going for height in the 4th, 5th, and 5th, and 6th zones, showing how valuable they can be. And we see on the top left, Bato, Leo, and Airwalks. Those are teams that love to go for height. And there's different play styles, but I like the play styles of Henan, Putrik, and Deceptos. They're kind of like the in-between. They could do it all ways. We see them be so successful down in the ground, in the low ground. We see them so successful in mid-ground. And they could definitely take height. We've seen it happen before, that all of a sudden they come out of nowhere and pick the right timing to play for that height. Deceptos, Henan, and Putrik are currently sitting in first place here, I believe. And this first place placement is just showing how they are getting better as a trio. And now you're going to keep an eye out for them going forward into the heats.
You can see trying to find the tags there and standing out in the open, but not quite able to find the snipe shot there. Hen looking to line it up, and no eliminations coming through for them yet. You can see right now 64 players remaining, still 23 trios, so 6 need to go down before those placement points will be going through. But you can see the ping markers identifying where that player is, and the lobby focus is coming through. And this is such a tough situation to be in for that trio.
Tough situations here, man, especially getting that lobby focus has been another dangerous theme as Cooler ZQ goes down. Deceptos kind of gets him right before he crossed here. What a great reaction shot from Deceptos as literally ZQ was just zooming on by and he gets boomed on down from Deceptos. And you have to have those kind of opportunities that kind of like those free elims that just kind of come your way. You don't have to work too hard for them. And what a great refresh and kind of inventory. Look at that. They had chug splashes, floppers. I'm expecting this trio right here to make a kind of like, you know, a cheeky high ground retake very late on. We've seen them before, and they definitely have it in them. And especially Sundown, they got the tools to do it.
They have the tools, but it's whether or not they have the ability to execute with them, which is what it's come down to in these late game circles. The question is, where did that zone just pull? And also, what is up with our trios that have to place inside the top 15 as we see Left Eye and Co. begin that ramping up?
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are wrapping in and getting closer and closer to the chaos of that Zone 5, that half in and half out. This is going to be an important situation to see. Hold on to as many mobility as possible. Hold on to as much builds as possible. As you're seeing Nana here sitting on top of a camping base. And that camping right there, the cabin, is going to be a stronghold. And look at this great view. Dead center, we have Nana sitting on top of the main cabin here. We have another team sitting on top of a cabin. Those are strong positions considering they don't use too many mats. But we have the story on height, and now we have a story on the low ground. And that is going to be the Vettel, iDrop, and Stir 6 getting a nice pickup there on Blaster.
And a good job making sure that following up with the shots, can they convert on it, knowing that they don't necessarily need the Storm Surge, but every single point here can end up mattering towards that leaderboard as the Storm is closing. Where will that half in, half out zone? And it's just over to the south of them. They're going to try and get the rotation and get boxed up right away.
And iDrop and Vettel and Stir6 were kind of that trio that I was mentioning. In week one, they did really well, and I was wondering, I was throwing up that question, are they going to be able to find their footing? Looks like yes, they are. But this is a team right here that we all are in right here. All our eggs are in this basket here of Mappy, Left Eye, and Fayen. They have an opportunity to get into that top 15. This is the only option. We've been saying it all day until we're blue in the face, but this is the team that we're rooting for. It's so exciting to see a team kind of clutch up at the moment, and they're doing it together as a trio. We have seen them kind of clutch, do those solo performances, but if they could get in all together in this game, that's another trio we're going to keep an eye on going forward.
And you can see we're right in on the placement threshold as well. 18 trios remaining. We're just inside of the top 50 as well, so no Storm Surge going to be in play, as we'll see everyone begin to make their move on the moving zone. Trees getting knocked out of the way as the demolition comes through.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Analyx, Giannis, and Duck on top, a.k.a. Squeeze in the half in and half out. This is a strong opportunity for Analyx and Giannis to have that stamp game, just like Zayt, Stretch, and Saf there in the NA East. Pick up some nice elims on Leo and Blaster, so that's going to be a strong performance right then and there. This is it. We're getting closer and closer to zone 6, 7, 8, and 9. And once it gets to that, we're talking about max rotations. We're talking about zones to go all the way into the Storm here. We're going to back away for that brief moment here to catch Nikov and Alpha. Nikov, who's been on the back end of some big-time Showtime plays, but that's just showing you how strong the mental of Nikov is. He's still here to fight. And now we're taking in another trio that's still looking for those signature wins. Repscott, Stoppy, and Scram. Monster. We're talking about some craziness that's about to unfold as we're going down south. Zone 6 is going to be a very dangerous pool because look at all these arrows in front of Stompy, Scram, and Repscott.
100%. This is one of those long rotates that you got to just step in and try to figure it out, just like I'm stepping in for Sundown here temporarily. But this is the Fortnite game that we know. This is that end game that matters most. Things are going to get crazy here. In comes the Shockwave, and now it's time to get to that new zone.
It's the new zone that's going to be the safe zone, but you cannot use so much mobility. These mobility is so vital, but you got to use it at the same time because you want to stay on your feet because we're just crossing into that threshold of those placement points. But even though Refsguard, that's still one Shockwave can be all it takes to go over height. Misses the shot there, Monster, but then
200.
connects on Kinsale. Big time 200.
That's a massive pump right there. High ground is there's refresher as well. Most importantly, now they have enough material to hold it out. And just like that, 6 eliminations puts them in this strong position here. No one expected them to take height that early on the move, and they still have quite a distance to go. What a play to make. That is going to shake out the way this endgame is going to unfold as we jump into the mid-ground tarp. Actually, it's a little lower than that, and so are their Storm Surge. 7 damage below. They literally have 8 seconds to react. It's now or never because with 8 players up, you have to assume the fighting's going to ensue.
And at the same time, Monster, they don't have a lot of heals, but well, there it is. A big-time pickup right there to pick up not only that Elan point, but the slow-down Storm Surge. It's just say, hold up, wait a minute, I got myself some shots. Big-time bop-bop-bops. Analyx, Squeeze, and Giannis now going back into their own builds, Monster, and finding some opportunities to kind of clutch someone out on the low ground.
100%, they have to now. It's crossing right back through the way that they came. This catacomb is all theirs, though. They own full control of it. Here's Xqueezier's perspective. It seems like he's one of the ones on the front portion of this tunnel, and he's fighting back, right? They're trying to literally control this low ground, which is a tough thing to do, but not too hard when you have 3 players with power, weapons, and all still alive. Very healthy. If there's a team that can make something massive happen, it's them right now on the low ground because they're set up probably the most efficiently so far here. Let's see if he can actually find this frag here. Yes, he hears the Banner's Bazooka. It's only a matter of time. One pump is going to be all she wrote. LOL, boom, gets sent back to the lobby. That's 6 eliminations now. And that's all, like I said before, that's all they need here.
And we're seeing right here Stompy, Refsguard, and Scram still holding on to height. We see Hen as well. Hen is sitting up, so dangerous. He is still up. Mappy, the team that we're all rooting for to make it in, is still up. But Stursex, Vettel, and Eyedrop are on the low ground. What's going to see what's going to unfold? Will these low ground warriors collide as we're on board with Swaps, Jakey, and Versu? And we mentioned that they get a lot of elims in the top 10 here, Monster. So this is when they start ramping up and cooking.
This is when everyone does. This is the time to do it now. 10 teams left, 24 players, so many points left on a board here. You can see they're hungry for it as well. They're hopping right inside. They need to make a big stride back upwards as well. That's a nice frag right there. And not only that, they pick up all the material as well. As we know, though, high ground Stompy, my gosh, is so safe and protected up there. If he has heals, this game is over now because everyone else is jumping now. His teammates are already down in the mix here. You can see Refsguard and Scram there literally making it that much harder for everyone else here. This wide shot gives us the perfect idea of what's unfolding.
Yeah, and Versu getting a lot of the top 10 names, so this is how they're doing it. But the story is Scram and Stompy and Refsguard, and this is the split that we see in trios done so well. They kind of send everybody down, and they just create so much chaos with their power weapons that they have. Bang! Wow. Right then and there, Versu gets taken out with a big-time blast of the shotgun, and it's just a matter of moments. They just got to maintain height as much as possible and make sure that no one shockwaves up. But you're talking about how high Stompy is, and Refsguard, I think it's Refsguard up there, or Stompy is, no one's going to touch him. That is what's the definition of ultimate height.
Yeah, there's two birds for one stone here. The firing coming down from Stompy, the action that's unfolding from Scram and Refsguard in the thick of it. You can see they're literally converting on elim after elim. Now the storm pressure to back it up as well. It's Eyedrop 7, but it doesn't matter. It just is just enough for them to just maintain the victory here.
Victory Royale, the signature Victory Royale that I was looking for from this strong trio. They get it right then and there. But we're going to go ahead and kick it to the analyst desk of Reese, Zeke, and Shio. What you got for us, gentlemen?
Guys, that was a sick game there here in game number 5, I believe. 4? 5? I'm so scared. I don't even want to think about the end because my heart is constantly racing thinking about all the trios that may not make it. But in the end, that was a dope game. And I really appreciate Scram's willingness to dive into the storm and then flash his way back in. Like when you're just jumping off walls and casually throwing a bounce and be like, oh, I'm coming back in a storm. It's pretty sick. That's the style points I personally live for.
Yeah, I mean, I was putting my glasses back on and off because I wasn't even sure what I saw. Scram dropping down, knowing that he had his edits, landing a one pump, landing another quick edit shot. Eyedrop couldn't even say a word. And then Refsguard just picking up the entire game. I forgot he had teammates. I thought he was solo clutching. That man's insane.
Now, of course, we got to take a look at the standings, guys. Yet again, Kinsel, Wolfies, Exqueeze, they're making that push. They're jumping up there, trying to lock down top 5. It's just a constant battle back and forth. Again, first place. Oh, I actually just realized a 1-point differential. Janice quickly saying, Hen, Deciptos, Patrick, no. We would like that first place spot. Now, what I was going to say is, first place spot in week 3, it's cool and you get to walk with more prize money, but it's not going to get to the Axe of Champions. What we're looking at is the top 15 teams.
Still, Reese, are these guys invisible? I feel like we don't see enough from the Deciptos, Hen, and Putrick every game, and somehow they were still first.
I mean, they're kind of just being very, it's going to say consistent, but they have one bad game with a couple elims, 24th, then a good game, a 4th with a bunch of elims, then a 15th when they get 2 points, and then 5th. So, they're kind of just getting into these placement thresholds, getting really high up, but they're not getting into that kind of end 9th zones where you're getting that second and the Victory Royales. So, these guys are doing really, really well consistently, but just not quite getting that Victory Royale or these huge elimination pop-ups for us to really see and look into them too much.
And then Zeke's talking about focusing on that top 15. We saw ZQ and Mappy actually get pushed down for the first time when we're checking out our standings to 9th and 8th place. Past that, too, we're looking at Vettel, Eyedrop, we're looking at Vato, Leo, and then Queasy Milan and Chapix taking over a few of those spots in the top 15. These teams are already qualified. So Sky Yaxwell, Falconly, Qual 7 Tour, and Fremont have to be scared. It's going to be very difficult to hold these top 15 spots. They haven't qualled. They want to be here. They want to stay at the top, but Reese, it will be very, very difficult.
It's going to be tough, and that last game they came 24th with a single elim, so 1 point. So they had that massive game before that, 11 eliminations first. But not able to manage to continue that. I slipped. 11 eliminations is tough, but
That's
in
a tough
19th,
one. Yeah.
Versa, Jakey, and Swaps, they had a really, really good game there. Came fourth with 8 elims, and these guys are kind of starting to move up, right? They're in 19th. They're kind of getting a little bit of contention to get up to that 15th point slot. So really, really, these guys, if they have a good couple games, they could actually definitely qualify.
Yeah, but like, how much is enough? Because Tilak and Comey and Pepe, they've been staying there the entire time. We have the same 4 trios right outside of that top 15. They're not letting any of those 20th to 33rd place slot teams move up at all, even if they play so well like Versa, right, Zeke? So this is getting so close on both sides of the board.
And I mean, we couldn't ask for anything more entertaining, right? Like, that's what makes this all so crazy. But guys, that last game was pretty intense, and I feel like there was kind of certain elements maybe didn't get to see or pick up on. So you want to walk us through that victory royale?
Let's actually jog through it, but before that, look at the scenery over at all these hills. CRR actually getting shockwaved out. We saw it on broadcast, jumping right back in with an impromptu crash pad. I mean, Reese, that's style.
Style, let's say that was definitely intentional. There was just no way that he flew out that distance, accidentally threw it down right back into a 1-pump 2-shot. Like, beautiful play, but catching on with our winners there, Scram, Stompy, and Refsguard. These guys had an absolutely kind of textbook play. Stompy is one of these guys who's actually really well known and kind of first was used to utilize the strategy of ultimate high ground, right? And you'll see, maybe not in this replay, but we saw back in the game where he was completely, maybe like 10 layers above. Interestingly, most of the players who do this normally have a kind of crash pads, but his inventory actually only had shockwaves and bouncers.
Yeah, you're talking about textbooks. This was like kind of like a advanced architecture textbook about height, honestly, because it was actually so clean. It was not basic. It was complicated.
It was very complex. But again, we're seeing this like translation, high ground equal victory royale in like a lot of situations. Sometimes we see enemy trios trying to contest it, but like they just let him stay up there, he was so high, it felt almost untouchable. And at that point, he's like, all right, well, you guys are down on the low ground. You drop the guy. All right, let me just peek over the edge. I can finish this off and get us the victory royale. Now, guys, we only have a handful of games left, 2 to be exact. A lot of these trios, with 2 games, they have to make their mark. They have to do something. They have to be either get aggressive and jump in a box. Like, there's got to be things that they can be doing. Like, for example, contesting over at Starks, and you're going to 50-50 off the game. Now is probably not the time to do it. That's just too dangerous.
Or is it the time to do it even faster and stronger over and over? Get a free 3 elims, a free 3 points, and almost Starks to yourself early.
No, it's not free. This is what's already happening in Starks. This is the same thing's already happening. The teams who are landing there with Mongrel's team and then Jaspy's team, it's getting wiped straight away or just nothing, right?
Listen,
and then having a great game or just nothing. It's just
Simple
adding
solution.
another team to the
All
mix is not going to work,
no.
Shio. There's
All
no way.
33 teams go Starks for the early game.
Okay, with that being said, guys, we're getting ready to jump into game number 5. Let's send it back over to Sundown and Sancho West. Guys, how do you feel about Shy's opinion?
Oh my goodness. Shio is asking for the world when it comes down to it. 33 trios and Starks. Madness would ensue, but the madness is still happening here right in front of us as we're here. 2 games left. Game 11 and Game 12. I am Sancho West alongside with Sundown. Together we form, ready for it? Sancho. Hey,
I'm not against it. I'm not against
Okay.
it. I think Sancho is a good place to start. I think
Yes.
we can figure something out from there.
Yes, hey, I'm not gonna take full credit. That came from Zeke. Zeke already throwing out Sun West. It sounds like a breezy drink, but someone that's feeling really breezy and feeling good is Scram, Refsguard. What a great trio win that they had right there in Stompy with a textbook execution from the Advanced Architect book from the Shio Wager School of Dubs. And we kind of saw it happen there for a moment there. What they kind of did was they took height It was a very aggressive high ground take, and they were able to do it. A 200 HP pump from a shotgun opened the door, and they just basically ran away from it, holding on to height the rest of the way. They did a textbook split sundown, where they sent 2 people down below of Resguard and Scram, kind of created so much chaos down below, while Stompy sat on ultimate height, and before you know it, they walked away with that victory royale.
And what's really nice about that in particular is you've been talking about wanting to see kind of that signature victory coming out from this trio.
Yes.
As they've all performed in so many different levels. They've been veterans of so many different tournaments, whether it's going back to the skirmishes or the World Cup performance that Stompy put on, where literally everyone penciled him in as just straight up the best player in the world for the number of qualifications he got. We haven't really seen that as of late, so for them to actually put it all together, it was nice to see them get the execution, close the game out, get the points they needed. That makes me feel a little bit more confident about them going into heats tomorrow.
And it's the confidence.
Next week,
next, it's going to feel to them that it's going to feel like it's tomorrow, you know. A whole week, they're going to have to sit and wait, plan, go into scrims, do VOD reviews, late nights, all that kind of stuff. And at the same time, some of our competitors have to juggle school. That is going to be a tough thing. And we're seeing it just like NCAA college athletes having to juggle school and these high competitive play. That's what we're kind of dealing with at the moment. And some trios and some competitors could do really well with that pressure, and some could just collapse. But we're seeing the players that needed to step up, those trios that needed to perform really well, like deal with Mappy, they were able to step up and be in contention to getting in that top 15.
And what we saw for the first time in what felt like a while up in the elimination feed is Matzo actually going down early there. So some contention still happening over in the ruins as Fly is able to convert on that elimination. We're going to hop back on board here with Falcon League, Yaxuo, and Skite all the way over there, just chilling, getting as much loot as they can, trying to maximize those hard mats and then begin their rotation towards the center. They are going to be on that less populated side of the zone, so shouldn't necessarily have to deal with too many players. As we're going to hop on board here, Tayson, Mongrel, farming on the outsides here. Mitro is still up, so looking like they're taking a little bit more of a cautious approach to this contestation.
And this is going to be interesting to watch going forward into the heats. Already, Jaspace trio was on the other side in the main building, and now we're watching Mongrel's Ghostbuster trio here, sitting here. And will they take this passive route? You know, Mongrel we've seen could clutch. He had an amazing pop-off clutch, a 1v3 against Jaspace Moraine and Lunef. And he kind of woke up his neighbors, maybe woke up his mom. He kind of popped off and said he called them mushy. And he put them down into the mush very quickly. So Mongrel, Tayson, and Mitro still having the condition to drop, still have some neighbors here asking for that brown sugar, and they don't want to give any.
I mean, I wouldn't want to give any either when you've seen just how successful they can be coming out of Stark, and they're trying to set a little bit of ambush. However, I don't know if they know that all three of the players are in there. However, Tayson going to open up the door. He finds it Peely right away. Mies is going to end up going down. Good conversion there. You can see a knock coming in from Mitro as well. He's going to pick up the second. That makes it a 3v1, and Mitro finds it for his double, 3 in total, and they're immediately going to begin trading out. But the henchmen trading some shots back.
Hey, the Stark robots created by Tony Stark are showing that they could be deadly in its own way. So that's what made that 1v3 from Mongrel, the big growl, so impressive that he was able to navigate that main building and still pop off there. But you're just seeing the opportunists of Lunef, Moraine, and Jaspace. As soon as they saw Mongrel's trio in a battle, they decided to, hey, it is time to go ahead and take a peek. And there it is, the retreat. The horn has been sounded. They're going to go ahead and back away from this battle, knowing that it's just not enough. They did get a couple of good tags, but here it is. They're disengaging. They're not going to go ahead and push all the way through.
You can see in the top left, Airwalks and Leo picking up some eliminations themselves. It's another fight that's happening around here as we're going to swing just over the side of the cliff. We saw Skite, Falcon Lee, and Yaxo in a fight. You can see Yaxo being backed off a little bit here. However, they have already converted on one of their eliminations, so this is a 3v2.
This is going to be a tough situation there. I mean, this is the story of the top of the board, just gatekeeping the people out entirely of the Heat 1 and train hard. A great rising org here, doing really well, having some big names already qualifying into the Heats, are just showing their prowess and showing how good they are in the EU side of things. And this is tough, man. When you're already, when it feels like a quicksand moment and everything that you could do, you're fighting for everything. You're like you're cornered into it, you know? And then you have someone such deadly as Falconry, Yasuo, and Skite just pushing and trying to convert you into just kind of not necessarily meaningless leaderboard points, but in the scheme of things, yes.
I mean, they want to convert. They want to continue getting this pressure, showing they can execute regardless if you make these finals. You're a worthy opponent in some way, shape, or form. But Seiko Pepe going to go down there as well. Again, we've talked about it. T-Lec will finally be cleaned up, and that's 3 eliminations going over to the Train Hard trio. I mean, they are incredibly scary in these early and mid-game fights. They pincer down on you. They look to try and isolate somebody. And once they know they have an advantage, they're not afraid to use the appropriate amount of utility to get the elimination.
They train hard. Shio is trying to build a workout plan for Zeke, that 3-day plan. I don't know. If I was Zeke, and I don't know how long it will take. It may take more than 3 days to get it done, because you definitely got to do your sit-ups right. You got to tuck your tummy tight to be able to go ahead and do this. So let me just take a look at how it all unfolds here. We're taking a look at an old school way of Doom's Domain. I dropped Sir6 and Vettel here, making an appearance. We've been seeing them, another type of trio that we're asking what's happening to them. They were standing on loose ground, and all of a sudden they were able to come right back up top, get into that in-game situation, letting us know, the audience know, that, hey, we're still going to be a top trio going into that heat situation.
And the key here is to noticing the loadouts is who has the shields, who has the heals for the late game, and where is the utility. Generally, the utility is either on the IGL for the rotations or on the playmaker for the option on the backside of the zone and the late storm takes. Generally see the heals on the one who's going to end up playing safe.
And those is the who, what, where, when, and sometimes why. And sometimes, yikes, because now I drop Vettel and it looks like Sir6 are sitting in deep inside the storm. And the good news is, though, they're going to have a great backup for them to sit in that vault. Now we're going to leave that story to see. Baby Girl, that trio, have been picking up so many kind of picks here and there. They've kind of been fighting for their life, and they've been going up against big names, clashing. And we have Queasy, Milan, and Chapix. They're here to the clash, and we saw that battle going down right now. And Monster, this is a strong opportunity, though, for at least to get some elims to let you know, hey, I went toe-to-toe against Milan, Queasy, and Chapix, and at least I got a knock out of that. And yeah, there it is. They're just so close. They're trying to get them through as much as possible. And there it is. Chapix, Milan, and Alex, a.k.a. Queasy, feeling breezy. They're going to keep moving up, and there it is. They went ahead and disengaged. And yeah, you can disengage. You can breathe for a sigh of a moment, but the beams are going to go ahead and come through. No connection. Yes. Fly gets swatted out like a fly, gets taken down. And there is another rift to go right there. And we're just seeing how deadly it can be to glide over. And we already know Vettel, iDrop, and Sir6 are sitting right here and there.
And there you guys have it. And you can see the fights breaking out, but they're continuing it back into the storm, reinitiating. And this is just the aggression right here, Sancho. Like we said before, I'm stepping in for Sundown here. It's just been a crazy day of Fortnite. It's a crazy day up and down here as Alexa actually gets taken out. So taking on more than they can chew here for a second. And it's up to iDrop7, who all of a sudden is now at max HP. He has the health lead here outside of just Baby Girl on the other side of the wall there.
Oh, Baby Girl knocking on that front door. But this is all about pride here at this moment. We got 2 games left, Game 11 and Game 12, Monster. A very, necessary fight in the scheme of things. So this could be the fight that you could go ahead and take the resources. You may find those shockwaves. You may find that health. All that kind of stuff could butterfly effect and lead you to a victory royale. But now we're going to zoom back into the chaos that's unfolding here in Doom's domain. And no doubt, Victor Von Doom must be happy to see all this chaos unfolding on his front doorstep.
Yeah, definitely here. As we jump back with Chapix now, let's see how it's going to play out. He's got the axe. It's going to be the wall take as well. The big pump follow-up, and that's a shield crack. He doesn't know someone's inside the cone, though. Okay, a little bit of an answer back from that player down on the low ground. And all of a sudden now, he's ticking. The clock is continuing to burst on down. One siphon to recap him back up. Can he just get one right now? It's a beautiful battle, though. It's like a two-way battle right here. This is like a sneak peek of what duos is going to look like. Take a look at that. McNuck is taken out right there. And at least the Siphon is going to turn over for him. So it's a tit for tat. It's a trade for trade here. Chapix and Holy now both have gotten a little bit of a Siphon here to still stay in the game and honestly extend the battle, but not for much longer as Chapix puts the crown on his head. He's the king of the storm today.
King of Doom's Domain battle that just unfolded there, Monster. What a talk about some back and forth haymakers fighting in that purple haze. And Chapix is going to go ahead and reboot his trio using that reboot fan. And I like the good thing is you could kind of afford these storm fights into this situation, considering that the vault is still active. We saw other regions kind of like dip into the vault after this. And speaking of a storm fight, we're talking about the power POIs of Doom's Domain and Stark Industries, and it is still here. Mongrel versus the Jaspe trio. And you talked about all different regions. This is one of those fights that are going to kind of echo throughout all the other regions. And we kind of mentioned this before in different broadcasts. I wonder, does the NAEs kind of keep tabs on what's going down in EU side of things? I have to wonder that, Monster. You're doing the shoutcasting with Aussie Antics in the NAEs. Is that true? Do you think they kind of keep tabs on each other?
Yeah, I mean, you see it all the time, right? When players like Benji pop off, the tweets go up, everyone's talking about it. It's the talk of the community. The Fortnite community is very tight-knit from EU to the NA West region. I think for what it's worth, definitely everyone's watching. We all know you got to put respect on these players' names. All of them definitely deserve to have it. Marine here, though, is trying to put something big up. Mitro doesn't have a lot of HP. This is coming down to the Siphon as well. And now, all of a sudden, he needs to come in. Mitro looking a little bit more desperate, though, because he doesn't have the shield advantage. Little does he know that Marine is ready to go down, and he does. It's a trade. It's a 1-for-1. And now Jaspe gets his Siphon from Mongrel. And all of a sudden, I think Jaspe has the HP lead here, too.
And the HP's are ticking, and time's are ticking right here and right now. And I think we're seeing that the EU region's playing a little loose. Some of our teams that are already qualified are at this point getting the reps in, making sure they got a clean rep, making sure they got all the muscles tight, and making sure that they're not going to have any mistakes going into the heats. It's only a week away, folks. Heats 1 and Heat 2 will happen, and then we have Wild Card Wednesday. That's going to be exciting as the top 32 teams does not make it in. They got one opportunity, but at least Jaspe could say, hey, we win this encounter. And Moraine and Jaspe and Lunef are going to survive for a brief moment here in this game, Monster.
And not only that, they got the reboot cards as well because it was within that tight window, that tight time frame. So Jaspe
I don't know how they do
able to pick up the team. Yeah, definitely. And I mean, he pulled it off. They have the Vault key card there as well. So this is going to come with the the good grace of the Vault and everything else. Is going to be a complete bounce back. Wait a second. Jaspe looks like he's going to throw in the towel here, feeling like it might just be out of the running.
Wait,
Yeah, the card.
Hey, they got the reps in, I know.
I guess.
They got the reps in, got that super set in, gonna go ahead and boom, boom, and you're out the gym, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna go ahead and leave. And so, oh my goodness, of course, my mistake is not the Wild Card Wednesday, it's the Wild Card game. And that is what we're talking about, the Wild Card game where only the Victory Royale winner gets in at number 33 trio. And that's not going to be an option here, Monster, for Mappy's team. That option's gone. The option of making it in as a cumulative series point, out the door. The only option here is to qualify in the top 15. And they're there. They're in right now. But like we notice, it could take a matter of bad games back to back. You could get a goose egg. You could have a bad drop spot. You could get sniped out of midair. Your rotation could fall short of that top 17 placement. These are all the doomsday scenarios. But Mappy says, Sancho, slow down with that doomsday talk. I'm here flying, and I'm here vibing with 2 elims on Queasy and Milan.
Yeah, that's a massive sniper right there. Definitely open up this entire engagement. The AR fire coming in here as well. And honestly, we got a great wide map shot there to give you an idea. Look at how many indicators, how many factors are just nearby. This is the huddle up on the western side of the zone right now. And with how many players are firing in, I don't think anyone over there is going to survive to tell the story. And if they do, I mean, he's not going to have a lot of resources to back him up for the later portion of the game. So, Sancho, it's not looking too good. Look at the pressure here and there. Finally, the Siphon takes over. Chapix falls. And, I mean, They caught a couple of elims that game, but still, they are very much at the bottom, on the bubble of being just inside the top 15.
Yeah, they're right now 9th place, 122 on the cumulative board here that's happening. And this slip out of it, it's going to require a big-time collapse as the 15th place is held down by Fremont, 7-Tor, and Link at 67 points before going into this match. Shio talked about that team, Fremont, who had a clutch performance. They're going to have to clutch again because their inconsistent ride is going from winning the victory route to losing so quickly. So that is so hard to have those back-to-back performances to stay consistent. If you're out there knowing how many times this broadcast has said it, it means it's important. It's probably one of the most important things, and it's always a sign of respect in that Fortnite community when you could say, yo, this player right here, very consistent.
Yeah, definitely. And just consistency is what matters. And I want to stress more that, once again, Alexa, Milan, and Chapix right there at 14th place were just taken out. That's the problem of having extended storm fights. You come in late, and you can just land on top of players, land on a cluster, and especially when the zone's going to favor that kind of side. So a little bit of a unfortunate pull, but again, the decision to stay in the zone, you're going to see it pay off in a lot of negative ways there as Wolfies now trying to do something big here. Honestly, this team has been the most impressive, I think, just by far over the last 2 days, right? A team that needs to clutch up, and they're doing it here.
And it's one of those trios, Monster, to let you go like, wait a minute, Wolfies and Kenzel CRR are for real. I mean, they're for real solo players, but they're a for real trio. And already, you know, as we see as Sweez picking up an Elim and Blaster gets taken down, it's just a matter of just beams following that tracking. Big time Wolfies, Kenzel, and CRR. We all know solo, mechanically, they're going to be a tough out. But as a trio, now we're going to start saying, yo, they might be a tough out here as Alpha and Nikov are trying to do the thing. As down goes Nikov. I think, did Nikov get like taken out right there? Did someone confirm him from a distance?
Yeah, I think so. Exquisier found Jam side there as well, as Deceptos is going to fall in the feed. So that's one player down, or at least knocked from the number one team right now, at least the consistent wise. We saw how tight it was between first and second place, so it is still very interesting at the top. Let's not forget there's big prizing on the line. So both sides, one, finding Elims. Second place is going to find Elims. First place is going to lose a player. So all of a sudden now it's not neck and neck anymore. The tables are changing here. The landscape is shifting as now a big rotate's going to come in from CRR. They're going to make it safely here. The half in, half out, down the elevation curve as well. But they got that mountainside preference there, so that's probably going to help out a ton.
And you may be thinking, is this deja vu? Yes, in the previous game, we had an in-game in Weeping Woods, and that's when we saw Refsguard, Scram, and Stompy able to take a high ground retake and able to push their way and vault their way into a Victory Royale by having a very textbook high ground performance. Will we see that repeat again with CRR and Kenzo? Oh, no, the greed is too real. And we're talking about it. Sometimes you just stick around a little bit too long and you get booted out of the club. Hey, the lights are on, time to go, and CRR is maybe left behind here as Wolfie and Kenzel, or did they get him back up? That's just a scary thing, dude. Scary.
Yeah, he got him right back up. It was the instant pickup there, and I think Wolfie's going back on defense. But hold up, Train H is going to find some big knocks here, and they're down on the low ground. This is going to be a scrappy fight here. As you can see, the shots are coming in from the left, the right, and the bottom. That's the problem with these mid-ground fights. You got to be super careful, but this is worth it because they have the Storm rotate to lean into as well. So with Zone 7 just around the corner, now refreshing their loot here, Sancho, this is a beautiful time to excel in the low ground and take control.
Absolutely. In the mid ground, you could just see there's builds below and on top of them. That means they're on it. They have to be careful. We've been seeing this meta, this strategy of the low ground teams kind of taking out floors right underneath it, and they'll pretty much catch like Skype, who's on the back end, who's trying to do his best to kind of beam people as we're seeing up a nice shockwave play, and that is the time that Sundown was talking about. Just taking that little bit of time to kind of get you all together, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the lobby saw that trajectory, and Skype taken down. We saw a quick revive with CRR. I don't know if Trainhard Trio is going to be able to pick up Skype in this chaos. And look at it, Monster. The chaos is kind of breaking all out everywhere.
Yeah, this is not looking very good for them. Definitely losing a member here as Letwick is going to fall there in defeat as well. So all of a sudden now players are dropping. This is where the most players do fall, though. This is that second wave that comes crashing on in. It hits the shores. It hits it hard as well. So if you're not sticking hip to hip with your teammates, it's not going to be looking very good. As Sinayan here is trying to make his rotate. Mappy's on The only one up here, as Left Eye is no longer in the game. Okay, but they are still with one another. It's not looking too hot, though. He has to back up.
Oh
wow,
my,
it's going to actually favor back, so a little bit of luck here.
Yes, yes, and this is the scary moments as a trio, is when you separate. It's, I don't know, if you ever got lost as a kid, it's probably the scariest thing. You look behind and they're gone, and their trio mate is gone, but now Fayen has to do it all by himself as Mappy is still barely holding on. Look at it, just a sliver of HP. The cabbages will be the play, and no doubt
he gets
somewhere.
Edited down.
Oh, see, you gotta watch out. You're at the main ground, you can get edited down just like that.
Such an unfortunate circumstance there. The most healthy on the team. We saw how weak his teammate was. It's not looking too hot. On high ground, though, Stepter manages to use that sniper opening and then concludes or continues to hold it out. So they had that little bit of zone favor and they take full advantage of it. And now it's Light and Stepter on height. Here's Train H down on the low ground now. 3 eliminations, the follow-up, a big pump there as well. And Squeezier's doing just that too. So we have a full trio up on the top camera box. We have a trio that looks like they're falling apart here, but the Elims racking on in.
And it is Squeeze on your top right that has the opportunity to overtake first place, being held by Hen, Patrick, and Deceptos. So that's going to be the story on your top right. On the bottom, it's Train Hard sitting on the low ground. There are only just 2 of them. It's Yasuo and Falconry trying to hold on for Skype. But on the high on your left side, it is Scram, who's kind of just sneaking away. Maybe he takes it. Yes, Scram does have it, but he is... Oh, is that Restguard? No, it's Squeeze challenging Scram. The battle for height is on as the storm pushes back.
Yeah, the battle for height definitely commences. Scram's gonna get punished. He has to go down, and now Squeezer manages to keep the height. Crash pads being the key to success here, and it's his. You can see it there now. Pressure, he can do what he will with it. Another crash pad across here now, and yes, he can continue to hold out high ground. Someone's here. We know that's probably Scram. No, it was Blackie coming out the storm line. That Siphon's gonna work out. He doesn't even need to thirst it, not at all. He's gonna let it sit there so that he can get that heal later into the game now. This is all, again, falling in their favor. This is the first place run now to take the lead here as the cumulative points for the day 2 format. What a way to end out, or at least continue strong in the back portion of the games now. 8 eliminations.
And just showing how strong of a player you need to be if you want to hold on to height. As all the way up there is Giannis, as Squeeze is doing such a good damage right there, and below is Analix. We're seeing a strong trio now just buzzing the way through all the way to the ultimate low ground. 200 pump goes down. It's just a matter of moments. Cooler ZQ goes down. The only thing that's up is Train Hard's members only doing their best.
Is still up.
Yes, and there it is. The most decorative trio that we have. A solo champion, a duo champion, walking away with the Victory Royale, and Monster, that is the second Victory Royale that they got today.
Yeah, and this was probably the most dominant. 12 eliminations there. Healthy teammates as well. I talked about Jonas still being up because that Squeezer got hit pretty hard. All of a sudden, looked like it could have went either which way, but way to clutch it out.
Way to clutch it up, and I know my mind is thinking about that Wild Wild West Wednesday game that will happen in terms of that wild card. I mean, my mind is there, but we're seeing some wild gameplay happening right here. Top trio solidifying, getting those signature wins, stamping out that competition, and that is what's really strong. You talked about this a little bit earlier. The Twitterverse, the Fortnite family, so to speak, will be talking about this trio getting 2 elims here, 2 Victory Royales in day 2. That's a monster performance, Monster.
Hey, it's an indicator for what's coming up for next week. No, it was great, though, honestly, because honestly, you're just setting the stage, right? The heats are just around the corner. We already know these teams are going to be there, so it's getting that much tighter and tighter at the top.
Getting tighter and tighter. We're going to kick it to the analyst desk to break it all down.
Monster, that was a monstrous breakdown. Thanks, Monster. It wasn't as good. I tried. Yeah, seriously though, Janice, an FNCS Invitational champion. These guys, they just understand what they need to do there in the end game. You just see them so meticulous, moving through the builds, attacking resources, shutting down players left and right. You know, and Janice could have stayed on the high ground, but he said, you know what, guys, we've got this. Let's just lock this down. We can perform, and we're going to walk with the VR. Now, this is their second one on the day. In game number 2, Shad, they had 13 elims, and now they have another victory out with 12. I mean, they're showing up real strong here in day number 2.
and up and above everyone else, right? Getting those 12 elims this game, 13 before, that's points that the people near that top 15 slot desperately need. Points that Kinzel needs too, but he's looking fine today right now. 3rd place overall, hasn't qualified yet. They're having such a good run today, Reese.
They're having such a good run. And imagine to get consistent eliminations, consistent placement, and that's what's putting them up here. Again, we've already said they have not qualified yet. They kind of struggled a little bit yesterday with Storm Surge, and they're getting way further today of that. They've obviously looked at their games from yesterday, figured out what have we done wrong, fixed it, and now look at them, 3rd place.
Past that too, on the next page, we still see Mappy hanging on with Finyanyan and Left Eye. A little bit of a tongue twister there for me. But past that, a bunch of these teams are now rising up. There was another team that was with these guys together who's actually trickled down, Reese.
They have, but one thing I want to notice here, Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson, right? These guys have apparently had 3 placement points today. Only 3. However, 28 eliminations. So these guys have been completely slaying out early in mid-game. Obviously, they're contested off drop, and obviously they're picking up a bunch of eliminations here, and they're obviously still fighting in the mid-game, but not really managing to get that carried through into the placement of the late game. So they're kind of struggling a little bit there, obviously maybe just being a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, like basically I understand now how we get to the top 17. It's those guys forcing the lobby down by size before placement actually rocks in. ZQ, Robabs, and Blackie were the individuals I was talking about who were on that second page the majority of the time, now trickling down slowly. Just like one more game left, so they just have to hang on here for a slight moment and stay in that top 15. It's important for them to qualify. Battle Eyedrop and Stursix have been on this page. Lucia, Legendary, and Riasir are on that brink, though. I'm wondering who's right past them. Who are the other 4 teams we were looking at? Here they are, who've been staying on this page, not really having a chance to jump up. Fremont has been kind of the closest out of everyone here so far, but this last game will really determine how things look for the 16th, 17th, and 14th place teams.
Yeah, and actually, you know, Link, Civentor, and Fremont have popped off today. They've actually got the second most amount of points today total, getting 77 points today alone. So these guys performing very, very well.
And they do have the Victory Royale, and you even see from Letwick's Tree as well, they have a VR too, but that's not enough. You have to be able to keep up with the consistency. You have to try and hit those high placements. You don't need the Victory Royale, but you have to make sure you're at least making it top 10, top 5 if you want to secure that spot. Now, guys, obviously there's much things we have to talk about, but the biggest question mark are teams here on the bubble. We have 1 game left, and a lot of these top 15 spots are being taken up by players who have already qualified.
Yeah, so we want to take a look here. Take a look at some of these teams on this kind of bubble who have not already qualified through placing in the top 15. This is Fremont, Link, and Civentor. A little bit in the early game and mid-game fighting, and then you can see already Link and Civentor have gone down. Fremont left alone to solo here. 5 eliminations to his name, picking up some of these earlier. And you know, it's going to be very, very tough as a solo on his own. Just crash padding through, still has maximum materials, but he's just kind of on that low ground. And because of this, there's too many players around him. He can't find a good later, and he goes down.
Cavado was in there trying to survive a little bit, going down 15th or 16th total place. Move on to another trio, Legendary, Riasir, and Lusha. Looks like these guys were overall in 17th place just a game before, trying to get some elims, surviving in that end game, but things didn't all the way go to plan.
No, that was a beautiful snipe, waiting for the other player to spray the wall and headshot sniping. We saw something actually very similar last week as well. And unfortunately, you know, these guys right now aren't necessarily performing up to their standard, getting up to that kind of top 10 placements. All 3 of those players kind of got between 10th and 17th, just getting a few placement points and a few eliminations. But to secure that point, top 15, they're getting the big game to this next one.
And we've all seen it before, right, Shy? Games can be flipped on their head. You just got it. I like that. Games can be completely changed, right? A team can come out of nowhere, get 10 eliminations in the VR, 35 points to slam onto the leaderboard and change everything. It's possible. They can do it. And right now, it is do or die time. It's going to be, we're either going to quals or we're going back to the lobby, and we're going to have to rethink everything or hope to God we have enough series points to push us on through. Guys, you know what time it is. The final game here in EU. Which top 15 teams will move on to next week's heats? This game will define it all for you guys at home. We hope you've been enjoying all of the action. It's time to go. We're sending it back over to our casters. Sancho, Monster D-Face, close it out.
So much Zeke, Reese, and Shayo. I am Sancho West alongside Monster D-Face, the new face into the place. But what is not new is the intensity and the drama. This is game 12. One last chance. 13 trios making their second appearance in round 3. We have 17 trios making their first appearance into the qualifiers. But all those numbers don't mean anything. It's all about the top 15, Monster. And we have a couple already on the bubble, the Freemox, the Mappies, who have to get it done. And this is the first reveal of Zone 1, and that's not going to be good for this lobby, man. I don't know. Reese talked about it. Mongro's trio, who's sitting currently in that Stark's main building, they've been kind of slaying out. And now that they have zone advantage, they're going to be very dangerous to deal with. But now, this trio right here, out here, Sweaty Sands, not sweating them at all. It is Yanis, Andelix, and Queasy.
Yeah,
or X-Weezy.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, coming into this, they have such a strong run already. Like we said, they've pulled multiple victory royales over this weekend, just showing that they have what it takes. Once again, highlighting this drop spot as one to look out for. It's these random side drops that have been getting all the shine, man. Players that drop in these Sweaty Sands, just finding that consistency. And it's kind of interesting because the zone doesn't typically land up here. So for them to just continue to make it all work is definitely something to keep an eye out on. As when we got a glimpse of that world map, you saw that Steamy Stacks was just completely clear too. So it's kind of crazy. Some of these edge drop spots are not contested.
It's amazing. And to mention earlier, 4ZR's trio, that are the ones that qualified as well. Back-to-back victories coming into the qualifiers. The question is, who's going to be the third one? Who will join them to grabbing that number 1 spot in qualifiers and grabbing the lion's share of $67,000? Can it be Yanis, Andelix, or Xweez? It's kind of a battle. If we're taking a look at the top of the cumulative leaderboard right now, it's a battle between Hen, Deceptos, Patrick, Kenzel, Wolfies, and CRR, who are within striking distance. Their chances are very low for them to get that number 1 spot, but they could do it. This team right here, Train Hard, sitting all the way on the opposite side. We go from coast to coast, sitting here in the Dirty Docks. It's a very popular spot as well for NA East. You see Reverse 2K, Miro, and Day dropping here.
Yeah, this is a dope drop spot here. The last time we casted over this was just yesterday. I think we saw a 3-way battle between some teams just trying to figure it out, make some makeshift drops. This tends to be one of those, places people just come in, trying to claim up over. As you can see down there, there were only 7 cases of 10-plus elims on day 1. Today, there's already been 12, which is crazy, but, it just kind of shows you there's been plenty of pop-offs for the games available today.
Yeah, and let's see who's going to pop off here in Game 12. A little bit later, we're going to bring you more action for NA East with Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics calling all that. And do we got an exciting finish on that side of things, on that side of the world, Monster? What you got? What's a little preview of going down for NA East?
I mean, NA East is hot right now. The contention is going down. I mean, you just talk about trios having, some drama unfold, right? Like, there's some issues between Zate, Saf, and Stretch, which they were the most consistent, the most dominant coming into it. And now all of a sudden things just, like a flip of a coin, things are on the other side of they're on the tail side, right? So
yeah, right.
It's interesting. Not only the competitive landscape, but the players too, man. We already know it's top heavy over there.
Definitely, and the top heavy could sometimes flip on its upside down world type, and we're just taking a nice view of the calm before the Fortnite storm comes in. This is Fortilla side of things. And speaking of the NA East, this is where the X-Set boys like to do one of the most aggressive splits in the region. And what we mean split is they kind of land all the way south as Fortilla, and they go all the way up to Rainbow Rentals, and they kind of take out the scavenging route. But this is another team that is on the outside looking in at the moment, Monster. I mean, I'm not quite sure if they qualify using series points, but still, we've been talking about it with Sundown threats the entire time. You kind of want to have that, hey, I made it in by earning my way into the top 15. It's kind of a strange thing to say, though,
Yeah, definitely. You want to be earning your way to the heats without a problem. Otherwise, just keep a lot of pressure on your shoulders. Also, this is a testament to what would be grand finals. This is a true test of strength. If you're not winning your drop spots, if you're struggling, in these final rounds, that means you have a lot to work on as far as gameplay goes. And I mean, ultimately, it is still going to come down to whose day it is, right? Because at the end of the day, sometimes you just wake up and you're feeling good.
Oh, absolutely. Your builds are feeling good. Your edits are good. That timing creative, you're like, yeah, this is my time. We talked about the threshold in points in the leaderboard, but there's a threshold in player performance. And sometimes you got to have that moment where you kind of break on through to the other side, where you just step up and all of a sudden you're in a new layer of skill within yourself. As we're going back into Doom's domain, one of the hot spots here in the POI, Chapix, Milan, and Queasy went down or had a great battle. You mentioned it earlier. The battle that lasted out wasn't really a great investment, considering they were so injured and wounded leaving this that when by the time they got to the next safe zone, they were already on the ropes and they got easily KO'd in the previous game.
Yeah, it was definitely a close one. I mean, and you saw Stepster having that little bit of high ground in the last one as well, just showing that. I mean, they made good use of it, although the start wasn't that strong. Here, though, Chapik's trying to step in and step up. He is going to find the shield crack, the headshot, and the body follow-up. And I love this mechanic. It's not necessarily new anymore, but it's still really cool to watch unfold in team-based game modes. Tossing back the heels to the teammates still. Now pumping the brakes, realizing, like, all right, they had some great shots and you guys were at a disadvantage somehow. All right, I'm going to back up. So Chapix, even investing shockwaves to get away, he does not want to get pounced on. That's how it's going to work out here.
Chapix getting that nice bounce on Baby Girl Fly. Baby Girl Fly not having a great back-to-back, and that is the end of the ride for that Baby Girl trio. Hey, at least make an appearance here in the top percentages of the EU region. Still a great performance to make it here into round 3. Not that many trios could have that underneath their resume. You just got to build on top of that. If you're going to continue on with your Fortnite career, there's going to be so much competitive play going forward. And I'm just excited for the end of the month. Next week, we're going to have the finale, so to speak, of all this drama that we've been watching. The great finale of the Grand Championship to figure out who's going to be the FNCS trios and who is going to walk away with that big dog E Axe of Champions.
Not only that, the cash prize too. Take that with you.
You're
Store
right.
that on the side, you know?
Okay.
It's not too bad, not too bad.
Not too shabby.
though.
Some life-changing money could be doled out. I feel that. But there's always something special of having something exclusive in the Fortnite world. I felt that little taste of that exclusivity when I got that Tango outfit, and I was, yeah, I had it. And then it went to the shop, and Bondi, that's going to be big. Bondi's one of those teams on the bubble. That Milan snipe out of nowhere, that could ruin this trio's run, Monster.
Yeah, not only that, he's going to get the thirst. He's going to be able to pick up the loot. You can see the team is probably based up down there on the river bend, and there's another squad on the other side of the river. So all in all, this is just a terrible situation for the squad there. And look, they actually have to force their way through the risky. So literally looking to force the, I guess, press the envelope here to cut across because they have to. They cannot stay back here. And you can see that the zone is drawing its way further and further away from the cliffs here, so no one back here is safe. It's literally the longest rotate they can ask for.
And Bondi's trio is slipping lower and lower on the leaderboard. They had that great start. They string together a great couple of games, and Sundial kind of called that out, but it looks like the steam or that premium gas, petrol, whatever you want to call it, that fuel is slowing them down as the ride is close to being over. And now rides are over all over the place. Jamsai Quavado still looking for that top 15 placement in there. Yes, they're most likely to go through the series of cumulative points, but I know Jamsai and Letwick and Quavado have that pride. These are some big names in the community from the EU side of things that have been around for a very long time. And to see them kind of squeak their way in through the cumulative track, that is not within their cards. They want to get it in the top 15.
Yeah, definitely. And Jamsai and Letwick specifically have proven they can do that time and time again, both of which have some seriously strong track records, right? Championships under the belt.
Yes.
For what it's worth here. Gravados, though, is going to walk into a big shot now, and he's actually going to get finished on as well. It's up to Letwick and Jamsai to clutch out. We were just praising them, and it's not looking too good. No shield on what's left of the trio now. Lanouf and company, Marine, still here. They won the last time around. Jaspe clutched it up for them, and it looks like they're going to do the same again here. It's not looking hot, though, as the storm line is also pushing them out. Remember, they caught the first one, so they had so much time to fight. But the second one, not so much. The clock's ticking.
And that's what's crazy, man. You're going to see teams that already qualified a long time ago, feeling it. Lunef's team already qualified in week 1. Now you're dealing with the team that's trying to get that top 15 qualification, and this is what's going to be the chaos that's happening. We've seen it time and time in all Fortnite competitive. It's usually the haves and the have-nots. These have-nots are struggling against the haves of Lunef and Moraine and Jaspe. Lunef's trio has more pickaxe elims than on the other team. So not only, Monster, they're out here getting elims, but they're kind of racking them up in the most disrespectful way in Fortnite.
I mean, it makes sense here. Stark Industries, if it's contested, there's so many strategies where 3 players can definitely land on a player, pickaxe him out. Or, of course, the disrespect, the pump followed by the big axe shot. I mean, I say this all the time. It's one of my new lines, but having a legendary pump, you basically have a player and a half, right? You're worth so much more than just a single individual. That pump in its own can level the playing field. So, no surprise there.
It kind of makes you feel like Hercules, man. You just feel the strength of 10 men, but in your case, 1.5 men. For me, being a player my caliber, I feel like I am the strength of 10 as Wolfies, CRR, and Kenzel showing their strength as a trio. This newly formed trio that is just blossoming in front of our eyes. They're getting it done all together. I mean, this is really nice to see. And for the people out there, the Fortnite nerds like you and me, this is interesting to watch. We're seeing a solo team that was having so many questions going into these qualifiers, figuring it out right in front of us, and they get that nice knock against Airwalk.
I think Kinzel is just the proper glue to this squad right now. You're talking about someone who has multiple big belts as a solo individual. He's got the game sense. He's got this game figured out quite literally right now. And you pair that with players that don't quite have the rotation skill, but they have the fighting power, right? This is the second game in a row, by the way. We've seen Wolfies take a player out of the sky. You go up, you're going to get hit consistently, time and time again. I mean, and that's the deadly power between CRR and Wolfies, the tracking that they have. That with Kinzel now, it's just well balanced. As Jaspe is going to fall here, and now it's up to, who's that? Is that Chapik's team, right? What's left of them? No, actually coming out of the Stark Industry, so a little bit of a late rotate. That's what we talk about, staying over there for too long. Now Jaspe is one of the ones down here.
I'm just seeing this right now, man. The intensity. This is the game 12 intensity. Hours and hours, games and games racked in already. Not to mention round 2, which was the first day. 10 games right then and there. 3 hours of intense competition. Then another 6 games to piggyback on top of that. Now we're in a final frame of 6 games here to go. And Chapix, Milan, and Queasy still have a lot to play for. Even though they qualified in previous weeks, that #1 spot is up for grabs. And we're seeing other people as well. And we see Fremont, Seventor, who are on the other side of this fight, Monster. They're trying to get in that top 15, and they're just on that bubble. And teams like Swabs, Versu, and Jackie, who Versu squad has been taking out so many top 10 teams already in this qualifying round, you gotta watch out for them, because yes, they're not doing so well in terms on the leaderboard, but they'll take you out in the blink of an eye.
Jackie here fighting with pure aggression, though, although at a little bit of a disadvantage with the shock, and it doesn't even matter. He's going to find the player there. Nice knock now, sitting on the siphon as well, and he's got good control of the build here, too. All of a sudden, look at how things turn. The upgrade to the shotgun loadout, and now it's up to them to continue to make it out this storm line. But way to end the fight pretty quickly. I mean, Nana's still alive on the side there, but unfortunately, the lead that I was praising them for is now looking not too hot, as all the Tug Splashes has to come out kind of early here.
Just to let you know, Link, Seventor, and Fremont are sitting at 16th place with 78 points before going into that. So it's just showing you how there's teams just getting edged out metaphorically as well on their leaderboard. There's a battle for that as well, as the Storm is essentially taking out the bottom of the board, and only the top 15 are going to survive. Wolfies, Kenzel, and CRR. I like that you mentioned this, the glue that hold them together. Mitro and Mongrel, you would say the glue is Tayson, trying to hold that together, trying to wrangle that deadly duo who go out there and rack up so many elims. So that's what's interesting. The glue, the IGLs, the in-game leaders are proving strong. And when you have something like this, you see magic that's happening. And that's what's really cool seeing trios, is the teamwork that's unfolding, like I mentioned, right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of team dynamics that have that going for them. And NAE specifically, you have teams like Reverse 2K, Miro, and Day. You have it from Who Fishy, Coop, and Chap. There's just so many different variances and instances here, though, of course, in front of us. Kinzel, CR, Wolfies. You do have that Mongrel trio, like you mentioned. I mean, arguably, you can even chalk it up to Leshy being on with Mr. Savage and Benji there as well, right? Like
Right.
These powerhouses, you put that with game sense, and all of a sudden you have a big winning formula. Now, though, it's time to rotate. Kinzel, as we talked about being the IGL, he's literally leading the pack right now in front of the charge. All his big hounds have to do is follow through and attack when he says go. So, it looks scary, and they're in shape right now.
Definitely, and Kenzel being the back-to-back DreamHack champion in the solo side of things, and we already seen the taste of some duo competition as DreamHack has reintroduced duo competition, and I really love seeing the Fortnite fam on the Twitterverse kind of light up and everybody putting their pictures. I'm already, I'm left on red by Monster. That's cool. I mean, that's fine. Hey, I get it, bro. I mean, there's other better casters out there who could probably be mechanically gifted out there in the duo scene, but here is a nice overview, and this is what our competitors are going to be dealing with, ladies and gentlemen. That mountain is going to be big factor. There's actually 3 of them around this terrain, and already you're seeing the kind of like that. I've been saying it all day, the sixth sense prowess of the competitors knowing how valuable the high ground is, and already we have about 3 trios already billy goating on top of that main mountain before it's even revealed.
Yeah, it's Floki's team who's got the prime stake on the positioning here. He's up there, he's big chilling, able to see everything unfold. Rajastar trying to bounce back here, farming some wood, trying to get his material count together. You have to assume, yep, they're not looking too hot here. Bit of a struggle. Bit of an outskirts rotate as well for them, but the fish is huge. We already know that. That's a clutching factor if you're left by yourself. He's going to get tagged once here, but not too much is going to come out of it, as now they have the opportunity here to storm pressure someone out. Crashback comes in, trying to hold him or send him flying. It's going to be Alex in there from Team Enterprise.
That's actually Milan Queasy, man. If they're out...
Oh, it's Queasy,
Yeah, they changed his name. So, if they're out, Monster, they may be out for the competition from getting that first place. I mean, I know they were kind of sniffing around, but that's a big-time trio. The ones that are in contention sitting on top of the board is Analix, Yanis, and Xweez, Hen, Deceptos, and Patrick. And in third place is Kenzel, Wolfies, and Dumptruck going into this battle. Blaster, Nikov, and Alpha are in the 4th. And to round out our 5, we have Refsguard, Stompy, and Scram on the cumulative leaderboard. It all comes down to this in these last moments. We literally have, after this reveal, 4 zones left to go in the final game 12. And Mappy is sitting in that top 15. And Fremont's trio already lost Fremont. I'm not sure if they're still in this fight, but that's another team that's on the bubble, as we're going to see who is going to get this last victory royale going into heats. And that is when things are kick up a notch. That's when things get spicy.
Yeah, definitely. The players are going to be at the edge of their seats, probably staying up a little later than usual at night. Lack of sleep, thinking about what heat am I going to be in, who is going to be in that game with me. How's it going to unfold? Who's dropping with me? There's so much that goes into heat's preparation, and honestly, the sooner the better for the pros, so hopefully we'll see when that list gets divvied out there. This game has to continue to unfold, though. Everyone's getting, slightly steps and steps closer, right? But this is it. It's their final run now of day 2.
And this is a trio that we have been looking on in this Train Hard trio, Monster. I'm telling you, Sundown and I have been covering it. We've just been seeing them be consistent. They're one of the 2 trios to make it in every single round 3. And they end the run of Deceptos, at least. That's one of the trio in our top board right there going down. That's our 2nd place losing. But we have been seeing Hen and Patrick clutch it up. Hen has been performing monstrably in the solo performance game, but Train Hard as well. On the other side, the other Train Hard trio are racking up, and they're doing really hot. As we're taking a look, Mappy's still up, and he actually gets a squeeze. So Mappy's trio is going up against the number 1 trio on the board, and they're, oh my goodness, Mappy goes down, but Train Hard trio is getting E-limbs in a nice and easy way, Monster.
Yeah, nice and easy right here. Looking right down as they had that little bit of elevation to play off of. You can see the terrain really taking its toll here as everyone's trying to claw their way up this mountain. If you don't got a good grip on it, it's not going to look too hot. And now it's coming back down. So just playing a little bit of mind games with the players, going back and forth here. This elevation gets super steep. But more importantly, now they're going to be going through all these old builds. So how is this going to fare out? This is really going to shake things up as now Refsguard's in front. And I mean, they have a lot of time to work with here. Being so early, everyone's going to come collapsing on top of them. With a little bit of aggression, they can hold everyone off. But ultimately, it is going to be a matter of if they stay in front, they should guarantee their way to endgame.
And here we are. We're going to figure out very soon who's going to join Kezek's 4ZR and Nate at being the qualifier winners. Back-to-back winners. Now round 3 is up for grabs as Revsguard gets a grab out the door and has going to bounce our way back. And you mentioned it. They were there early, and all of a sudden the chaos is kind of washing over them. The wave is crescendoing at the right moment. But Revsguard, Scram, and Stompy are kind of stepping up to the challenge at this moment. They're saying, we're here. We got one signature victory royale, and we're going to try to get another one here in day 2. This was a big question for me. And Sundown and I, we wondered what's going on with Revsguard, Scram, and Stompy. But they're answering that question right here, right now, in a big time way as we're seeing zone. They're just on the front here and they're pepperfied and they're about to shockwave to a better position here, Monster.
Yeah, and that's going to be the bouncer shockwave as well. You can see that it's going to get them far. It's going to get them in front. Revsguard takes a little bit of a tick, but now he loses teammates in the process as well. So it's a bit of a split up there. Scram gets ticked for like 5 HP, or 5 ticks of the storm equaling 50 HP, meaning that he was sitting out there for quite some time. That's the problem, going from high elevation down into low. And you can see it's happening again here. Look how many players get overshot there from the mobility usage. It is very, very tough to, I guess, execute, especially off those little bits of high ground. Here, though, the wide shot giving us an idea. Clement on high ground. Nakos just underneath that. Kami up there as well. And you can see it's going back and forth. Someone's challenging up above. Clement gets dived on into the box. It's not looking good. Loses all of his shield and crash pads on out. What a way to shake up the height.
Height is being contested, but we have a great mid-ground tarp from the Wave Advise. We're taking a look at the low ground, and you're seeing on your bottom right is ADN sitting on the mid-ground, doing all the work here. Matzo, Amplify, ADN are still up, and there it is, kind of peeking down into boxes to grid boxes down below. Here we're taking a look at Cooler ZQ's trio, Black and Robas, sitting at height. What a strong performance from Cooler ZQ. Got so close to getting the opening Victory Royale. Can they close this out with the Victory Royale? We'll tune in with that, but the story is Train Hard's, Matzo, Amplify, and ADN working really well together, but ADN's low on mats, but you're seeing the supportive play of his trio mates kind of help him out as they go for a layer switch, knowing that they're low on mats here, Monster, but they're still looking strong considering they're fighting hip to hip and taking every moment to get any bit of material as possible.
And just look at the tracking right there. He was hunting. He's going to find Revsguard in the storm line, and one little hit, even from that far, is enough to take him out here. They don't hold these floors, though. Do have to be careful distancing themselves. High ground, though. Blackie, Cooler, ZQ, and Robobs holding it down right now, raining fire right now. And honestly, Cooler, ZQ did win his engagement up there, so high ground is all theirs, and they're fully kitted. In the low, though, ADN here trying to get as many points as possible. This is what matters most. Remember, there is prizing on the line here no matter what, so you want these elims. You want that first place.
Absolutely, and every type of elim just gets you closer and closer. Hundreds and hundreds of dollars are being accrued right here, and another elim is being accrued. So it is Amplify, ADN, and Matzo going up against Robots, ZQ, and Blackie. It's a 3v3. The final 2 teams standing tall in Game 12. This is going to be a matter of can Height hold on as long as possible. As you already seen, down to the soft mats, down to wood, and Amplify's trio is down to it, and here he goes, the engagement. They go toe-to-toe. Blackie goes down, suffers the immediate blast, but now Cooler is being peppered. Now ADN, Amplify goes down. Matzo, ADN trying to close this out with the Victory Royale. Opportunities are here, just missing of the blast, but they already have to deal with one more that's sitting at height, and they could go ahead and chop this down. The ultimate chop down happens, and the Victory Royale is gained by Matzo, Amplify, and ADN. The underdog that everybody needs to start putting on their top trios in the EU region, Monster.
ADN does not miss. You saw the low ground peaks. You saw the follow-ups after that. He was a big part of why Blackie went down too. I mean, the siphon, making it not even close. Even if it went the distance, ADN still had it. Take a look at this though, Sancho. We have our winners of the day.
And there it is, the winners that are joining the 4ZR trio, Andelix, Giannis, and S-Weez with 62 elims with 3 Victory Royales, getting 201 points. The lion's share of the money bag goes to them. But more importantly, they're going to have that opportunity just to say, look, we got one qualifier week underneath our belt. We are going to be a strong trio going into Heat 1 and Heat 2. And I'm doing my power stance. This is what they're doing to the rest of the Fortnite community. We are here, and we're here to mess around.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, and way to do it, right? These qualifying weeks are what I would call simulations of what could be the Heats, what are going to be the grand finals. I mean, it is the best of the best players ultimately. They're going weekend after weekend against one another, and they did a fantastic job here today.
Thank you so much, Monster, for stepping in. I am Sancho West. It's been a blast, but we're going to kick it off to the analyst desk of Zeke, Shayo, and Reese.
Yes, Sancho. Power stance. Alpha up, baby. That's what you like to see.
My team
Masso
won.
80 I didn't even get to come back, and he's already doing this. Reese, darn it, we know how good you are at this. I mean, first off, congratulations to you, but congratulations to them as well. Finding that #1 spot, and again, this is not the finals. It's not going to they're not going to walk away with an Axe of Champions, but this is a statement saying we were at the top. Wherever we go in finals, you need to be careful. Wherever we show up in heats, you need to watch out. You see they're the only trio here in week number 3, day number 2, to walk away with the 200+ points. They are feeling so strong, but again, it's the top 15 that will be moving on through.
So they took that first place slot, but something that we obviously saw right there, that last victory royale picked up by Umblify, ADN, and Matzo. Before this, they were actually 8th. So they've managed to go from 8th all the way up to 2nd with a 10 elimination victory royale. So very, very impressive from them.
And Robab, ZQ, and Blackie actually end up pulling through, somewhat almost teetering off, but after that last game, 150 total points over the 2 days, 7th place overall, and they lock it in, along with Mappy, Finyayan, and Left Eye, Skype, Yaxo, and Falconly, 3 now trios that were not qualified before, took week number 3 by storm, and locked it all in.
Ooh, and you can see in our 15th spot, Lucia, Legendary, and Reazure, the team who we looked at in our previous package, just managed to get that last slot there. They were one of the people who were teetering on the edge, and they've managed to hit that qualification up in that last game. They got 8th with 3 eliminations, so really, really good job for them to actually manage to clutch up when it matters and actually pull it off.
That's right. Congratulations to the top 15 trios that did make it in those top 15 spots. With that being said, we want to take a look at these predictions that Reese,
we do.
Again,
we
he
do.
is just a supercomputer when it comes to understanding this. And obviously, we like to make jokes, but props to him. Janice coming out on top, and Alex and Squeeze there. This trio really showing up here in week number 3. But the question, Reese, will be, can they translate that in heats?
I'm going to be interested because I think in heats, they may be contested, they may not be, because, you know, this week, their competitive team, Nate, 4ZR, Kezix, did not qualify. They did not manage to contest them at this point. So in the heats, maybe not, but grand finals, which I think both these teams will qualify for, that might be a whole different story. Where are they going to land? Who knows?
Yeah, both really top competitors, both strong teams. Milan, Chapik, Squeezy had a good run today as well. Not what I expected overall from some of the top 5 slots being taken over, but still showing that they can stay consistent and hit those numbers and slots that you need to hit for heats and grand finals. They're still looking pretty good.
And that's where a lot of these trios, their eyes are already shifted there. Heats, grand finals. What do we need to do to make sure we can hit? Because remember, once we're in heats, it is the top 8 trios. So that line is going to go even higher. It's going to become even more difficult. But Fortnite fam, that is it from us here in EU, and that wraps up week number 3. Next week, we are back. We'll be diving deep into heats. But if you want more Fortnite action after this break, we've got NA East. So till then, Fortnite fam, we love you, and we'll see you guys on the Battle Bus.
Beep, beep.
What up, Fortnite fam? You know what time it is. We are back with more of the FNCS here in NA East. I'm your boy Zeke. We're your host. We got Shy Wager. We got Reese here on the analyst list to break down everything that we do see today. Gents, EU was absolutely ridiculous. And we're going to be seeing pretty much the same here in NA East. Final day. Last chance. 6 games to make it, or you will be done as a trio. How are you guys feeling right now?
Anxious, man. NA East just in general is that much more fierce from the mid to late game, and these guys were wild yesterday, so I can't even expect what happens today.
They were wild. EU that we've just watched has been wild. There was kind of a big change up in the leaderboards from the first place from day one. We're going to interested to see if that same thing's going to happen today. Very, very excited.
And there's so much I feel like that did happen in EU. In case you guys at home miss it, it was just this constant back and forth. Remember, there's trios that have already qualified that can make it in the top 15. At that point, gatekeeping other trios out from claiming one of those secured spots. We saw trios show up in really big ways, especially after, like, not the greatest start on day one. For day 2, they came back. They said, you know what, yesterday doesn't even matter, because right now we know what we have to do, and we have to claim one of those 15 spots. What's going to be interesting, especially looking at all this, is the brand new trios coming in. A lot of them haven't made it to a round 3. So if they want to make it to heats, they literally have to claim a spot right here, right now.
Yeah, and like the big thing too is that like the way things were happening yesterday with Elims and Victory Royales, it was kind of flipped on its head in NA East, right? In total, Reverse, Miro, and Day were playing so well, Elim to Elim, game to game, and Zayt, Saf, and Stretch were on top with VRs the whole day through. They didn't actually end up at the right slots in first and second. It was kind of flipped, Reese.
It was kind of flipped. It was interesting because, you know, those other 3 games that Zayt, Saf, and Stretch didn't pick up their Victory Royales, you know, they weren't really managing to get too many points. However, you know, Miro, Day, and Reverse were picking up huge eliminations and great placement every single game.
They are absolutely a trio I'm going to be keeping my eye on for today. Now, we're going to get into games in just a moment, but first, let's go ahead and take a moment to talk about the actual broadcast itself and what you guys at home can expect as viewers. So earlier on in the day, we checked in with EU, watched 6 games there, and here we are for the last 6 games of NA East. Now let's take a look at the overall tournament format. We've had 2 rounds, which now leaves us in round number 3. 2 days, 6 games, both days, where then the top 15 trios will move on to heats, and those are next week. Now, here's where things get very interesting. In heats, we'll have another 6 games, both days, so a total of 12, but Shy, only the top 8 advance. But then when you're looking down on that next line, the 9th through 16th place are going into the wild card match.
Zeke, what is that wild card match, you ask? Well, let me tell you, it's a match where those teams play for just one spot, the Victory Royale spot of that match, and that team, that one team will go over to the grand finals. 2 days, 6 games per day, and after that we'll have our trios FNCS champion crowned.
I cannot wait. New trios around the world in all of these regions will be hanging on to Acts of Champions until the next FNCS, a trophy, a boon to be able to say to the world, hey, I am a champion, recognize it, boy. But we're going to move on. We've got the tournament format, Victory Royale worth 25 points. Placement as far out as 17th at 1 point. And then every single elimination is worth 1 point. Now, Shy, you kind of touched on this. It sometimes doesn't matter, right? Like, Reese, yesterday we watched Zayt's trio be so dominant with 3 Victory Royales. But Reverse, Day, and Miro, they just locked it up with eliminations. 2 15-point elimination games back to back. They don't even need VRs.
They didn't. It's actually really, really interesting to see a team with 0 Victory Royales being currently in the first after 6 games, in particular when Zayt, Saf, and Stretch's team have 3 Victory Royales already. But this kind of just goes to show you that, you know, you can play for those Victory Royales, but in those other games you still have to be equally as consistent. Day, Miro, and Reverse were consistent in their placement, and they popped off with a huge amount of eliminations every single game.
Man, you gotta hope that they are just as hot today as they were yesterday, because if they are, they're going to be putting up some pretty big numbers. Here is a qualifying pricing breakdown. Don't forget, we're in NA East right now, so there you can see the prize breakdown. Now, guys, we're going to be jumping into all the action, but there's a lot of stuff we have to talk about coming out of yesterday's results. Obviously, we need to take a look at, you know, some of the crazy plays that happens. We got to take a look at the standings and kind of paint the picture, because I'm sure there's people that are tuning in probably missed out on yesterday. So let's do that. Let's take this moment. As we kind of talked about Miro, Day, Reverse 2K, this is such a dominant trio. They came in yesterday, and a lot of times we see this where like one trio comes in to one of the 2 days of competition and just flies up the standings, but then on day number 2 they kind of peter out. I want to say I don't think that's going to happen here for this trio.
Really, Zeke? Okay. I mean,
I believe it.
I feel like it took a lot of energy for these guys overall to be able to do that game after game. It was very specific in terms of the situations that Day, Miro, and Reverse 2K were in day number 1. I'm not sure if it's repeatable because it was really historic, Reese.
It was really historic, but, you know, these guys have been kind of changing their drop spot up week to week. You know, they were originally, I think, in the warm-up cup looking to go Sweaty Sands, sorry, not Sweaty Sands, in Steamy Stacks up at the top right corner of the map. Then they were going to go down to Dirty Docks, and now that the XSET trio has not qualified for this round 3 of Qualifier 3, they've taken their spot in Fortilla. And, like, they've been very, very consistent, and I think they're going to continue that on to today. However, what I want to see is the heats. Are these guys going to have to be contested by the XSET trio? Is it going to be TNA versus XSET in the heats or in the grand finals? That is something I'm going to be very interested in.
Absolutely, because that will be something that XSET hasn't faced yet. A big fight off of spawn, especially over at the Fortilla by a formidable team. Past that, though, from 6th to 10th, remember, if the emblem is not there on the left of these teams' names, that means that they're in trouble. They need to qualify in this week 2 day, basically. That's Gabe Tahi and Sprite Story, Crumble, Nexi, and Mars, Mega, Riverson, and Dubs, all in that same boat. They need today to work. They need to hit the top 15 in NA East.
And this is something we kind of saw similarly on EU. 3 teams in the top kind of 6 to 10 that need to qualify through, and it's kind of constantly changing as the kind of day goes on. And I'll be interested to see where the 11th to 15th teams end up placing and how many of these teams really need it to qualify through today.
SC's Furious and Blake are going to be here kind of in opposite stakes. Usually these guys are one of the teams that need to qualify or need to prove something, need to find a drop. Today, though, they've already qualified from a previous qualifier. They're looking really good coming in. It's all about practicing now, getting down the groove of the game. Skittles, Ronaldo, different story though. Kaz, Kearney, and Polarize in that same boat. Degen, Agers, Animal also at risk, and that is just the top 15, Reese. There are 15 more trios past this who are in very similar risky spots.
There are, and we kind of covered some yesterday, like Gua, Cod Genesis, and Shades. Guys who performed really well in kind of a single game. You know, their first match, they ended up 10 eliminations in 3rd. You can see them here in 16th place. But after that, again, kind of fizzled out. We've seen this on EU, the same kind of thing happen, where we get that first game really big, and after that, they're kind of slowing down a little bit. These people in the 16th to 20 are really going to need to start picking that up on day 2 so they can actually secure that position of qualification at the end of today.
Yeah, and all these teams who are at this type of, you know, bubble, the top 15, just teetering in or kind of leaving out, have such unique play styles and need certain factors to be in the game for them, like, you know, getting a half zone or controlling low ground, and only one of these teams can really get it per game. So there's a mini fight within a bigger fight for the map, and like NA East is going to get like that layered 24/7 throughout the whole day.
And this isn't even heats, right? Like, wait till we get to heats where we're just turning everything up to 11. Then we're going into grand finals. Then it's up at a 12, right? There's just so much they're going to be keeping a track of. A lot of trios that we're going to be looking at. And speaking about these trios, if you missed out on the action yesterday, don't worry. Shy Wager and Reese, they've got you covered.
Yep, we had 6 games. That means 6 wins. And it started with Zayt, Stretch, and Saf picking one up. And then it went to Zayt, Stretch, and Saf picking another one up, Reese.
Crazy consistency. They had won the first game of every single qualifier so far. So I wonder if they're going to manage to do that again today for the game 1, because they obviously picked up 3 victory royales all together. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can do that today.
Yep, after that, they were not able to make an end game in game number 3, and that is where Cease, Clicks, and Bizzle. Clicks, Bizzle, and Illest, my god.
Got
the
it.
one trio that's the hardest to pronounce.
Yep.
Past that, Jamper wins the heal game. That was amazing.
Yeah. And in game 5, we have Dubs, Mega, and Riversand. A team who've been a little bit inconsistent so far. Well, this is their first round 3 that they made it through, but picking up a big victory royale in game 5.
And so after that, just how we started the day off, it wrapped up with Zayt, Saf, and Stretch getting an easy win up there. It wasn't anything that was too hard to control, just a drop down and consistent play style. They brought it back and kind of landed in the saddle. Will that be the same to the start of today? Because during the mid games, during, you know, games 4 to 5, they kind of teeter out sometimes.
There's so much that we do need to discuss. Now, really quick, I do want to touch on predictions. So, if you missed it, well, Reese is really good at predicting which team is going to come out on top. Now, the question is he the same level of right here in NA East? Well, let's take a look at together and see which teams these guys all predicted. Shio, let's start things off with you.
Zayt, Saf, Stretch, Doom's Domain, uncontested. Those are the only words I have to say. Maurice, you can take it from here.
You know, my predictions are on point for EU, for NA East. You know, I'm a little bit further off, but Mega, Riverside, and Dubs, very, very solid team, and they're currently in 9th, which is a very, very strong position. These guys can easily bring that back if they have a really big day today, kind of place in that top 5, even in contention of that first place slot.
That's right. Now, moving on along, we do have Aussie Antics. They decided to go with Acorn, Slacks, and Vanish. Jacques. Now, these guys are doing, you know, they're doing pretty okay, I would say, coming into today. But even if they didn't do that incredibly hot yesterday, like they did come in 10th, today's a brand new day. And, of course, we've got MDF running us out, Clicks, Illist, and Bizzle. I have to really tell my mind to slow down and say that this trio is coming down in 7th. Bro, it's so hard. I don't know why. Maybe it's the double L or the triple Ls. I'm not even sure. Anyway, this trio coming in 7th right now. Again, this is a fresh day for all of these trios. They had the initial 6 games yesterday, especially coming off round 1 into round 2 into round 3. So they've had time to rest, reset, VOD review, say, look, these are the things that went right, and these are the things that maybe went wrong. Now, for them, I don't want to say like necessarily anything went wrong, but it was a great opportunity for them and even the top 5 to kind of take a look back and say, what can we fix and refine to just secure that top 5 placement and make sure going into heats, into grand finals, we're looking real good.
I think for NA East today, the story is basically going to be, is Zayt's, Stretch, and Saf in the game? Like, are they there in the end game? If not, who is kind of filling in that void? Because it was Jamper once, was Clicks doing so well. I think that's the reason why they're that high with that VR the second time. I'm just thinking about, can these guys continue the reign? 3 VRs already. How many more can we see on day 2?
All right, Reese, you just left speechless. You didn't have anything to say. I like it. All right, guys. Well, let's get ready to send it over to our casters. We got Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics. Take it away, gentlemen.
There you guys have it. A little bit of the pre-show to set things up here. Let's see who can build a great case today. It's day number 2. Monster D-Face here, of course. Aussie Antics joining up. We're casting all the action for NA East. It's been a phenomenal last couple weeks. We're leaning into the heats. Things are ramping up, Aussie. How are you feeling for the games?
I'm feeling really excited for the games, and it's actually crazy because we have so many big teams that have made it today and so many new teams that need to perform today. You don't want to have to get into heats off consistency. You want to have that big performance and really kind of make a name for yourself, and teams like Riverside, Dubs, and Mega, they need to do that now, and this is their last chance.
Yeah, and I'm so excited to see Day Mirror and Verse 2K, honestly. Finding the eliminations, finding all the placements. They are crushing it right now. Not a single victory for them, but consistency throughout all the games. And doing off of a different drop spot, I think that's not getting enough credit in its own. I know Reverse DK gets a lot of slack already, but literally switching up the drop spot, you're talking 2 polar opposite corners on the map and still finding success on those rotates through. So if there's anyone to study from right now, I think it's him because they were doing a great job even out of Dirty Docks as well.
Yeah, and when you talk about like consistency, right? This is a 12-game format, and they haven't got a single VR, but that's even more impressive. They're in first by almost 20 points with no victory royale, which just shows how ridiculously consistent they've been compared to a team like Zayt, Saf, and Stretch that we talked about yesterday. They go for height and they win the game, or they go down with next to no points. There is no in between. And while that is super exciting, they could run away with it today, which I'm sure Shio is hoping for. It's more than likely that could fizzle out, and teams that are being more consistent, like Day Mirror and Reverse, will have their day. Hopefully, I'd like to see them as well.
Yeah, but, if you guys, keep up with the Fortnite scene, you guys keep up with social media, you know that there's been some trouble in paradise with the Doom's Domain team, so I am curious to see how this day is going to unfold. I think it'll be a true testament to their mind, their mentality, their strength. We'll see, though, because the battle bus is just underway. We're going to be hopping in here soon with what would be game number 7, because this is day 2 of the 2-day format for qualifier number 3 here, Aussie. Let's get it.
Ooh, let's get him. We're starting at the Lighthouse, where we start all of our NES games. This place for me has just already got such like a soft spot in my heart now. Every time I see the Lighthouse, I just get so excited for some ridiculously good NES games. Got a nice shot of the map now, and it's looking pretty standard, Monster.
This week already seems a little different, though. I see Paper, Chaotic, and Haas up by Steamy Stacks being contested. They had it for free yesterday, and they didn't do very well. 28th place was their final score of 16, so pretty rough for them.
Sorry, Monster, cut you off. I'm seeing no team at Slurpee. Is there an issue? I have no idea what's caused there. Are they like pushing someone else out of there if we had something go wrong? I'm seeing literally no team at Slurpee. So yeah, that's a big... Maybe they're splitting outside it. Maybe because of this change like we talked about with Daymir and Reverse being down here now because the XZ guys aren't here. Maybe they're taking more real estate around Slurpee than going into Slurpee. They're just that confident they're uncontested. That'll be something we have to kind of find out.
Yeah, Creo, Bucky, and Kanata, they do that. Like, quite literally. They will spread out. I'm assuming yesterday's rotates through the Weeping section of the map was completely either not looted or looted late with teams there. So I can definitely see them being a little bit more aggressive, a little more bullish with their take here. As we jump in with the first place lead right here of Daymir and Versus2K, you can see here's the draw spot. Get an idea how comfortable they've managed to get here. Also comfortable, though. Look at the spread, right? They have a wide take on the Swamps.
And I mean, not that they need to change anything. They're in first place. They've been doing so insanely well. But at the same time, this is a drop spot. You touched on it. They don't actually have as much experience here as they would their previous drop spot, Dirty Dogs, and they're still in first. So you have to think it's only going to get better today. I was waiting to see maybe if a team would kind of push in and take more of their loot in this big area. Like, did they have the same level of respect that the XZ guys did to keep everyone, you know, scared and pushed back? And it looks like they did. So I'm expecting a big day from them here.
Yeah, definitely. They've been on this crazy tidal wave of recent just great performances, consistency across the board, across different game modes. We already know. We've talked them up all day yesterday. If you guys don't know, a little bit of competitive history of players like Reverse2K who have qualified their way through to the biggest stages, the World Cup back in the solo World Cup days. Then you have, of course, Mira, who's done so much. His recent rise to greatness and Day as well both came from the FNCS Invitational solo track as well. So three solo bandits that managed to just find themselves at the top of the food chain now. But hold up, we do get to see that fight. This is two teams that have been struggling in the tournament going toe-to-toe here.
Yeah, and there's going to have to see, because has Paper and Chaotic definitely have the drop spot experience. They've been dropping Steamy for a very long time, but like you talked about it yesterday, we were expecting a big weekend for them, because last weekend they were double contested. Most this weekend they haven't been contested, but they're not having the performance that we expected from them, but maybe being contested is what they need. Some teams perform better in these situations. They have the stacks to hit the rotate further if they need it, and maybe this is how they get their damage up and just kind of get things kind of warmed up. And here it is, Has trying to get warmed up now, trying to work his way down. Only has 5 builds though, doesn't have the best loadout, but 88 with the green pump is enough to take down Trap with the follow-up. Gets a shot from behind as well though, but they have the numbers advantage. But as I say that, I think this is now down to a 2v2 right now. It's going to be, it looks like Good Guy Nani's on the low ground, Chaotic's on the high ground. I actually think Paper's having some connection issues right now. Chaotic has actually boxed up Paper and he is not moving, so I think this is technically a 2v1, but it's looking more like a 1v1. But if Chaotic gets the revive off on a Has, that would be really, really bad for Nani, who I think is going to let him just reacting really slowly here. That's a massive misplay on his part.
Yeah, missed opportunity there. As you can see, Paper responsive right here. So it's going to work out. I mean, Chaotic definitely dodge a bullet here with Haas. They are going to be able to stay in the game. We'll see how this plays out, though. As you know, Nani had the one single advantage, and there it is, the little bit of a DC. So unfortunate, but with a man down, they can still do something big here, at least convert onto Nani, who's hanging out in this area. The fact that he's still walking around means that they know he's going to be here, and it means he also probably hasn't picked up the key cards. You see some shots coming in from the mountain, so it's about time to get up out of here.
Yeah, they've either got to take the fight and close it out quickly, or just say that maybe this wasn't the game, hit the rotate and see what they can make out of it. We saw yesterday some duos have some really big performances, and there it is though. That was really well played. Chaotic, I think, crouched off to the side there, just had a real slow flank off, and then had Has on the top making plenty of noise to make sure that they thought he was still there. So really nice play. But yeah, I was going to say, we had some duos pull off some good performances yesterday, so it's not completely undoable. If you've got the mobility, if you've got the positioning, you can actually still get some solid placement points, and especially if you've had a fight on spawn, because because one of the hardest things to do when you lose a teammate is to get your Storm Surge tags, but they are already looking pretty good on that, as Nexi, Mars, and Crumbler, a team that did really well yesterday, is having a pretty good day here. They're in 8th place right now, and as you can see, Crumbler's trio finished 8th yesterday with 49 points in the final 3 games. Okay, so they came back strong. So it looks like they're going to hopefully continue that momentum here across the days.
Yeah, definitely. And talk about players that did strong as a solo yesterday, being a member down. Bucky multiple times was found by himself in those end games and literally picking up elims, picking up those extra placements. So that's the true testament of a pro player. What can you do when you are by yourself and you have to just take your time, right? So I feel like a lot of people lose hope and they just throw the game away.
Yeah, I remember there was a clip the other day I saw from Mongrel, which was so good. He was like, his teammates were trying to come and they were freaking out why they went down. Mitro was getting mad and Mongrel was like, no, just shush, let me play. I'm going to get some points.
Right.
And then he went on to get some serious points. And it's that confidence you need when you're a solo, because as much as there's so many disadvantages, you do have a couple of advantages. If you have the solo mobility, shockwaves, crash pads, and you just use them on yourself, you don't have to kind of, stay with your team. You can pull off some cheeky rotates. And if you're one player, it's a lot easier to kind of just find your way around some tarps and switch layers and just cone up and get some decent points. So if you have that confidence, and I think he touched on their monster, I think that is key. When your teammates go down, just not thinking that all hope is lost.
Yeah, it's definitely not, because there is so much perk to just being up by yourself, keeping that low profile, and like you said, playing for yourself, literally. As you can see here, this is a very interesting engagement going on here. It's your second place team up on high ground, on the mountain. The natural cover here is Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, going against the 6th place team, holding them out just a little bit, finding the tags. Gabe, Tahi, Sprite down below. Still, it's not going to, evolve into a big engagement, but very interesting to see the top players, finding these early path crossings here in the first game.
And Zay's team needs to have a big game, because I think more than any other team in any region, I'm sure I can maybe get the statistics from the Fortnite team behind the scenes, but the way their games play out and their tournaments play out is almost exactly the same. They've gotten the first win of every single week, and then the second win is usually there as well, and they go on to kind of fizzle out a little bit towards the end. So if they're going to follow that same trajectory and they want to win today, they need to have these first few games big, because this is when they show up. I've never seen a team more consistent at showing up on the day and getting such a dominant first game in, but then things usually go a little bit off the rails towards the end. Let's see if they can fix that up here today. They are one of the most experienced teams. I wouldn't be surprised if they go against that, but they're going to have a big game 1.
100%. Here's the team on the bubble, though, that we definitely want to see. Quad, caught Genesis and Shades at 16th place. This is one that needs to do something big. They're playing for that center map right now, and I love the rotate here using the big boy vehicle. It's kind of lit up, though. Yeah, time to ditch it. Find themselves a little bit of low ground here. Plenty of options to choose from when it comes down to basing up here. Quad takes a lot of unnecessary damage there, though.
Yeah, they got some decent shield, but that was a fair bit of unnecessary damage. But they're looking good. This team, like you said, they're coming in today pretty high up on the leaderboard. They're around the mid-pack. They need to kind of have a little bit more, but they did really well. They started off so strong yesterday, and things kind of went a little bit off. But today is a different day, and I mean that for 2 reasons. Because if you look at the way that the day 1 of these work, it's just after they've played round 2. They have to play round 2 straight into round 3. Now, though, in this kind of round 3 day 2 format, they actually have a whole day just to play these 6 games. So they get to mentally reset. They're going to come in well-rested, ready for the game. So I want to see if that kind of changes up how these teams play their games.
100%. Great shots coming in from Kyle Genesis there onto the boat that was hitting the landmass. It's so easy to hit those shots, especially with a little bit of elevation. He takes full advantage of that. It's going to be Storm Surge that he's happy he found tags for. Let's see if he can get the sniper follow-up into the bush. A blind shot. Not going to connect with anything. That's probably Bizzle's team up there. They like to hold those mountains early. Does tend to be like that. But the rotation's coming through.
Get the high ground advantage. They're doing pretty well with the high ground tags as well. And here it is. I wanted to see this. Did Riversun, Dubs, and Mega keep Lazy Lake uncontested? Because they're a scary team, but they didn't qualify for the first 2 weeks. And then also, when they've made finals, they didn't perform as insanely well yesterday. They're in 9th, and I thought that might be where teams would think, hey, we're looking for drop spots. Lazy Lake's pretty big. Maybe we can fit in there. But no, they definitely still have enough respect to keep this drop to themselves. And I want to see them do something big here today. We saw them on high 1 game, and they won it. We just got to see them in that position more often. And I think it's not really the end game that's going astray. It's their mid game. We talked about solo and duo clutches yesterday. Unfortunately, I saw a lot of Mega and Dubs being up and a lot of Riversun going down early, which is quite common when you're the one leading the team, as you're at the front of the builds. You're the one paving the way. But I want to see that trio get to end game healthy, because when they do some really, really big things.
Yeah, definitely. They have that firepower, right? They have that potential to pop off in the mid. They have the potential to pop off in the low ground. And they play for height. They play it well. Definitely were a part of the early instances of how height was being developed as a meta in Fortnite. Here, though, Jamper, Booga, Avery, pretty much just shy in the top 3 right now. A point behind Zayt, Saf, and Stretch coming into this. Already a couple of 100 damage above the threshold. Whenever it pulls to the cliff, they are in such a strong position. It actually shocks me that they don't really play for the mountains. You notice they stay here. They stay inside this facility area because they want to be able to see down this cliff. Range here is now, they're just storm keeping, or I guess vault holding for anyone trying to get to that vault late.
Yeah, I think that's the situation as well. We see Furious take down Bizzle in the feed, so that's pretty rough. That's a team that we're expecting to have another big day here, as they had a pretty good one yesterday coming in at 7th place. They changed up their play style a lot. Sweaty Sands is their rotate, and they kind of changed it with the addition of Peppermint. They went for a later rotate, a little bit more comfortable coming in, and I don't know if it's still working for them. We saw them in the last few weeks setting up really early, and they always set up ambushes or fights around Salty, and it seems like those mid-game fights were actually better for them, and that's what I want to talk about with Jamper, Avery, and Booger. They have a lot of firepower monsters. So like you said, it's interesting they kind of set up and go for really safe tags when fights like this that maybe are full-blown 3v3s could actually be better for them, because they're going to come in with the best loadout as Cosmic falls down, and so does Dodo. So Suesu has to try and solo clutch this one up right now, and he's in a bad spot. He's in the basement. There's no way out, but never mind. He knocks one. Polarized goes down. He might be able to finish him off to see if he can do something else. He has 135 builds. Not that it's going to matter when you're in the basement with not a lot of spots to go, but this is an all-round box fight monster. The crash pad comes, he's in the box, but he has the piece control. You can't jump through the walls like that and then miss your shot, and Suesuo not only wins the fight, monster, but neither of his teammates got finished. They got no points from that engagement. That enemy team blundered so hard.
Yeah, this is a very rare circumstance right here where one person manages to save both teams. What a hero here. 3 eliminations, the entire team fall into Sway. So massive clutch up right there. Even if they were lit up, you still have to give so much credit for what was just pulled off. I mean, but it begs the question, would it have been better to let them fall and then get the res? I don't know. Ultimately, though, they're still in the game here. Mega Dubs and Bizzle, though, or Mega Dubs and Riverson, excuse me, are all getting into the engagement here. This is a box fight. Okay, they're playing the low ground. Opting for low ground as well.
And they got decent loot. I want to see them win this so badly right now. They got 2 eliminations on the board. They've got decent loot here from Dubs, and there it is. Gets another one though. Capitalize. That's 3 eliminations down. Mega's pretty low though. They got to do something, and this is where the spray is going to come out. They're up on top of a big hill. There's a lot of sidelines, and I'm seeing 3 arrows in your bottom right start working more towards this team. So they've got to capitalize on this, finish it quickly, and then kind of base up and re-go defensive. But there's a bunch of shields. So it looks like they're going to recap back out on the meds from what they lost in the fight, and I think everything's calmed down, and that's 4 big points on the board to start off the day.
Yeah, definitely. And that's not, you really don't see them with this many elims coming into the early game, right? Like the mid game especially. So this is a big deal for them. I do wonder if they were contested off the drop here, because it's looking like they're setting themselves up for success. 6 crash pads as well. You have to assume they probably got a little more mobility too. So not too bad. Massive upgrades across the board. Yes, just as I asked the question, bouncers in the inventory of Mega here too. And now plenty of shields to take with them. But the storm is raging on. The clock is ticking here. It's going to be northwest, a little bit more center this one. So this is going to play out to be very interesting, depending how close to the start cliff it gets.
Well, I think we had a bit of a kind of change of hands in the feed, though, as well. I just saw Day's team going toe-to-toe with Creo and things going backwards and forwards. I think at least one teammate from each team has fallen. That's your 1st and 4th place team. So I guess we know they rotate near each other, right, Monster? They come out of that same area. We have Bucky, Creo, Kanata at Slurpy Swamps, and then we have Daymir on reverse down in that Fortilla, Shantytown kind of far southwest area. So they obviously cross paths, and it doesn't look like it went well for either team.
Yeah, it's one of those things, you take those mid-game engagements and you know it can't end well every time. A lot of times it results in casualties for both sides. That's why you got to pick and choose these fights. Here, though, the big collateral of players. Look at how everyone's starting to congest on top of one another. This cliff is not being given up lightly. Everyone's getting to the zone and literally basing up. It's causing quite a pack of players here, and this is why we saw the fight. So there it is. Daymir and Reverse 2K are actually inside the box, all based up, and if they caught a knock or something like that, it's because they've been third-partying some battles going on, possibly in the distance. The wide shots, though, to fill us in. Joji, Knifer, and Tabs, they've been off to a great day today.
They're off to a very good start to the day right now. Looking healthy. They're in a good spot. They've got 3 eliminations on the board. got the Stark rifles as well, and it's crazy to see. This is the one weapon monster. I don't know about you. It's hard to believe us as commentators do actually play the game sometimes, and for some reason, every time I watch a pro use the Stark rifle, it's just laser accurate. It's beautiful. It's such a good item. It has, like, you know, the different uses. You can go out of ADS and you can shoot faster. I can't hit my shots with it. It's the one thing, and there you go, Kanata right there. The single shot straight down. Kanata gets finished, and that was only a knock though, and like I said in the feed, we saw another player from this team fall, so I think this is a solo, and you touched on it yesterday, just there, Monster. I think it was Bucky, and there's not much you can do against that.
Yeah, Bucky's going to fall there. Kanata's down. We already know Reverse Suke got the pick on the rotate, so it all makes sense. It looks like Reverse and company got out quickly into the northern portion with the wide rotate, whereas Bucky was stuck in the zone for a little longer than he'd like. And that's why they're going to get pretty much taken out the game for sitting on the storm line for a little too long. The rotates now coming out nice and early from Knifer, Joji, and Tabs, trying to get closer and closer to save zone. It looks like Scented, Edgy, and Commandment have taken a bit of a high stake here. Tree blocking the line of sight towards the bridge, but it is giving them pretty much some comfort, right? Some comfort on this side of the zone, knowing that they don't have to worry too much about those teams. High ground on the way down. Everyone has to make a move.
And these are such interesting zones when they go towards Stark. I've always talked about it. They're a bit rough for the players. They make things hard for the players, but man, they're so much fun to watch when you have those massive vertical zones. It looks like Chaotic and Haz are doing exactly what we hope from them, Monster. They're clutching up things as a duo. They're looking healthy. They're on the high ground. They're rotating down. They might be able to salvage something from this game as Dubs, Riversun, and Mega are in such a good spot right there on the bridge. And we have Gage, Connor, and Pledge, who had a really good performance in round 2, Monster. Came 7th overall, still doing well in the finals. I was actually talking to Connor last night, and he admitted there was some mistakes they made with their mid-game rotations, but they think they got a better game plan today, and it looks like it.
Yeah, definitely. Time to scratch it up. And honestly, they started off strong yesterday. Literally, their first 2 games, they were at the top 10, and then from there, slowly just, you know, trickled their way down the standings. So they're not out of the competition by any means, but they do have to step it up. 28 points, 21st place. Pledge with a single elim now. They're underneath the Storm Surge threshold. And look, they have to get closer and closer to this battle, or think about jumping in. Fix is gonna fall. That's actually a huge knock they steal away with, and the headshot there to back it up. Oh no,
Pledge.
Not good.
Gage. I was running Gage. I was like, Gage, build the wall. You got to protect your teammate. But he did. Like he said, Storm Surge makes you do silly things like that. You move out of the box, you go for your shots, and you just don't protect yourself because you're too worried about the inevitable storm damage that is coming. So makes a bit of a mistake, but I don't think he'll be punished too hard for it unless they push in. It looks like they're not, though. It's Mars that's nearby, Nexi as well. I think they'll be happy with their damage, and they're not going to push onto it. And luckily they didn't, because Connor's off to the side as well, Monster. So Gage and Pledge were kind of split there.
Yeah, definitely. But if they would have got collapsed on, Connor's angle would have worked a lot better. That little bit of surprise factor. So ultimately, it did work out either which way. Here's the other side of the zone, though. You can see the bouncers coming out. Everyone has to make a cross here. This team is lit up. Tahi, Gabe, and Sprite. Tahi and Sprite, no shield. Nothing in the inventory either to back it up. Look at that. 30 ammunition. So that's all that's left in the magazine.
Builds?
My gosh.
This is your definition of shambles right here. And they're lucky they didn't get shot out of the sky there. Tahi and Sprite are very lucky because it would have been a single, pretty much assault rifle shot from almost anything. As Tahi's setting up for the beam now, he needs this. He needs some kind of siphon, needs something to get himself back in the game, and just making that rotate and surviving it, though. There it is, gets the siphon. Another player in the sky, and this is why the early rotate was so good. It left them open to maybe getting shot, but at the same time, they played it perfectly, and they're doing some serious damage to teams around them, and these might be, you know, skins and players they can remember where it might be worth them taking, you know, a pretty desperate box fight here because they're not going to have much. You have to ask that question. Do you have what you need to win the game? No? Then you need a refresh from, you know, the immortal words of Zate there, one of the biggest competitive veterans there are, and that's how a lot of people have to play their games. They see a team in front, it looks like they're taking my advice, they're going in for it, they're going to break this wall. They don't take it, but they need something. They're desperate monsters. They need to take a 3v3 or something. They cannot try and play this game out with what they have. It's not going to last long.
Yeah, they have to. Look at Gabe's inventory. No AR ammo. None of them really have anything. That's going to be a split. He gets dropped 17 bullets, by the way. So that's what he has to work with. That's what his teammates were able to share. They literally need a shotgun battle. They have to take one if they want to find anything. Otherwise, they're just going to be snaking around, hoping for placement points. And, I mean, that's not the way to victory. That's not the way to success here. So, I mean, it is decision time for them.
Yeah, it's that tightrope. If you want to get those placement points, you don't want to waste them. But at the same time, just one fight here that goes their way could change everything for them. They don't even have the material, though. There's literally nothing they can do. They're going to bouncer, and they're going to have to jump on someone. They're already looking for it. You can tell. They're going to try and find someone here that they can jump in on because they have to. They can't make this rotate with what I think so far is 15 builds combined. And 37 below the Storm Surge. Here he's playing on top. And there it is. Larson finds him on the bounce. He needs that refresh. He does. He gets it. Game's looking good now, but a player runs over the top of it. He got good materials, though. Really good materials. 5-5-0, so he just doesn't have metal, and now he's holding things off, and that's what they needed. I think Sprite just got an elimination too. I think he just went up in health. Tahi's still rotating too, so they're doing big things with not a lot.
That is actually insane. The most shambles team finding the most shambles elims, though. It's a big player. It's going to bounce him back somehow, some way. Definitely keeping himself in the game. Here's a wide shot. You see Riverson still alive. Marzo W still up in the mid ground. Reverse Miro and Day still there as well. So Jampro, Booga, Avery, Gage, Connor, and Pledge here taking another fight as well. Gage finds that Elam, like we said before, and it puts them just above the Storm Surge. If they didn't have that before, they would have been out of the game already, or at least facing a huge threat here. So it is very, very interesting as now. Looks like they're trying to jump in. Ooh, he's going to find Sprite there. Well played.
But still, that was only a knock, which means Sprite's team is still clutching on. They're still holding on to what little they have as Gage's team now making their way through. 8 points on the board so far. Good loadout too. Chug Splashes, 4 crash pads, has the purple pump, which we know endgame is so important for those big shots. Gage is trying to find him, and he does on a Chaotic, which means Chaotic has survived too. Today is a story of just clutching up with not a lot, but that's what you need to do for your team, as we have 13 teams alive, 30 players, and this zone is going to be a tough one. It's going right up to the dam. It's going right over the giant waterfall.
Yeah, that was massive, though. That little bit of material there is going to go a long way. 150 mass generated there. Another little tag. Okay, I thought I was going to have the big Elam, but it's okay. Gage still alive right now. 3 eliminations. Connor already picking up 1. There's players behind the wall here. What can they do? They have to work together. They have to actually go through this together. It's now or never. So there it is. Changing layers. Now down they go. Ooh. There's enemies here. They're so tagged up. Oh, my gosh. Gage is left to clutch by himself. And, oh, man. Pledge finds one there.
Bandage cannon, though, which could maybe get them back in this, but it's going to be hard for this whole team to get back up above them. No, it's going across, so they can stay the low ground. This isn't a bad spot to be, as you see players dropping down there like Cobalt. They're doing really well to use that water to save their builds, but this is where the shamble teams are going to end up. Ooh. If you don't have good loot, you're going to end up on the low ground, and this is where the scrappy fights break out, and you need to win them. He's walking forward now. Gage doesn't have the shotgun out. He takes it, but he goes down to Storm because he didn't get the instant finish, so he didn't get the siphon, but they're getting their eliminations on low ground. And who is on the high ground? Which team is dominating this lobby? I saw Miro in there. It is. It's Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, of course. But Dubs, Mega, and Riversan ready there to spoil the party monster.
Yeah, definitely can. And look, the big names here. Dubs up. I see Commandment still up and Edgy there as well. Scented too, so that's a full trio. 2 full trios in the low ground. Owen and Threats left alive by themselves, but high ground pressure's coming in. Here's Zayt and Stretch just firing on down. Saf doesn't have an Elam yet, but they're still very much in this game right now. And hold up, you can also see that Zayt's running out of material here. That's kind of scary.
He's got just enough to stay on top of this, and you have to think the players beneath are running out even worse, though. But I think if they win this one, Zeke is going to have a heart attack. The consistency of this team to clutch up wins at the start of days is insane, but they might not be able to win it. They don't have as many meds for the heal off. If someone down below has some good meds, we saw a bandage cannon, or they do have 3 chug splashes, so setting up for the heal off, but can they work their way down right now? There's still 10 players in this lobby. They've rotated so well. Zeke goes down, shotgun comes out, only a 45, but he gets the finish. Who else is in this? That's Dubs, so Riversan and Mega was still here somewhere. I think they've just fallen. Someone went down. Stretch is there. Saf goes down. Edgy could maybe do something here if he gets the siphon. Edgy toe-to-toe with Stretch, and no! Stretch comes out on top over Edgy, and Zayt was going up to just try and stay in that storm, and they get another win in Game 1, Monster.
That was actually crazy. Stretch literally clutching up there. 5 eliminations. Zayt looked frazzled for a second, though, bouncing around, not sure what to do. Ultimately, though, we are going to have to send it over to the analyst desk because another Victory Royale from the #1 team? My gosh.
Well, I mean, what do you want to say? They did it.
I got it.
The streak is
broken.
broken.
I got it for you.
I
got the line, right? Zayt, Saf, Stretch, Doom's Domain, uncontested.
There it is. I don't know how they finally have pulled it off. But in case you didn't know, we've had 3 total weeks of competition. and Zayt, Saf, and Stretch have won the first game on the first day every week, but they could never pull it off the second day. And now, in week 3, they're like, guys, we've just been messing around. We're just messing around, guys. Don't worry, we got the victory on the first day. There it is. I'm mind blown. Ozzy called it out. He said I was going to lose my mind. I just don't. They're just so dang good.
I think the words he used were heart attack, but still, it's not enough, Reese.
It's not. I'm completely gobsmacked the fact that Day, Miro, and Reverse are still in that first place slot. And if you look at the difference, you can see why. 62 eliminations in comparison to 37. In that game, they still managed to pick up 6 eliminations and a 5th place. So consistently keeping them up. Obviously not as many points as Zay, Saf, and Stretch in that one single game, but they're still holding on after 7 total matches into that first place slot.
4 wins and in second place. and the first team has 0. That is just wow. Okay, after that, Gabe, Talia, and Sprite are one of the only trios on the first page that have not qualified yet. So their actual first debut over here in terms of being inside the top 5, being inside the top 10 in day 2 of a qual is going so well. Mega, Riverson, and Dubs right behind them in 6th. Crumbler, Nexi, and Mars are also non-qualified. The week 1 winners of Creo, Bucky, and Kanata, though, in 7th place.
Yeah, and Mega, Dubs, and Riversan actually had a really big game there. 7 eliminations in 3rd. So we didn't see too much of. We saw Dubs still alive kind of in that last zone. Obviously just going down into the zone when taken out by Stretch. But that's still a really big game, and that's pushed them up a little bit from 9th, now all the way up into 6th. And I already said, if these guys get some momentum rolling today, they're going to just keep climbing the ladder of placements.
On that ladder is going to be Miro, Reverse, and Day on the lower rungs, just like getting elims, and all the way on height on that top of the ladder. It's chaos. It's Zayt, Saf, and Stretch holding you down, so I'm not sure how much room they'll have to move up and down. Zoom Skittles and Ronaldo, though, are staying somewhere near that bottom side of the ladder, but they are climbing up slowly, kind of frozen in time, though, in their 13th place slot. Animal moves up 1, while P-God moves up a couple from that 4th page we're about to see. Overall, though, the story's kind of the same from 11th all the way over to 20th place. It's the same type of trios. We're on that line. Really want to scoot in here on day 2 and get top 15.
Yeah, and in 16th, we had Connor, Pledge, and Gage, who were actually really popping off in that last game there. We saw just on stream, they had 9 eliminations in 6th. But this is kind of also how they started out day 1. They popped off with a really big game and then kind of lost that momentum. Fizzled out a little bit as the games went on. So I really hope today they've started off very, very strong. And I hope they can kind of continue this through the next 5 games.
Yeah, Connor's vibes overall after the day's game yesterday. He was impressed. He was feeling good, only kind of made 1 overall end game. So as you said, Reese, they're looking to make more. Little Mikey, Clarity, G are right behind them. Powerful trio, I would say expected a little bit lower than what they actually play in terms of overall placement at 17th. But if there is someone that can have momentum, if there is a trio that can push it up, it's 100% these guys.
That's what you need right here, right now, is momentum. You have to do something to get the ball rolling, to carry you through the next 5 games, guys. This is it. For a lot of these trios that haven't qualified, this is their last chance. They need to make it into that top 15 if they hope to come back for qualifying into heats and hopefully grand finals. Now, guys, the tension here is palpable. We could feel it in the early game. No one wanted to make a mistake. No one wanted to make a misstep. Talk to us about these early game spots and rotations.
So here we're going to look at where our top 4 teams drop. In first, we have said Day, Miro, and Reverse there on the bottom left in Fortilla. And we also had Creo, Bucky, and Kanata in Slurpy Swamps and a little bit out. Here we have Booga, Avery, and Jamper landing in Stark Industries. And our last game winner there, Saf, Stretch, and Zayt landing uncontested at Doom's Domain.
Yep, and they're winning games back to back to back, and we'll see if that happens for game number 2 as it did on day number 1. But a nice snipe and then a tag shot after that onto Gabe. Past that, though, these guys are just so good at positioning themselves to get Surge, and Zayt is really making that sniper shine in legendary status. At the end game 2, they got it from start to finish. Stretch actually wraps up a multiple 1v1 head-to-head eliminations. I think Saf goes down to edgy here, but he's there to hold out, wait for the edit to come through, and then really beam from his position, take him out at second place. But Zayt, Saf, and Stretch right now are currently second place. I was about to say on top, but technically that's not true.
I love, like, in my heart of hearts, I want to believe that, like, I can understand what they're doing. Because in that last game, like, I don't know if you watched, but we actually saw the perspective the casters were casting. When Zayt dropped down, remember, he had no builds. They called it out. And then suddenly, he finds splashes, and then he's building his way into circle. While Stretch is like, hey, look, I'm just going to push these guys. Like, Zayt, just go. Go, bro. I've got this. I got it for us. Like, that kind of teamwork is literally FNCS champion level teamwork. That's what all of these other trios, they need to start trying to develop, because that is what will get them into heats and inevitably in grand finals. Well, they'll have a shot to compete against these guys. I don't know that they're going to take it, but hey, every new day of Fortnite is a new day of Fortnite, right? Anything can happen. Sometimes the rules change. Sometimes.
That strat you were talking about, though, Zeke, is one of the best ones trios can use. I call it kind of like the compass strategy, where one person stays and, you know, gets all that pressure onto one point, and you can kind of swivel that compass around. Zayt and Saf can go around, get splashes, get things done. We'll see if anyone else uses that strat, or if it's Zayt, Saf, and Stretch on top again.
Well, it's time to make something happen, because we're going into game number 2. So let's send it back over to our casters.
Thank you so very much, Zeke. And yeah, it's a tall ask right now to catch up to Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, because the amount of victory royales they've had is definitely on, they're on a on-fire pace here, Ozzy. 2 points shy of Versus2K, Miro, and Day. Does beg the question, what's the better strategy? What's the more consistent strategy? Like, play for the wins, or just do whatever it is that Reverse and crew are doing? Because they're finding so many eliminations. They're double the amount that Zayt and them have.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I was about to say. It's the average eliminations that are different for Day, Miro, and Reverse. And normally we would be doing the opposite, right, Monster? We'd be talking about the inconsistency of going for eliminations and players should go for placements. But it's kind of crazy. Right now, it's a different story. It's two incredibly exciting, incredibly skillful strategies going head to head, going for wins and going for eliminations. They're normally not the consistent way to be in first and second. But if you're that good, if you can consistently eliminate everyone, or if you can consistently win, you're going to be in first and second. So I just don't know. The one thing that does scare me for Zayt's team, and we're going to say it, and you're going to keep hearing it, is what's going to happen in heats and finals if they're contested. Daymir and Reverse, though, their drop spot has been loaned to them, right, Monster? This isn't their drop spot, and I feel bad saying that with how well they're performing out of it. But if they go into heats, in the same heat against XZ's trio, you know they're not leaving this drop. They're not leaving Fortilla. So
yeah,
I have question marks there too. But either way, as far as today goes, yeah, they're both doing phenomenal.
Yeah, and to talk about that, Reverse 2K, like you said, if they do decide, like, yo, this spot's kind of fire, let's fight for it. It's not really going to work out. It's not a pretty drop spot to battle. There's water there. The chests are super scattered. Like, it is a very awkward spot to fight for. More importantly, though, they were doing great. They do great out of Dirty Docks. Like, they actually do. They had a 4th place finish as far as, like, some recent big tournaments. So they've had some great placements out of the Dirty Dog. So I think they're totally fine with going back, but knowing that they have a backup drop, that's kind of nice. That must be a great confidence boost for them, just in general, because they get a better grip of how the entire world plays out.
And it's crazy as well. Like, you think about when you play like a pub match, you go in an arena and you change your drop spot, it already feels weird. Where are the chests? Where am I going? Where are players? They're doing that on the highest level. They've just picked up a new drop spot and they're just already making it work where they're in first place. That is so impressive. Fortilla's a good drop. It has good loot, and that's why XZ's team does so well. But you've got to be smart with how you play it. It's not like it's just a guaranteed first place like they're making it look like. It's incredible.
Yeah, they have to come up with surge strategies, rotation strategies, where to avoid, what's the best rotates, how to time them, and just how to optimize your loop path. So ultimately, I'm sure they did a lot of studying for the exit routes, and they're executing here, arguably better than exit. Who knows? We'll see. Here's Gaze though. Ooh, taking some long distance shots on Dirty Docks. Or Steamy Stacks team's actually coming in nice and late. Is he gonna find some tags? Nah, that was just for flash and show. Definitely worth the attempt. You never know what you can get there.
I did see in the feed though as well, it does look like, I don't know if they've got the whole team, but I saw Has, Paper, and Chaotic knock 2 enemies of the Nani team. So maybe they have one Steamy Stacks this time. Whatever happened to Paper last game's been fixed up, and hopefully game 2 is looking a little bit better. I think that team, even though not having the best few weeks, is definitely going to be making heats off consistency, but they've got to change something up. They're a team with a lot of potential.
Yeah, someone's actually pushing Connor here. You can see Connor's outside the house trying to figure out what's going on. It's someone pushing up on top. Lajer is going to be a player up there. Connor's going into a build battle. Gage in the distance has that Big boy hand cannon. Oh, no, he's not going to find a shot. The revolver doesn't connect, and it's going to cost him most of his shield. Pledge goes down early in this battle. It's a 2v2 now.
This is not a good situation to be in right now. Gage has to figure this out. Does he want to push in and help Connor? Is he going to back up? It looks like Connor might be making his way back to him. Gage had the firepower in this fight. He might only have the hand cannon, but he did have the blue pump and he had the shield. So I feel like he needed to kind of work his way closer into this fight, but I'm not sure how Pledge got caught out so quickly. It's a 2v2, and I think Gage's team has the weapon advantage, but I don't know if they have the positioning or material advantage, and maybe these teams going to push away. No, they're not. They definitely want to take this fight. They pushed over for a reason, and this area doesn't have a lot of loot. If they start taking this as a long drawn out fight, they go through their meds, it's going to end poorly for them either way, as we get to see Bucky, Creo, and Kanata, like you said, Monster, doing a bit wider of a split and getting a whole bunch more loot. They're up here near this henchman house to the north of Weeping, so they're kind of in this area now.
Yeah, they're on the rotate right now, though. Still have a little bit of loot to cap out, but otherwise looking very, very comfortable right now. Blue loadout, not too bad. Having a rare loadout is the way to go for Fortnite. That's the base minimal for having that confidence surge come within you to take battles. Here, you can see they're sneaking up and over, sniper in hand. Is he going to be able to find the shot? Player up on top of the mountain. You can see the silhouette through the wall just ever so briefly. Ooh, tries to go for it. Well-timed shot, too.
Well-timed shot, and that's the hard part. You really only have one shot with the sniper in these kind of lobbies. If players don't know you're there and you miss the first shot, they're going to be ready for it. They're going to start building and block it off, or I hope anyway. It'd be a massive misplay at the highest level in FNCS to not, like, you know, let your opponent make the same mistake twice, but looks like they're going to rotate through. But I see another team just in front of them around this corner, so we'll have to see what their plan is, because they're not moving, or they are moving a little bit, but do they know there's a team behind them? This could be the second chance for Kanata to set up a snipe, and here it is in the water. Misses the snipe, unfortunately, and cops one back for good measure. The high ground positioning and the not moving, unfortunately, makes him a target, and he's lucky that wasn't a headshot.
Definitely was a close one there. He is trying to connect to what he can. This team right here, it's going to be, what's that, 5Jack's goal and visuals all based up on the water as well. Such an awkward spot. So they're pinched between two teams at the ruins. Here, though, Zum, Ronaldo, Skittles. We saw Ronaldo get bodied in the previous run there, leaving up to Skittles to do something big. They're pushing in, though. It looks like they might have started this fight off with a big sniper or something. We know that that's how they tend to initiate the battles. You give Ron that sniper, and bad things happen to players. Here, into the box they go. Oh, my gosh. Way to open the wall and not even have time to react. Zum's going to find the monster shot right there.
And it looks like such a simple play, but really smart there. Just that was such good teamwork. They split on both sides, so Zum knew that he was going to have to edit out that wall. So he didn't try to replace the wall, because that would leave you open to getting, you know, one pumped and they could move over you. Zum was like, look, mate, where are you going to go? You've got to come towards me. So he just held the shotgun out and lands the clean shot. It's not as flashy as pulling off maybe a Mongrel classic, take the wall, get the stare in, but sometimes you don't need to be flashy. Sometimes the flashy plays can actually end up being the worst play.
Side. Here, though, we have Slacks, Jack, and Acorn on the rotate in the vehicle. Cutting through. Already starting to get focus from players off in the distance. Slacks goes for the driving shot, and he hits it. Another one. That's the second one we've had today, or this weekend. We have Ronaldo first, and now Reverse 2K falls. This is huge. That's your first place team now.
First place team is taking big damage, and Slacks has the legendary pump shotgun, so this is a fight that is going to be scary to take. This is my pick to win this weekend. They had a pretty rough day. They came into today in top 10, though. They brought it back at the end of yesterday, and they're a scary fighting team. I remember in Ninja Battles, I was wondering, how did this team do so well when they won a week in Ninja Battles? They were wiping 2 and 3 full trios in the mid game before even getting to end game, so maybe I want to see them channel a little bit more of that aggression, because it's not something you're used to seeing in these FNCS matches, but it does work. Dave Miro and Reverse, though, we know they can drop eliminations too, so if this does get pushed into a proper fight, it could get scary, but I think they're happy with their tags, and they're going to set up on top of Salty.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for that third party tagging them, otherwise they wouldn't have had to think twice, but you have to assume, hey, that is Miro and Day still up. We have to be careful when you roll up on the box, so they decide against their better judgment to go ahead and sit down here, park it up, and not necessarily push in, all because the one too many tags from the outside factors here. Now they rotate on in. They get first dibs on the storm line 2 here for the safety of the next zone. So that's going to probably bode well as well. Here, does Mega Riverson rolling up. Find themselves a spare rift. That's actually great for this position in the zone right now. Oh, this one was boxed up.
Yeah, not normally. Yeah, these rifts aren't usually open this late into the game. Looks like it was 2 rifts, actually. So they can kind of take both of them, use them to make sure no one else can. And they're going to set up right on the side of Stark here. So looks like they want to go as central zone as they can, but still not too close to that other team. So they've got to be careful. They're willing to take a few tags to make sure they set up on this edge. Because if you go down and then the zone goes back up, you're going to take more than, what's that, 57 damage trying to get up. So good choice here. And if a lot of you guys are following at home and you play competitive, that's the strategy a lot of these teams will follow. They'll often try to get center of first, center of second, and then center of third, which sets them up into later games. So even though you might be inside a base in third zone, if you're on the edge, you're kind of saving health now, you're saving material now, but when the zone inevitably moves off you, or unless you get very lucky, that's where the damage comes out. So sometimes it's better to take a bit of damage now, take the risk to set you up better into the end game, which is exactly what Riversun, Dubs, and Mega are doing right now.
And just to give you guys the full picture, Dubs was the one that got sniped there by Zate. Once again, Zate just showing that he will connect on the slightest opportunity, as Dubs was just trying to get inside the base there. Now that's going to cost him a little bit, but like you said, it's pros and cons, right? You get that center map, and it can play very, very well for you. I think the goal, honestly, is get to middle of third, because if you get fourth, you don't have to worry too much about half in, half out. You literally get to chill. Like, you're granted so much material. Hopping with Scented here. This is the opposite of what we're talking about. He's at the back.
And it depends sometimes, though. That's the thing with these lobbies. It's crazy. It's not the same Fortnite, you and I, Monster, are used to playing. We don't get to play at this highest level. They might need their Storm Surge tags, and we just saw the warning there, so I think they do. So if you go too far center, sometimes it's hard to get your tags unless the team rotates near you. And as I say that, they are 35 below, so this explains exactly what they're going for. And I think there was an RPG from the henchman did that damage then? I'm pretty sure. I just didn't see the animation properly. I don't know, but I was just saying how good their shields are. But unfortunately, Scented has to go through a fair bit of it now. And just in case you're wondering, this damage doesn't count for Storm Surge. So they need to find real players here.
Yeah, and there are some here. You can see the crosshairs there, the lit up ones, the green ones. So there are some enemies, possibly down in the catacombs, possibly on height. I guess we get to find out now. Oh, there is an enemy. Okay, there's a full team up here on high ground. They don't even notice that Sent's getting close. Sent's going to go up. He's going to build right over. Okay, so they take high ground, and Edgy's here, too, to back him up. And this is going to be like a box fight, straight up, 3v3 situation. He's going in for it. They need this, though. There's literally no other, choice here.
Yeah. This is unfortunate. So right now, this is what they need, and it's the best play right now, but getting yourself in this situation is a misplay. Scented, Edgy, and Command are better teams than this, not managing your Storm Surge and having to take a box fight for it. But then again, they have the purple pump, so maybe they know they have the meds, they know they have the firepower, and this is the safest way to do it. But this is an awkward place to take this fight, and it is. They're going up against Ghoul Visuals and Firejacks, and right now we have another player pushing up, and that's why it's so scary. Whoever that was creeping up on the stairs right now could really upset this one. As Visuals goes down, they get their one knock, they get their Storm Surge damage, and they're probably happy to leave this. And no, they're not, Monster. Maybe they're changing up their plan. They're being aggressive.
Yeah, they're feeling it right now. And Visual's team rotates out of Weeping Woods, and they come from the Misty Meadows. So it just seems like they've just met at the ruins. Literally two paths that are going to inevitably cross, both land in that southern portion of the map. Here's Shades looking to jump in on some fighting here going on in the distance. This is another battle not too far off from the ruins, just across the waterway there. You can see they're trying to find some shots. Ball's not going to get anything, but his teammates are letting it go here. It's a box fight. There's a team. They get close. That's threats, and that means Owen is probably up there on the other side of the wall. You can see the pickaxes coming through. That was his teammate trying to get inside. No. Someone else, actually.
And they needed
Bucky.
that. That's their
it was
first
Bucky,
points on the
Creon,
board here
Kanata.
Oh, Bucky Kanata is kind of like pushing up, trying to see if they can make something out of this and be that, the bully trio that shows up late. But unfortunately for them, Quad, Genesis, and Shades took 0 damage in that fight, so they're really healthy. Quaz even got 6 chug splashes, but this is his team's first points on the board, so game 1 was really not their game, and it looks like they're kind of shaking it off. The jitters are gone, and game 2, they're looking confident.
Yeah, for a second there, though, I saw that axe coming in. I was like, man, this is a 4v1. How? But it was Bucky, Creon, Kanata who stepped up, and you can see now he's off the run. Could it be that Bucky's by himself? Might make sense here. Once we get a little bit of a wide shot. No, it's going to be Sunny who's left from that trio. So Bucky's long gone already. He walked in, stole or secured the Elim and got away with it. Qua's going to find the one pump there onto Sunny. Not so much of a sunny day for him. And the zone's going to favor them. So it's looking up for Qua, Genesis, and Shades now.
Sunny day, come on, Monster. You had Sunny and you had Shades, bro. I was letting you do it because I'm not good at these. This is where we need Shire maybe to come in here, man. It's not my forte. My brain was going. I'm trying to think of what I could come up with, and I couldn't come up with anything. But Dubs, Riversan, and Mega up on the high ground, looking in a great position. Actually, possibly the most dominant position right now in the lobby. But again, they're favoring that edge now, Monster. They're not going forward because they want to stay in this spot because it's a really nice spot to be.
It's a great spot to be. You have that natural high ground, and remember, weird things happen in Fortnite. The zone could totally pull this way, like over and over, and you can have to be up on top of this cliff. So no need to give it up just yet. It also makes for an easy rotate on out, especially since they have everything that they need. The snipers included do give them a fair bit of firepower for rotating. That's the sure way to stop people from peeking out of boxes on the movement. 2 elims already for the crew here. You can see they're leaving this ramp nice and weak to see through.
This is scary for these teams too, because you don't expect someone to have an angle on you. If you're up on top of the billboard at Risky, you think you're pretty high up. You think you're pretty safe, and Mega just being so patient, just waiting for this player. And there it is. Does he get it? Oh, he's just waiting. I don't know if this player's seen him. I don't think he has. I can't even see this play without having the extra visibility that we have, obviously with the spectator mode, being able to see through walls. I didn't even see that player's outline, but Mega definitely has eyes on it. He is just ready to capitalize on this one if this player steps out and maybe notice, blocks it off with the wall. And it's such a scary one. We saw it yesterday. We saw a team on high ground get sniped by a team that was even higher up the mountain, because you just don't expect anyone to be above you. But in these lobbies, players will try to get that high ground position at all costs if they can.
Yeah, definitely. But it just shows you like how much looming pressure is going on around you. Whether you know it or not, you're always in danger in Fortnite. That's the nature of Battle Royales. That just gives you a little bit of insight. They thought they were super safe up there when they weren't. Here's a wide shot look of who's still alive. We see, obviously, the second place team there. We see Bugga and company there as well.
Players beneath, and it's such a scary spot to be in right now. Disrupted, Lie Jackson, and Festival being underneath the mound. You'll see almost every team that can will go on top when they can, because right now you're going to get pinched so easily. A team above you, if they start spraying down, right now there's not a lot of explosive you can drop from above. They're not looking at nades or dynamite, but it's still such a scary spot to be pinned beneath a team on the bottom. But looks like they're holding up here. They're pretty chill, and the hardest part from this drop right now, or where they're sitting, is the Storm Surge tags. There is no one to take shots at. As the Bucky Crew and Kanata going up right now, they hit the bounce pad. Unfortunately, it doesn't go the way they wanted. They tried to pull off a bit of a crash pad up on top of the mountain, and now they make themselves a target. And just like that, you talked about threats, Monster. All it takes is one mistake. They mess up the crash pad, bounce pad, and look at that. Kanata goes down. Creo is so weak, and yet again, Bucky is having to fend for himself. I'm imagining he does not survive this one. This onslaught is just too much for them to hold off.
When Bugga finds Miro in the feed there as well, Senta's going to catch the elimination in full there. So big changes already happened in this game right now. Lijax, though, is the one who's on the aggression. He's on the aggro right now, trying to get inside the base. Okay, so they grab the player. They're going to bring him back. Is that Bucky there? Who's this right here? Oh, there it is.
This
Kanata.
Is
Yeah.
Bucky made it on top of Stark, because he's the one who went up and then re-hit the crash pad with the extra momentum, which was enough to get him up there. So I think Bucky is alive, but unfortunately, Creo is still here, so only Kanata's gone down. And this fight's now breaking out. Lijax has been knocked here, so we're going to see exactly what happened here. Looks like a team kind of drops in and puts some aggression on them after Creo gets to kind of just skate out of this one. And Festival tries to open up, and Moose gets knocked. That's such a good angle. Only has the gray pump here, though, so needs to be careful in this fight. He doesn't have the firepower up on these walls, and there it is. Lijax goes down. So it's Festival and Distrep down here on the low ground trying to make something of this. They've got 33 builds. They've got a decent loadout-ish, but they needed this fight. They have 7 assault rifle ammo, Monster. So I think that was just a desperation fight they had to take.
Yeah, that was a full trio wipe as well onto Soul and Distrep there. Creo's going to find someone in the feed too, so things are just catching up here, showing you that the fights are still enraging. Things are still going on. Now, though, Jack Slacks and Acorn putting some pressure onto players in the storm line. You hear the shockwaves come out, so everyone's trying to get a move on here. 7 damage below. This is not one we see very often for this team, and that's very interesting. And remember, if Acorn gets ticked, it's over. Like, he gets taken out instantly, immediately. It's pure HP damage there, and you can see he only has just a little bit of health. So once it cuts through that shield, I mean, they have to take this fight right now. They're on top of the team.
Yeah. He hasn't got a lot. Once they get knocked, it's a straight knock there as well. And all the damage comes out, and just like that, Slacks, there it is. He has that legendary shotgun, and he's putting it to work. I talked about earlier back in Salty that I love when I see this team take the mid-game fight. There's another knock as well, but Acorn's gone down right now, so Slacks and Jacques have to do something, see what they can do to hold off. They're going to go for the revive, but there's players on all angles right now, and Slacks just holding this revive, but Jacques there. He can hold the angles, but he's getting beamed up now as well. He's pretty low. They had good shields, and no, the player behind him, he gets the revive off, and it just goes off in time, but it wasn't worth it, I don't think, as they both get knocked now, and unfortunately maybe should have backed himself with that legendary shotgun and just take the fight, and it's Furious, Cease, and Blake that are here on the low ground to do some damage, and Jacques, seeing what he can spoil though, comes through and gets a really heavy shot, but he's gonna have to rotate out. He has the peppermints for the increased mobility, and such an unfortunate situation is a max pull half too, Monster, so that's not the way you want your end game to look.
Oh no, they have to leave Furious behind. Season Blake almost had the miraculous save there as well, as everyone's trying to scramble up this mountain. It makes you wonder, why did they all rotate so late? Look at how many players are fighting right now. And it's ground and pound too. It's not like they're using their mobility at all. It's just straight up scrappy fights down here. The Pepper's coming out though, so at least he is able to rotate pretty quickly, make up for some lost time, but was it worth it? 5 eliminations back here on the edge of the line, and now he has to rotate in with no teammates. So it is going to be a close one. Let's see if he can pull a Bucky like Bucky did yesterday. Talking about him, Bucky's still alive too, by the way, in the mix of that whole build.
He's doing so well as a solo, but he has to, because right now his teammates unfortunately is going down in mid-game mistakes, and Edgy sent to the commandment looking really good. I saw Saf, Stretch, and Zate around the mid, like kind of high ground area there, but I think they were getting contested by a team that we have been expecting, especially with zones like this, to do very well with Booger, Jamper, and Avery, and I think Zate's on that front side, but Clarity G, Mikey, and Niddle in a really good spot as well, so there's some full trios that can upset this, and I think the battle for high ground's already been had and lost there. Yeah, I think Booger, Jamper, and Avery went for the high ground. I now see them on low, so looks like they got pushed off, but the damage has been done. Zade, Stretch, and Saf are not looking as healthy as they normally do.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting to see them finally like in a shambles position, but on high ground though, you know the siphons can be almost warranted at this point. Mars, Crumbler on the mid ground right now, just underneath second height, looking to do something big here. Already on the rotate though, 100 damage below.
Someone hit the bounce pad shockwave though, so someone was going for a big high ground retake. It wasn't a bounce pad shockwave forward, it was a bounce pad shockwave straight up, so I don't know how that one played out. I'm seeing none of the big names in the feed, so maybe they messed it up, and Zate's still up there, but Crumbler right now pushing through on this layer, and we talked about it. They had a big comeback in their last few games yesterday, and you can see why, having really good players here on the mid-ground layer, and they're not playing scared, they're not just overbuilding, they know they have control of this layer, and they're just trying to do it, and maybe it was Clix, Illist, and Bizzle that went for the high ground, because I now see Illist up there, I see Clix nearby as well. I don't see Bizzle though, but that is definitely the team that went for the high ground, and we've talked about how much beef there is between Zade's team and Bizzle's team, so there's going to be a lot of love lost there, but they are such a scary team on high grounds.
Booger's going to fall there in the feed as well, as Clarity now falls in this rotate out. Next he's in the box with them. Can they back him up? Yes, the three-way fire is going to work out. It's going to be enough just to save their teammate there. Crumbler's going to fall too, or find the conclusion on the Elim finally. You can see there's multiple players behind the wall. Here's the wide shot. Illist and Clix are definitely raining fire. Mars is trying to go up and give a run for height. Illist actually finds Stretch on the way out, and that's going to be a massive one here.
He gets knocked out, but he has these chug splashes to get him a little bit of health. That was 40 health. He's got to battle for the high ground. What can Illist do? Illist can do a lot. He is so dangerous, and he has the legendary pump in hand. The beautiful edit takes down Zade, and we have new kings of high ground this game. That's it. They've all fallen now. Can Clix and Illist do it, though? Because I saw Bizzle fall in the feed earlier. So they are a duo, but they have the high ground, and they have their 2 firepowers on the high ground. Bizzle was the brains. He got them here, but now it's all to Illist and Clix. What can they do, as there are still full trios beneath them that could upset this?
Yeah, definitely. We're coming back with this. Tabs is going to fall there to Crumbler as well. Someone's on the backside in the storm. It's caught Genesis. He goes down. The Shockwave's going to help a little bit here to get him closest to the safety of the new zone, but never mind. Now he has to work his way around this mountain. No builds either. He needs a siphon. There's a player in front. It's Qual, and Qual gets deleted. A couple of mats in the inventory. Is it enough? It is almost just enough to touch it. If it comes back, it'll work out, and yes, there it is. Finds the opportunity to get inside. His teammates right underneath, and now they get to work together, but no, they get deleted. Still so close.
to come so far but fall just short. But that's good points right now. There's only 4 teams alive, so they came top 5, and we have to think who's going to be on high ground. It is, but I think they're low on mats with the way they're playing. They're jumping off to the side. I think they're completely out of builds. So now this is where teams can upset them. Jamper is down there. Joji, Knifer there has to do something. Clicks gets a little bit of a refresh, and they're all sliding down the hill. Next to none of them have enough builds to try and contest for height. They're fighting down there on low, and this is perfect for Clicks and Illis. They can just rain down fire from above. They needed a big game. The shots come out. Players down there. What can Clicks do? Can he come down? He's got that purple pump, so you know what Clicks can do here. Can he get the shot? 100 takes down Centered, but Edgy and Commandment's still alive though. They don't have the numbers advantage.
Oh, they answer back.
It's a 2v1 right now. Can Illis do something? Edgy is beneath him. Commandment's beneath him. Illis is good, but is he this good? This is going to be such a hard fight.
Oh, no.
As they have the mat advantage. They're coning off everything. They have all the blocks. I don't know if he can win it.
And they're leaving the down body there as well. Just waiting for something big to happen here. And this is an intense situation right now. All he needs is one good low ground peak. You got to assume Edgy's gonna hit it, and yes, he finds it onto Illis. Oh my gosh, way to clutch up. That was so close, Aussie.
It was very close, and the numbers advantage on low ground Clicks, and they did it. Clicks and Illis did so much from the high ground, but it's just not enough to overcome a numbers advantage on low ground, and they played it insanely well. That was 2 of the biggest trios in NA East going head to head, but 2 trios that have been a bit quiet in the last few games, so coming back.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, they continue to do what they do. Finding opportunities, making big plays happen. I thought for a second there the story was written. Clicks and Illis, they were coming down from high ground, but the no builds is the difference maker. Just shows you how close it can be.
It can be super close like that, but a second place with that many eliminations was insanely solid, but it upset Zayt. Is that going to be enough to upset the leaderboard? I didn't see where reverse 2K was there, so we'll have to have the analyst tell us exactly what happened.
Thank you so much for that game, guys. Awesome cast, and of course, I cannot believe it. Clicks, Illis, and Bizzle are dethroned from high ground. Shy, I feel like MDF kind of called it out specifically. It was the lack of builds, because in most situations, they're not in that where like they have a ton more builds available to them, but you saw them like keep dropping down layers. They had nothing in the tank.
They had one specific player left, though, in terms of Illis to be able to survive all the way till the end. That man is the guy who just lives in total, clutches up, and he got the second. Unfortunately, Yazik, you're right, not the win. But what does that mean overall for the standings, though? That's the real question.
Well, let's take a look, and don't forget, this is the cumulative leaderboard from the 6 games yesterday and the 2 we already have done today. So Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, they're holding down that first place spot, and again, those emblems on the left side does mean that these trios have already qualified. So your top 5 is looking all qualified through, and this is very scary for those trios that have not qualified.
That's true, that's true. The teams in first and in second actually both kind of didn't really perform, both getting 0 eliminations, and only Saf, Stretch, and Zayt getting a little bit of placement there. However, the gap has been really closed between first and fourth place. Previously, before this game, it was 34 points between first and fourth. Now, it's only 14. Look at how much closer these guys are getting up, and there's such a potential for the guys in fourth right now, which is, you know, Commandment, Edgy, and Scented, or the guys in third, Jamper, Booger, and Avery, just to really clutch up and kind of catch up here.
Yeah, same thing from 6th to 9th, a 13-point difference for Crumble and XC Mars, all the way down to Mega, Riverson, and Dub. So literally anyone on both sides of these pages can flip apart depending on what happens in each game. We were seeing it on EU with Mappy and their trio. You want to play consistently time and time again. You want to be able to play your game to the fullest extent. That's going to be that much more so a theme in NA East for day number 2. Past that, on the page with the top 15, we have Qua, Ka, Genesis, and Shades striking back on day 1. Had such a good game number 1. Really haven't seen them since, and they kind of trickled down to 20th almost place. Now they're back in the top 15. How long will they stay, though?
It's hard to say, you know. First game they went down 27th, so either off spawn or some kind of issue to do with Storm Surge. And then this game, 7th with 5 elims. So, you know, definitely turning a great page there. Looking really, really good. If they're going to consistently play that kind of level of game over the next few, we're going to see them actually consistently hold this 15th or above slot.
Yeah, and everything right now in terms of leaderboards is all elims versus placement. It's all about the points. For number 1 and number 2, that's Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, and Miro, Day, and Reverse. It is literally placement versus elims with 4 victory royales and a record number of eliminations for Reverse's trio. on top of all the standings we have here, Zeke, it's literally like a 2-point difference between teams sometimes, a 3-point. Like, that's a matter of a few placements.
Yeah, or even just an interaction, right? Being able to face off against another trio and eliminate them, right? That's when all these little interactions happening all around the map, they're so vital, right? Especially if you're a trio that hasn't qualified, you land a spot, or maybe even you just make a rotation and you run into someone like Zayt Saf, and you're eliminated, that's it. You can't rack up any more points that match, and you have to just kind of go back to lobby and think about what you could do differently. But speaking about that, guys, of course, what I would like to talk about is this trio that we're hoping can dethrone Zayt's trio. Talk to me about Day, Miro, and Reverse 2K.
Okay, I'm not sure who we is, because right now I'm on Team Zayt 100%. Miro, Day, and Reverse 2K are definitely people who are actually going under the radar today in terms of what's been going down, because a lot of their eliminations, a lot of their action, and at least game number 1, which we're watching right now, was mid-game and early end-game, when maybe sometimes you focus on height. So this is where they're actually getting their knocks, their eliminations in game number 1. Didn't actually end up making it, though, past that. They got eliminated. Here's the snipe, though, from game number 2, and that's where Reverse starts to get in trouble.
So their game was going really, really well in game number 2. They usually push into Salty Springs to kind of get some Storm Surge tags and pick a fight here, maybe pick up elimination. But you can see they got sniped by that beautiful, beautiful shot from Slacks, and this then took down Reverse 2K at that point. They had to use some of their heals, their materials, and now look at where they've left them. Day goes down because he overextends into that box, and this leaves Miro and Reverse 2K with no more heals left, getting taken down in the 4th zone. Now just Reverse on his own. 24 builds to his name. The whole server has decided, hey, you have been chosen. You are rotating in late. I see you are weak, and now you are gone. So, unfortunately, this game didn't turn out so well for them, but the rest of them's been pretty good.
They're on a highway, too. That's a highway straight now down to 2nd place. Yeah. We'll see Zayt speeding up towards 1st and hopefully staying there for me personally.
You know, that's fair. All right, we'll keep this conversation going, but for now, it is time to get into the next game on the day, game number 3 here in NA East. We're sending it back over to our casters to take us in, so gentlemen, be our eyes in the sky and call the action.
And man, that little glimpse of the leaderboard, that top 4, so staggering. 157 points up towards the top. Day, Miro, and Reverse 2K, that's the first game now where we haven't seen them gain any points. So all of a sudden now it's looking like an actual race for first. No one's clearly in the lead yet.
Yeah, and Commandment Sense and Edgy having a big jump up. Feel like didn't really see them in that point. I didn't know they were that close in the leaderboard. I know they were up there, but really having a big ask. And I asked a lot of them because they didn't make it in the last 2 weeks. So, week 1. So they're really trying to jump up and have a good game. And it's out of Misty, and you can see why they're having solid games. This is a lot of loot.
Yeah, definitely. They get this entire drop spot to themselves. This is arguably large enough for 2 teams or so, right? If you do the split properly, there's so much to gain from here. The fact they have it all to themselves, they also get that upgrade machine here as well. Plenty of time to max out on material. You can see, just look how fast they managed to cap out here. Edgy nearly done already. And this is just in the opening instances of the round. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is day 2, and this here is the halfway mark. Game number 3 now for the Qualifier 3. If you were sitting on the fence so far in the competition, it's time to jump off and get to action, because these guys are looking to take it away.
Yeah, and the players, again, we haven't touched on it too much so far today. What you're looking for as well, not just at the top, there is prize money to be won, but it's also around that top 15. Top 15 teams today will automatically qualify into heats, which will be played next week. Some players will still get through off consistency, but you really want to get your spot through that top 15, and that's where teams that, previously haven't been making the finals really need to jump up and have that big performance, and it's all going to be about drop spots too. If you're making a name for yourself on the leaderboard and people start looking at where they're going to drop, for example, you think, okay, cool, I'm in heat number 2. Who's in heat number 2 that's scary? They're going to go to the leaderboard. So there's a lot on the line to have big performances here to finish out today.
100%. You can see there, Victory Royale being worth 25 points. 5 extra points just for being able to survive to those final moments. And we've seen some nail-biting finishes so far. I think the best game was definitely that standoff between Clix and Illis, and the battle towards the low ground there. Just all around showing some great performances here from the pros. Here's Mars OW having this drop spot to themselves. Normally they are contested with Zexro, Kalkin, Macwood here. So the fact that Nexi, Mars OW, and Crumbler have it to themselves, I mean, they're faring pretty decent with it. Better than what Kalkin company were doing just before.
Yeah, well, you talk about having this drop spot to themselves, right? I'm pretty sure no one knows this drop spot better than Mars, having almost 150,000 arena points, and this man does it all from Craggy Cliffs in solos. So at least I know in this team, he knows this drop spot like the back of his hand. So it's not surprising to see they have it uncontested. But my issue is going to be coming into heats and finals. You've seen in previous weeks, this team has made finals each week, or qualifiers, sorry, but they had it contested. It's definitely held down by a very scary team, Calc, Macwood, and Zexro. So I'm not sure how either heats or grand finals is going to go for this team, because whenever they're in the same tournament as that team, they leave it. They go a shambles route and they try something different, and it never works as well. So we might see a kind of head-to-head and a really big battle between these two teams when they both make it through.
Yeah, it's super interesting to see that Mars W, Nexi, and Crumbler tend to lose the battle. They literally tend to lose the engagement against Calc, Macwood, and Zex. Having it to themselves, though, I will say they do a much better job, at least on the standings, in the recent times than they did, right? The like Calculator and company do. Because up until this point, Calc, Zexro, and Mac, they just haven't quite been there. But they're phenomenal players. We all know them to be exceptional when they get going. But it's still, for what it's worth, today, this weekend, they have been playing so well. Crumbler, Nexi, and Mars.
And that's it. That's why there's so many different facets to Fortnite. A lot of players are scarier on spawn than other teams, and that's why it's crazy as well. You have a team, like let's look at Zate, Saf, and Stretch, for example, at Doom's Domain. They've never really been able to get a full clinch hold on it, and the teams will still drop on them, even when they do so well when they walk away with the loot, because they fare themselves as better fighters when it comes to actually winning the drop in the first place. But no one has more consistency than Zate's team when they walk away with it. So it's worth them staying there. So they've kind of just stayed there and choked out the other teams, because even though they keep dropping on them, the few times they win and walk away, which is usually about 50-50 of the time, they don't go on to perform as well as Zate's team. And that's why, like this week, they may not go on to actually make the finals. So Heats is going to be so interesting to see with some of these drop spots.
It really depends who gets put into what and how things are going to unfold there forwards. Here's Bucky, Kanata, and Creo. This is a fight that they engage on consistently, time and time again. A little bit of a bait there. Was it just one player? Yeah, just Creo. And Creo manages to slip on down. He gets into the box fight. Pinch between the two, though. Bit of a problem here. Bucky comes up to answer the response. And great cone here, but the wall, Izzy gets it as well. Yes, sneaks a shot in through there.
And it's that confidence as well. When a player ramps over your head, to not panic, not freak out, just get the cone, get the piece control, and back yourself. Because Bucky has been playing really well at the moment. He has been doing a lot of these big solo clutches. And with plays like that, doesn't even put down the floor, just puts up the stair, phases straight in, and there it is. That's the opening they needed. He goes down here, but teammate backs him up. Kanata here to back it up too. So I believe right now, it is pretty much a 1v1 situation though. Oh no, Creo's got a slither of health, which is just enough. And then Kanata gets dropped down right now into 5Jx's box. So can he do something here? They've got the wall. He has the right hand pick, and it comes out. 5Jx has the piece control. If 5Jx does this, he's just been one of the best box fighting teams in what was almost, it's right now a 1v2 as Creo was out on a slither of health, and he does just that. 5Jx manages to win it. He gets the 2 eliminations, the 1v2, and that was rough. He didn't have a lot of health. That's super unfortunate, and not a fight you'd expect Bucky, Creo, and Kanata to lose.
I gotta say it. He picked up the 2-piece chicken nugget right there with the 1 shot for 2. Oh my gosh. Way to play that one out right there. Clutch up for the team and get all of the reboots in the process. That is another big clutch we've seen on the main stage. It's been about 3 this weekend at least. Memorable big moments I can just list off here. So that's some great action. That is some great action.
It's a good fight, and on these rotations, we've talked about how many teams rotate into each other more often. The more times you win these fights, and the more respect you get from your opponents, especially as a player like 5Jx that's not as well known as Bucky, Creo, Kanata, it does wonders. Maybe this team now doesn't rotate anywhere near you, which can have either a big or negative impact on your game. So these fights really, really matter, even if they maybe don't shake up the leaderboard. But Bucky, Creo, and Kanata, they had a phenomenal game yesterday. They were coming into today on 4th place overall, so it's looking a bit rough for them now, just slipping down into 10th, so they're having a rough day here.
Yeah, definitely on a bit of a landslide here, falling down. Elige here is going to get tagged up once. P-God also hit on the rotate there, having to pause and pop a big pot. It's looking like it might be a little bit of a fight here going on with Jelty. Yeah, Jelty was left by himself. The follow-up response, the instant onto Shades, and Elige catches the 2 there as well. What just happened? That was the fastest 2v1 I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's definitely what we come to expect from this Hispanic trio. They pop off so hard. Their aggression is insane, and a lot of them playing on higher ping as well. I know P-God actually living in the NA East right now, so he's got good ping, but Elysia and Jelty quite often are playing from Mexico, so it gets a bit rough for them, and they still close out fights like nobody else, but they've got Skittles on the wall right now, a team that we haven't seen too much from today. Skittles, Zum, and Ronaldo, the team that formed last minute where Zum filled in for Sway. This team had already qualified week 1, so they could have just not played this week and being guaranteed into heats, but Ronaldo, being the competitor he is, same with Skittles, they wanted to pick up a third and play, and look how they're going. They made it into the final qualifiers again, so they're looking so good.
Yeah, they were in top 10 before this, but now slipping on down to 14, still 62 points on the cumulative board, showing that they have what it takes. Here's an interesting fight right now, though. Furious Blake and Cease up against Zate and company, and it looks like Cease might not be alive right now, or maybe not in the fight here. It could be a 3v2. Let's see how it's going to unfold here. Saf's going to get tagged. Zate's down on shield as well. So this is a bit of a swing that they have to make here. They do seem to have some strong shotguns, though.
This would be a big fight for the leaderboard, especially with the loot they have. The 6 shockwaves, if whoever can get their hands on this would be massive. But the 90 tag comes out. It's Furious. So it's Furious, Blake right now, and Cease in this fight, and they get instantly mopped up. That fight ended so quickly, and Saf now gets the legendary pump. Saf has done it a few times. He's named himself the 200 pump or the God pump, and looks like he might be having to do that here, but that's a big upgrade. They gained a lot more than they lost from that monster. So you just made one of the scariest, if not the scariest team in the lobby, even scarier, but I'm not sure why Blake, Cease, and Furious are pushing that fight. I know they come from Coral Castle. They're up on this edge, but they've got to know which team this is, and you can't wipe them that quickly.
Honestly, it really did look like they were down a member as well, so maybe trying to turn the tide, say, hey, listen, if we do something super aggressive, we can even it out with the quick knock, but, I mean, Saf didn't miss, so that's that, and out he goes. Here, though, Ronaldo looks to have given up on the Hispanic trio. Jelty, Elysia, and P-God see to live another day as they rotate on out. Skittles working his way up, trailing from behind. There is a lot of risk in being this far from your teammate, especially on the storm line, so do have to be cautious here. Only 4 points gained today, 1 elim being this game here.
They've got the loot for the big game, though. 4 shockwaves, 6 chug splashes, and the bounce pads as well. So they're looking really good. But, I was about to say 58 below. That doesn't sound right. Never mind, 671 above. But we talked about earlier, Monster. I don't like this positioning. I don't know about setting up on the edge. They don't need tags. There's no real players in front of them. I want to see them take this advantage right now and keep pushing in. We have the luxury of the mini-map. They, as players, obviously don't, or they don't see the players on them anyway. But I'm seeing pretty clear skies all around them. I would keep moving in.
Yeah, and you can see, even on the wide shot right here, look at how clear it is. You can get so much closer. You can swing around the right-hand side. You can swing closer towards the left for the rifts there. Definitely a bunch of options. And there's not even a lot of teams based up in the distance either, so the mountains look clear as well. I mean, it's a strategy, but one that can come with a huge, huge risk if you stick around for too long. As we jump in with Mega Dubs here on the high ground. Is Riverson still up? I'm not sure if I caught a glimpse. Yes, there he is. They've managed to find their way up to the Stark Industries. How'd they get all the way up here? I don't know.
Early rotates, and it gets them in a good position. We saw them have a decent game the other game when they managed to get up here on the edge. 26 points, so things are going better today, but they need to have a big one, and it seems like this is kind of where it happens. And a bit of a switch out with the rifles there. Mega obviously preferring the Stark rifle, or Mega having no rifle, I believe.
No
He's
rifle.
got the sniper, though. That's all that matters. He's going for those big shots right now, and they're pretty safe. This fight's not exactly going to break out anytime soon, and looks like Riversan's going to be a little bit off the edge, just chilling out, getting that information. I like that. Riversan's being like, all right, you guys get the damage. You guys go for the snipes. I'm figuring out what our next move is, and with a brain like Riversan, the more information, the better. He's come from NA West, came straight to NA East, and shook things up like crazy. He was winning almost every single tournament, and like I said, when he was playing with Riversan, when it was Riversan, Furious, and Illust, they were winning everything in trios too, so this is a super underrated player in NA East. World Cup qualifier, but I think since then, since being on West, he kind of lost a bit of that attention, and I'm expecting him to get it back in a big way.
Yeah, definitely. And just talking about Illust, Illust had one of the nastiest shots today onto Zate for that high ground take a couple games ago. So
yeah.
Definitely showing up in a big way. He's been making huge headlines in the pro community. Animal, Dejan, and Azures, players that have also been making recent headlines too. Like we said before, they have been doing some good things with the ruins. Now they're going to hit this rift. A lot of players, you will notice that some pros leave the rifts there intentionally for free Storm Surge tags, as players tend to use them, obviously, to rotate on in. This time around, it is going to work out. Dejan's going to get tagged up a few times here, down to 30 HP now. Couple minis are gonna have
These
to be
loadouts,
used, but
we're just...
I was gonna
surely
say
we're
another
shooting into the teams with the firepower.
shockwaves.
With another team with like almost max shockwaves, we've got a legendary pump shotgun. There is some serious firepower going into this end game, and if you're one of those teams on those shamble routes, this is where it gets messy. If you can take them out, that's awesome, but if you don't have this kind of loot, the advantage they now hold. But this is a team that I have not once in all of our games monster seen take high ground or go for it. So maybe just another team that we haven't really been aware of go for that big position. But it's just so crazy how dominant one team can be on high ground that other teams just don't even look at it. As we talk about dominance on the high ground, this is a team that runs through mid and low like crazy. Acorn, Jacques, and Slacks is running all over this team. Joji trying to get away from it. I think they have a numbers disadvantage right now. Takes the wall. Beautiful teamwork there. Would expect no less from Acorn and Jacques. Just a prolific duo last season. Made such a big name for themselves, and they're really trying to work their way into this fight because it is a 3v2, but they've got to end it quickly. They need to rotate, and this is where things go wrong, and that's it. Damage like that is now going to slow them down. Tabsg has that beautiful side angle and gets such big shots off onto Slacks, and now the whole fight slows down, Monster, and this is what they didn't need.
Oh, there it is. Some AR tags, and all this is going to take is one more shotgun follow-up. Okay, a little bit of a stumble there, but still follows up here. The wall's there too. He's grabbing everything, so you know Joji cannot pause. Nope, there it is. He's going to get tagged down before he can even react. Is he going to get shooken down? Oh, they're just going to hold him for the maximum storm surge here too. There it is, and man, he still had a fair amount of mats left over as well, so that's a great elim there.
Yeah, but I wonder about what they lost there. 85 builds here on Slacks. This took a while, and now they're late rotating. If this team makes the next rotate, they're okay, but now they're going to be forced to be on the bottom side of this giant mountain. They can't go up on the top, but now they're still getting shot in the back from Tabs. This is what I mean. Some fights just aren't worth it, and I'm going to have to say that the team that I picked to win today just took a fight that wasn't worth it. Just straight up wasn't. They've lost way more than they've gained. They're now going to use shockwaves and bounce pads to get further in, but they still have to get on top of the mountain, and we have a player being left behind. I'm not sure who that was, but one of the trio is now left behind to fend for themselves. And when you take these fights and you don't close them out quick enough, these are the situations you get put in.
Okay, Slacks is going to be able to manage to tick it off there. The couple AR shots is going to be enough to do the deal. So it's going to work out. Slacks at least gets to save Jock, but Jock rotating in late. The damage is starting to tick up from the zone here. He's probably going to fall before he gets there. Yeah, he is. So they are going to have to waste time to pick him up. You see, at least he survives, though.
They survive again, and they could bring something back. They're still in it. They made it in. It's just I'm not looking forward to how the next rotate's going to be, because they got to go up a big mountain. They use a lot of their mobility, a lot of their meds, and a lot of their materials. But they're a good fighting team. They can maybe take another fight and get back into it, as Commandment takes down Cobalt, which is good. So that team is still dropping eliminations here in the mid game as well. We haven't seen them too much in the mid game, but they've obviously been doing work, having their average elims of 4.62 right now, which is the lowest of the top 5. But they're looking really, really good coming into this one. I still can't believe Dave Mirror on reverse on 7.75 average eliminations. It was over 8 coming into today, so they seriously know how to find players and get eliminations, which on that consistency is insane.
Yeah, definitely. And Edgy and Scented also just finished up the elims there, so full team wipe for them. One step closer to that third place slot. It's just neck and neck right now between Booga, Jamper, Avery, Commandment, Illis, and Edgy up there. Tahi, Sprite, and Gabe here trying to make a closing on the point gap that they have as well. They were doing pretty decent into this round as well. You can see Harpoon coming into handy, only going to lose one shot there. Still some free loot up above, yes. We want that medal, no, he's not going to be able to get it. Not all of it at least, but completely capped off at least.
Now, this has the potential to go off Stark Mountain if it keeps going towards the south, but even more than that, just going through Stark, going through those giant factories, those giant builds can really make for interesting endgames. And I feel like this weekend we haven't seen too much of that, Monster. We haven't seen too many zones go through big populated POIs with big buildings, because it creates those super interesting and super intense fights where I'm looking at teams like Daymir on reverse on the edge there to really get their angles and find those shots, because that's what does it.
Yeah, definitely. You saw Pledge in the lead on that fight there, too. That's a team that needs a top 15. So close. Another bubble squad. Stretch, Zayt, and Saf chilling right underneath an airdrop. Not going to opt in to open up to take it. Here's some low ground fire coming in, though, from Azer's Animal and Dijon. Onto a big team nearby. 14 damage below.
Yeah, Bizzles gets taken down, then finished by Aegis, because I saw Clix and Illist in a nice base, and I saw Bizzle a bit off to the side, and it looks like he got crash padded or shockwaved out or something, but Animal's team only 37 above, and now they know that Bizzle's out of this. It's a 3v2, and they're looking like they're aggressive to push it, but it's not the two you want to be pushing right now. You've got Illist and Clix on the other side of those walls. You've got Mars and Crumbler above you, so this fight's going to say a lot, and Illist goes down here. They managed to take him out. I'm not sure if Clix went down as well, but this is a huge blow to the team that just came second place the last game, and they can't continue the momentum.
Yeah, unfortunate for them, they did have that storm surge, or that storm pressure coming in from behind too, so that's how that one's going to work out. Here's some more air fire. Big focus coming in here. Dejan's going to find Clix. Yes, Clix starts to actually crash pad away. It all makes sense there. Left to wooden builds. That's not going to be enough to hold off or fend off the fire from two teams, because Mars OW sitting right up above as well. In the feed there, Gage is going to go in and conclude that fight on the northern side, so they're going to have to rotate south. And he's going to catch another one there. Sueso as well, and Connor fishes up Savtona, so that's a full wipe for them. Crumbler's going to find a knock too. These are big names. These are names that were sitting on top of some teams in the congestion, all finishing up box fights right now inside the zone. That's massive for teams getting refreshes.
Yeah, this is going off the mountain, Monster. That's all I'm looking at is that zone right now. This is going to be so interesting. If it pulls back north, will be okay. All these teams are going to have to now kind of pile in on that top area, because you can see that big half zone. It goes half in the existing zone, half out into Storm. But if you look at it, there's a good solid, what, like 20% right now that is completely off the mound that no one is going to go into. So expect to see teams huddled up really close. This vertical shot is perfect to show what I was talking about. All those teams are going to huddle up on top of those builds there, right near the kind of Stark Industries main building, and this endgame's going to get really chaotic really quickly.
Definitely. Mega Dubs and Riverson are the one with high ground. Here's Connor's perspective. Connor goes up with a shockwave. What can he do with it, as he's now just lost from his teammates? There it is. He finds them. Remember, Connor is typically the one leading them out, and IGL in this team. The Prac admin himself. Okay, going for the replays here. The cone grab as well, and big follow-up onto Frog. Nicely done there. Another elimination. That's 4 for them. Not too bad considering they've been slipping behind. I believe they were in 18th place, and the best they've seen so far is about the top 5. So pretty good. They're very much on the bubble right now. This is the halfway mark here too.
Oh, 27 points. It looks like they're doing better today than before. What's up?
Zay took out high ground. Zay dropped Riverson on height for sure.
There we go.
Wow.
Zay's going for it, but someone else is going up now as well. So it looks like there's a lot of people fighting for it. And I think based on this movement, Zone's going back. It does. So they don't have to go off the mountain, but it's going to go back through all those old builds, all those old factories. So a little bit of a break here for the teams on low and mid ground, but they've got to be careful on where they go. You're going to have to be so smart on your rotates down here if DGen wants to make something out of this, because there's going to be a lot of people lurking around these builds. But if Zay's team's on a high ground again, they're in such a dominant spot. But this is Booger, Jamper, Avery stomping ground. This is their drop. They know it well. They've dropped here. They should be able to do something with high ground, surely, as Crumbler takes down Zate. So they're not the kings up on high ground right now.
No, that means it's a back and forth, and that's on the line too. That's on the Storm line there, as Gage is going to find Dubs too. So that means they've also gone up a layer. There's at least 3 teams fighting in the mid to high ground layers right now. And there it is, the rotates coming through. You can see how many players are still left up. Dejan trying to stay in front of the zone right now. 500 damage above the Storm Surge. They don't have to worry about it, but everyone else is going to be in the scramble. Good guy Nani's going to fall there, and this is a great opportunity to find the loot. Will they be able to pick it up? I believe so. Just take a look here.
Stretch and Sap have to do something right now, because they were still going for that high ground without Zayt, and it is hard to hold high ground this early as a duo, but if any duo can do it, it's them. But Jacques picking up 2 eliminations in the feed, Edgy as well, so big names dropping right now as everyone rotates here. Animal hitting some really nice tarps, but the higher he goes up, the more he exposes himself to that second high. But never mind, Mega's there. I see Saf down there in a little bit of a build fight. Saf's trying to get up and above this. He does. Stretch is up there too, so Riversan, Dubs, and Mega just causing chaos for the high ground as DGen's team goes up for it. I said it. I asked earlier when I saw the 5 shockwaves, are we going to see this team go for high ground for the first time? And yes, we are. And they did it perfectly. He's going up again. I think DGen got a little bit panicked there. He didn't need to shockwave, but they have high ground regardless. Everyone else who went for it has just whittled each other down. DGen, Ages, and Animals playing the patient game, come up late, and they take it.
Definitely. Edgy on the other side as well has a bunch of shockwaves too, but they're in the ultimate low right now. They're trying to do something big. Here it is. He's going to jump right on top of someone, and he works them really quickly down there. Another refresher for them too. Reverse 2K, Miro, and Day find themselves alive in another endgame though, as Booga, Avery, Jamper all getting the big pressure here. Avery has no more HP. It's Dejan who's raining fire from up above, and already at 6 eliminations. This is a great hold for the high ground team of Animal and Azers.
And there it is, they take down Stretch 2, still made it into 7th place or 8th place, so not a bad performance. Miro takes down Avery, so we got some big high point swings, and all this is going to mean is those teams that are up the top who have gone down now are going to get pushed further and further down, because DGen's team is not that high up on the leaderboard. They're having a big jump up this game, but do they have the composure to close this out? They're splitting the builds. So far, they're playing it really well, but there's still some very big sharks beneath them in the water, and DGen goes up into the ultimate height. Miro goes down, Skittles goes down, so Skittles, Ronaldo's team, and Zum's still up, so they're having a big jump up in the leaderboard as well. This is really going to shake things up as Edgy's still alive. So can Edgy jump out of that 4th place as DGen, Age, and Animals playing this one so clean, but I don't know if they can win the end game. It's going to be a repeat monster. We have the same trio, Commandment, Edgy, centered, all healthy on low ground as Mars goes up, and no, he gets knocked. So this is only better for the low ground teams as DGen's team is getting fought for this high ground. Animals not looking too healthy.
Yeah, but that Shockwave is going to bounce back. It's going to keep him in the game. They managed to stay up here. DGen looks like he's going to come on down. He has enough HP to do it. Remember, this victory royale for them could mean that they can jump up 8 or so slots, break into that top 10 for the first time around. What a way to start off your day 2. So many eliminations already. In the low ground, though, this team is not going to give it away for free, and they have Shockwaves, Edgy, Scented Commandment, fully healthy as well across the board. I mean, if there's a team to do it, it's them, especially since Doe's right up above him.
I think they're going to do it. Back-to-back wins from low
Animals
ground.
down.
We have not seen this. We have not seen this once in East. Animal goes down right now, but the heal off. DGen can upset this. He's already taken 1 tick. He has the 90 health. He's going for the med kit heal off the old school classic, and no, they upset it. The pump shot comes out though. DGen might get the siphon off this if he gets out quick enough. 40, 30, he gets the elimination, but he doesn't get the finish. Can he get it? 10 HP? No, he falls. Aegis has to do something, but there's nothing Aegis can do. We have Centered, Edgy, and Commandment winning back-to-back wins from low ground. We haven't seen this monster.
Scented, Edgy, and Commandment there. The well-timed Shockwaves up from Commandment is literally going to be the reason that he cancels the medkit. I was going to say they had way too many Shockwaves to do otherwise.
Yeah, they have way too many Shockwaves. We need to break down how that happened. Analyst, please tell us what we missed there.
Tell you what we did not miss, and that is Monster D-Face calling him Senti. So that's just their team name now. Senti!
Don't have to do it.
Just kidding. Great game from this. The back-to-back victory royale. We only saw this happen back in EU in 1 game, right? So Aussie's right. We don't typically see these low game victory royales kind of happen, because a lot of times people that are high ground have enough utility and tools and resources to get the victory royale. But back-to-backs, feeling real good here on day number 2. Let's take a look at the standings and see what things have changed with this VR. Because don't forget, by itself, the victory royale is worth 25 points. So I'm pretty sure that alone, outside of their eliminations, which, by the way, 12, is absolutely going to rocket them all the way up to first place. So, Zayd, Saf, step aside. I'm so sorry. But Scented, Commandment, and Edgy, they are now holding down first place spot.
And I thank them, making it interesting, because I don't want to see, personally, at this moment now, Zayd, Saf, and Stretch take it too easily, right? They just want to give the region a little bit of action, and I respect that. Zayd, Saf, Stretch, nods off to you. Damiro and Reversal were also in that game, placing pretty well from what I saw. It looks like they were in that top 5 position while they were playing, so their points also kind of get upkeeped while the whole game is going through. It's looking like everyone's finally finding their spots now in every single endgame on this first and second page, Reese.
And something that we didn't really see there was Crumbler, Nexi, and Mars. They've actually moved up to 5th place, which is really, really good for them. And they're kind of narrowing that gap a little bit. They had 9 eliminations and placed 5th. So really good performance from them. But again, we're seeing Gabe Tahi and Sprite, along with Mega, Dubs, and Riversan in 7th and 8th. These guys still have not qualified previously. So they're in that position to qualify, being up in the top 15.
We called out the potential of Niddle, Mikey, and Clarity G before. These guys were somewhere near 17th, 18th place yesterday coming into today's competition. Now, after a few games, in 13th. They've cracked that top 15 threshold they need to hit, as this is the last chance for anyone on your screen right now that doesn't have a badge, that FNCS badge next to their trio's name. That's one trio. DGen, Agers, Animal also boosting up to 11th, and then Zoom, Skittles, Ronaldo in 14th. It's all on the line for these guys.
Yeah, and Dejin, Agers, and Animal there, second with 9 eliminations, actually put them from 16th all the way up to 11th, right? So a couple games left, and these guys are now in a position to qualify when they previously were not. So this may, that single game with 9 elims in second, may be enough just to put them into that qualification round.
Yeah, it's Piga that they knock all the way back down to 19th the first time, and then Quad gets shoved back down to 18th. So there's a little bit of a fist fight going down right now for the top 15 amongst a lot of teams who, it's honestly their first time here in round number 3 in the qualifiers. That's the whole story at the bottom, and then we have this insane fight of titans at the top in those 5 teams on that first page. So Zeke, I don't know, which one do you want to track down more?
Man, I mean, I want to kind of see about Scented. I mean, I kind of want to talk about this trio. They seem to be pulling off the unthinkable here.
Okay, I mean, request granted, if that's the saying, or access granted. We have your request in the process in the lines. Let's just toss it straight to the gameplay we recorded here of this last game we just watched. Commandment, Scented, and Edgy. Reese, from start to finish, they were looking crisp and clean.
They were, and these guys dropped Misty Meadows uncontested. They end up getting into a little bit of a mid-game fight here as well. Picking up some easy mid-game elimination for them. And this is kind of how they always seem to get their Storm Surge tags. It's a little bit difficult for them being up on hills when they have a max distance zone. So sometimes you're just going to have to get into some of these fights.
Yeah, nitty-gritty fights is what these guys love to actually get involved in, and because of that, they can translate that mid-game fight experience to end-game low-ground domination, and we just saw that in that last game. Not only are they perfect at moving box to box and clearing out anyone on these layers, there's Day, the other low-ground trio that loves to play at that moment. They can also go for these winning plays with Shockwaves, Edgy, going on a 1v1 in the box while Commandment goes up, while Scented was just trying to fool around somewhere with Day on height. Like, they have angles you can't fathom or see. It's got me riled up right now, Zeke. It's got me riled up.
I think that can be easily said for all of us. Now, don't forget, we have 3 games left to go, and this will finalize the top 15 trios that are moving on to heats next week. With only 3 games left, which trios can pull off the unthinkable, and which trios will fall by the wayside? Well, you won't want to miss this. For now, we're going to go to a break, but when we return, the conclusion of NA East. So stay tuned, Fortnite fam. You won't want to miss it.
We've all seen it before. Maximum height, final zone, and a victory royale. 3 things that go hand in hand in every Fortnite endgame. But what if I told you there was a different way you can make every final zone, get elims, and not be on height while winning the game? Let's take a look at the XSET trio and how they use low ground in NA East Day 2, Game 1 to beat height, win out the match, and finesse the endgame. You've got AV, one of the best shot callers and solo clutch players of NA East, combined with Shark and Knight, a duo that's played together for over a year, having some of the most top consistent placements in FNCS duos and enough synergy to the point where it looks like they can read each other's minds. To get enough fuel to be able to make it into endgames, these guys land over at the Fortilla and Shantytown and Logjam Woodworks. That's right, a huge split taking over 15% of the map with a total of 40 chests. Let's take a look at this comparison between mid-ground and low ground. While on mid-ground, you're usually at risk of being shot by 3 angles at all times. There are multiple trios on your lair that can shoot your walls and battle for space in front of you, as well as try to break into your box behind you. If your base or tarp is too high and exposed, you can risk being pressured from height with shots, utility, and surprise all-ins. And while you're trying to keep track of all of that, there can be low ground trios that are looking to shockwave up, crash pad you down, as well as spray your floors, making a fully built metal box still vulnerable to anyone on the lookout. The XSET trio always choosing to stay on low ground changes all of that. With the ground beneath them, there's no pressure at all coming from beneath their feet. They can spend more time looking around and above at other trios, becoming more aware of threats and dangerous paths. In terms of other low ground players on their lair, the main fight is for space and position, so they end up moving instead of shooting first, giving XSET more time to make decisions while on the run. The mid-ground trios above XSET can get their sightlines blocked by each other, and XSET can utilize old builds like you see here to get even more sneaky and secluded, making there no chance of any pressure at all, giving these guys an easy route towards the front of the zone. Skip a little bit ahead, and this is where the magic starts. Having a hill on their backs, zone ahead of them, and their own builds behind them, it lets Xset focus just on one angle, and a player on the other side of that angle gets pressured so much that he's forced up, giving Xset more room to even cover on low ground. Seeing that it's a steep incline though, they build up a layer, forcing any teams rotating on their side of the circle to funnel straight into their floors, cones, and edits. They set up a perfect trap in their home turf, gain 3 points, drop back down to low ground for weapon upgrades, mats, and more. That final zone is the biggest issue for low ground though, as height can beam down and make Xset use up all their mats. But this entire time they've been playing box to box, close to the ground, allowing them to save their utility till the 9th zone, and using it as a counter to height. They deal damage and really split apart the focus of Bizzle, Illis, and Clicks with the huge reservoir of shockwaves that they have set up. Xset just have to look up and spray, having an easier time keeping up with the zone as they don't have to build floors to stay inside it. Both weapons can also just stay activated, and they flip the pressure onto the height trio, eventually winning the game. Low ground lets you stay together more, focus on one team at a time, saves your utility, and when played correctly lets you win insane games. It takes creativity and a lot of practice though. You have to move and adapt on the fly. These are just some of the cool things AV, Knight, and Shark do each game. Keep track of their journey during more games of the FNCS. We'll be seeing you on that battle bus.
Welcome back, Fortnite fans, to the FNCS. You got your favorite people in the world, Zeke, Shy Wager, and Reese here on the analyst desk, breaking down all the action we've been keeping track of here in NA East. Now, we're halfway through. There is only 3 games left to go, and only 15 spots on the line. Who will make it through? That's what we're here to find out. For now, we're jumping right into games. Let's send it over to our casters, Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics. Take it away, boys.
There you guys have it. The back half of the tournament begins now. The final stretch here for day 2, Qual Week 3 right now. This is all in lead up for the heats, for the grand finals, for the wild card match. It's going to be a very, very great region to watch continue to unfold here. I mean, Aussie, listen, the competition's been nice and close, but because of that, we got to jump into this game. We can't miss a beat here. It's already going down.
It is already going down, and looks like it's been going down pretty heavy. 14 players already down as well, so we're going to have to try and catch up on who these are, but only 3 teams, so it's looking like we have some full team wipes. It's just your usual kind of spawn fights going down, teams trying to alpha up their drops. I know Steamy has had a lot of teams go on there, a lot of kind of contests, so I'm looking eyes on there for a whole trio wipe too, and it's crazy how some drop spots just, even while Steamy stacks is probably possible to loot and rotate or get out, it never ends that way. Teams just go head to head. They want to get their drop spot, and it's because, like you said, this is all preparation for heats. A lot of these teams already know they've qualified. They're still playing their best games of Fortnite because they need to make a statement.
Talk about making a statement. I mean, we didn't see a lot of Scented, Edgy, or Commandment. Like, they just came up as a sleeper pick, like an absolute sleeper pick. Coming up, climbing up the food chain, and today they have been on fire. I mean, 2 victory royales already is pretty ridiculous, pretty massive, and now they're approaching that upper bracket of 7 for average placement as well. So as far as eliminations go, they're second best to Reverse 2K, Mirror Own Day, and then placement, I mean, they're better than both of them. So it's kind of crazy how much they've been able to just like skyrocket up.
Well, yeah, and it's crazy. And it's with a completely different playstyle as well. As more and more people have gone for high ground, it's just insane how much Zayd's team changes the meta of NA East and how people have to play, because it's the same with every team hoping that they're going to get dropped on. But we have Animal has been responsible for more than half his trio's eliminations. So I'm talking about, like, you know, teams that are shaking up things on NA East. Looks like we have a player that's shaking up things over here. And Animal, man, been around since forever, right? Monster, you've been commentating Fortnite so much longer than I have. You've been talking about Animal since day one.
Yeah, Animal is an exciting player. I mean, first off, it helps to have a sick name like Animal, and then have a sick team like Sentinels back you up. So with Animal and Aspect, a little bit of alliteration, the wordplay there, they were just one of the easy fave duos to root for back in the day. They never stopped, right? And these guys go way back. They used to be on a team, I think it was called Gorilla, right? Or Boxar. We go way back, like the squad Q snipe days, like way back. So I used to play with these guys too.
Tournaments.
Way
Crazy.
before all that.
And they came up through all those first online tournaments, right? That's where they really made names themselves, those first starting online tournaments. And they're still relevant. In an esports that is an open format, anyone can log on at any time and play in these tournaments, granted that you follow the terms of service. And that's just crazy. To stay relevant in that situation, you don't need to, you know, travel to a LAN event. You don't need to, like, have a team, join an org. You can just play, and they're still that good. It's insane. And now we see Aspect not qualifying for today after having ridiculous weeks before this. And then Animal steps up and takes his drop spot as well, which I'm sure was on good terms. Pretty sure they're still on good terms, but it's just crazy to see. And they're not the only team that's in this that's still, you know, very, very top tier after such a long time.
Yeah, so many. I mean, the list goes on. Most of the veterans that you see today were definitely a part of that early ecosystem. Regardless, though, Mars OW, Nexi and Crumbly here trying to do something big. Nice little hold here. Almost looks like they took one out of Zayd's book, literally with a 3-pillar wide stance on the hold. Booga, Jamper, and Avery go flying off the mountain. This is the first time in a while we've seen that they have to give this one up early, so this is going to be a southern push for sure. It's going to be a matter of who can get to those mountains, who can get center here and play for those prime positions nice and early. We have to assume teams like Gel TP, God, and Elise are going to be playing for some great spots here as well. And anyone else in this back portion, right?
I'm seeing this team that's coming up behind them splitting up a little bit, which could be very scary for Booger's team or could be very scary for the other team. No, they do opt to both go back around the river. I saw one player kind of flanking around. I also see a player up here in this box, and this is the area you got to be so scared about when it comes to sniper rifles. Booger, Jamper, and Avery trying to cover a bit of area here. We have Jamper in the car trying to, you know, get a bit more of a mobility going, but they're pretty split. If one of them gets knocked right now, they are going to get finished on very quickly, but they're just sussing things out, and that's why their car is so good. It cuts off so many sight lines. You can't actually hit someone who's driving away from you if you're in the back of the car, because there's just no windows, there's no options. So it's crazy that when Stark Industries was first added, everyone was going crazy about the mythics, about the vault, the rifts, all the items, the weapons, but honestly, those Stark cars have been so incredibly strong when it comes to these rotations.
Yeah, so great. I mean, you saw it be used right there. The fact that you could just fly off that cliff, right, for free, not take any damage there as well, save yourself builds, protected. A lot of ways you can use them. Here you see a vehicle, just a normal one, being used as well. They got a lot of momentum and speed here on the streets. Yeah, they're just very, very good, allowing you to cut down on time, get to where you need to be quickly. 100 damage below the threshold. Yeah. That is far off, especially with 80 players remaining in this lobby. This one seems to have really slowed down quite a bit. As I talk about that Bucky falls to Ronaldo in the feed there. That means to rotate out of Caddy's corner wasn't good.
Yeah, no, it wasn't at all. And then we get clicks also in the feed. So we got some big names. So AT Alive, and you said it there, that it's good for getting somewhere you need to be fast, and they need to get somewhere fast because they don't have tags. They just don't. And this is not just a couple of AR shots. This is going to be a full-on fight, and that's what they're setting up for here. They've got the spare shield. Kaz probably going to try and pop this before this fight begins, but this is Dubs, Riversan, and Mega, and this is an unfortunate situation for them to be in. They were in a good spot, but they're only built out of wood, and now they're the target of this absolute onslaught. Jamper's going to have eyes on this from the hill. Kaz on the walls, and this is so unfortunate for Dubs' team. They're going to be so frustrated right now. They're in such a good position. They managed their Storm Surge, but just like that, another team instantly changes the storyline of their game, and this is a full trio fight. Now this is a 3v2. Kaz on the walls, and they've already taken down one of them relatively easy, Monster. This is just such a rough spot to be in for Riversan's team.
Yeah, and they're trying to back up. I mean, the shockwave was that, but no, being that they got split up so weirdly here, Kaz has to get back into the mix here. As Corn, you see they're getting pressured. Okay, 40 shot as well. He's trying to follow up. Polarized on the other side of the wall. It's not looking good right now for Mega, who's in between all these players here. Yeah, there it is. Polarized is going to get tagged a few times. And I don't know if that was a Storm Surge or not. I'm assuming they already beat it. Yeah, they did, of course. There it is. The Siphons are going to tick over, but almost just, man, with how much momentum they had, with how quickly they launched that fight, that was it.
Yeah, and now it's a good chance to talk about. If you don't understand how Storm Surge works, I won't go into too much detail, but it's just a threshold that whoever's done the least amount of damage in a lobby, if there's too many players alive, they're going to start getting hit from damage from Storm Surge that they can't avoid. So when we talk about being above or below, if you're below, it means your team needs to get some damage fast, and all it does is create massive fights like that can really upset teams like Riversan, Dubs, and Mega. They could have held off, and that team would have eventually gone down, but the amount of material and meds they would have lost in that fight is crazy, and it's just unfortunate. I don't think there was anything wrong with the way Riversan, Dubs, and Mega played that positioning. They just didn't expect to have a full team send it on them like it's an arena match.
Yeah, definitely. And like Sundown likes to mention, talking about Storm Surge, it's active in all the game modes. So I know you might never see it in the pub game mode, but in the world that you do, don't be surprised because it does exist. Here's a look at someone who looks like they were taking Storm Surge. Chris and company on the base nearby. You can see they're so lit up, but they're based up. On the other side, Azur's, Dijon, and of course Animal there, very close.
We just talked about how scary he is with the eliminations he gets. The 4 floppers and the legendary pump shotgun. I mean, you can see the respect there. He's a vet, and they're giving him the firepower because they know that he's the one dropping the eliminations. We had that little stat come in from the the back of house team, but clearly this team already knows that Animal's the scary one in their group.
Here though, looks like the team that was in shambles tries to push up, and that's what I talk about. I was pretty sure they were under some serious pressure there, possibly from Surge. You can see it forces players to do odd things. Ace is going to find himself a nice little Elam there. The follow-up from Dijon as well, though. They just wiped this whole team up. And mind you, Animal doesn't even have an AR, so like he's just straight pump sniping.
And that's crazy to think. Like you just said there, he doesn't even have an AR. So if you miss your pump shot, which clearly Animal is not doing today, you have next to no follow-up. You're relying on a scoped assault rifle hip fire. That's not the position you want to be in, but it just shows supreme confidence from Animal, either in his own shotgun ability, his decision-making, or his teammates to back him up. And this team's looking really good in a great position, and that's the byproduct of a team getting gifted due to Storm Surge. We saw Riversan, Dubs, and Mega fall on the bad side of it. We now see Animal's team falling on the good side of it as Cease falls down to Sueso, and they're having a rough weekend out here, Cease, Blake, and Furious.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially Furious, one that you have high hopes for sure. All of a sudden, I mean, he's just on the losing side of most of these fights, which is kind of interesting, right? He's a prolific fighter, like he's very, very good, but for whatever odd reason, this weekend just hasn't quite been his. Either way, he'll live to see heats, hopefully, depending on how they've played over the course of the last few weekends. Here, though, Animal finally gets the AR from the bodies that were delivered. It's a gray AR. He's looking to just dump what's left in here. Dumped at 30. Probably pick up another.
That was so smart.
Weak spot there. Well played.
Yeah. The base is only held up by one wall, so able to kind of like AR that one out. And now all that did was just break up the builds enough when now this team, Magnolia and Ral, are just getting hard focused now because the builds broke and they had to build fresh builds. That's what you want to avoid at this point in the game with this many players alive with eyes on you. If they see fresh builds, that is a perfect opportunity to spray. You'll either get an elimination or maybe a few Storm Surge tags at worst. So that's it now. And DJ gets another finish off. Ral was just hiding here. They knew that he was still there. He tried to just sit in the water. He's spinning, trying to avoid this damage. There's nothing he can do. And that's 2 eliminations on the board, not including the Storm Surge finishes they got earlier. So they've got some serious loot and they're in such a good position now.
Yeah, that's massive right there. So from 11th place, just those elims alone, tie them up for 10th, which we already know Bucky is no longer in this run. So I'm assuming that Creo and Kanata are probably not here either. It seems like they got caught up on the rotate on out, like we said before, to Ronaldo's team, who lands at Caddy's corner. Very interesting how it's all going out here. Oh, never mind. They actually got picked up. You see Bucky, Creo, Kanata there. As I was talking about, they're probably out.
They're back in. That's why these wide shots are so good. I saw Has, Paper, and Chaotic there too. We saw them make endgame once last weekend. It was the final game of 12 and they won it. So haven't seen them too much in the endgames here. Let's see if they can do it. It looks like Reverse and Day. I don't see Miro in sight. So I think right now one of our top teams currently is a duo. No, never mind. Never mind, Mira's behind them, just couldn't see him on the panning shot. I should have assumed, because this team has been doing definitely something right. Did a little bit better yesterday than today, though, which is quite interesting. We talked about it at the start, or at least I did, Monster, thinking they do better as they adapted more and more to their drop spot and their rotations. They've actually done worse here today, but there's a lot of factors to be counting in for that. I'm noticing the biggest factor is teams are going way harder for height.
And look, this is a fun stat. On average, Days Trio waits until after third zone to secure their first elimination, which is interesting because leading into this, they were leading by far. And I mean, still, they are a good chunk up. Like, you're talking upwards of 16 or so eliminations higher than the rest of the competition. Very, very impressive still.
So they wait until after third zone on average to get their first elimination, but then average almost 8 eliminations a game after that. That's ridiculous. Almost wiping 3 full trios into the late mid game, into the the end game. That's pretty crazy. But we'll see how they play this here. They've got a really good position up on the hill where no one's around them. But if this zone could be really messy, because this rotate is going to leave them high and dry, Monster. There is nothing to hide behind. They either have to go right or they have to go left. If they try to beeline it and go straight for that white line to the next zone, it's not going to end pretty. As Booger, Jamper, and Avery right next to Chaotic, Has, and Paper, and this could turn into an ugly fight really quickly that Booger, Avery, and Jamper don't need. They're healthy and they already have 2 eliminations on the board.
You can see med kits, minis, big pots, everything that you can ask for on the board there. Someone's gonna get bodied just nearby. Who's this? It's Paper,
there it is.
actually.
They get him.
We're gonna wrap that one up really quickly. And this is crazy. So the zone pulls favor towards Clicks, Illis, Bizzle, Booga, Avery, Jamper, Zate, and company also have the zone right on top of them. I already saw Zate semi-prepping for the shockwaves on up, so they have high ground right now. And that just, again, sets them up for success right now coming into this one. We already know that Sensed and them do have the lead right now, but it's so close.
I just saw DJ get another elimination to feed too. So that team, another one again. Okay, that team is setting up to have a big game. If they can transition this into the end game, they're looking to have a huge jump up, and it was on Mars's team too. So Edgy Center Commandment down there too. They're in the low ground. Looks like they took a bit of damage, but they're healthy. But this is going to be a different game. I have to, if Booger, Jamper, and Avery can't somehow pull something off here with the high ground, they've got the loot. They've got everything they need for a bit. I say that, but Zate, Saf, and Stretch are just so dominant up there. But all these low ground teams like Centered, Edgy, Commandment need is just more teams to go for height. If one team gets it and holds it, it's all over. As Booger on the low ground, as I say that, takes down Edgy. Never mind. Maybe they've picked up on the fact that Centered, Edgy, Commandment are winning their games from low, and they're thinking, hey, let's stop going for high ground. Let's just pull off what they're going for, because look at this loot, Monster. That's some fighting loot.
Definitely. And Creo, Bucky, and Kanata take high ground. They actually drop Saf and Stretch there as Zate actually answers into Kanata, so the feed's lighting up. High ground's already shaking up, and there it is. Ooh. Here's the wide shot. Gives you guys a nice idea. Couple of trades up on top. Yes. And honestly, there's not a full. It's all duos up there. Except for Ronaldo's team. Actually, yes. Zumby Skittles is a full
healthy
team.
They could maybe do something with this, and we have not seen this team on high ground. This is where the cracks might show. We talked about it. Zum is a newly picked up player for this team. They have never played together before, as far as I'm aware, not in this setting anyway, so... Exactly. They're in 14th place right now, just inside top 15, and that is incredibly relevant. Remember, if a team drops one of their players or switches their player, they lose their previous qualification spot, which is exactly what situation Ronaldo could be in here, because they did not play with Sway, so they need this right now. They need this almost more than any other team. They need this high ground. Skittles drops in right now, and he takes down Zate. He's like, yes, I want this high ground. Skittles takes down Zate here, and this is massive, not just for this game, Monster. This is huge for their tournament. A lot of these players that we talk about have already qualified. This team hasn't. They need this game more than anyone else in this lobby.
And way to take out the best team as well. The biggest team. And oh my gosh, was that a headshot hip fire? We're like, what just happened? Zum just took some serious damage there. He has to go down. He has to find his team. His team does have high ground though, so it's not going to be a single problem. Take a look at that. He can just edit his way all the way through, and now comfortably up above. Does have to look around though. It's not going to be for free just yet. He does need to heal up. But way to take high ground, way to take out the best team as well in the process. One of the strongest with height. As we already know, first place, Commandment, Sense, and Edgy, they're already semi-shambles, right? Booga did find a little bit of a knock there. Possibly not the finish, but still, they're hurt.
And we got to put some respect on Ronaldo, I feel like, here. He won Squad FNCS. He signed to NRG. A lot of people saying that's due to being a content creator. This man won the last team game mode FNCS we've had. So if you're picking anyone to do well with a new team or pop off, it's got to be Ronaldo. And he has that competitive stride. He really wants to win this game and this whole tournament. They're on the high ground. One Pepper, Zum getting some good shots there, and that's it. Takes down Stretch as well. So one of the biggest threats in the lobby eliminated, but it's those teams that are below. Booger Champ, Avery, no, Ronaldo goes down. Zum saves himself on the zip line, and they have to drop down. I don't think they can hold this. Ronaldo falls. Zum and Skittles, what can they do? Skittles has 3 eliminations already. They're completely split, and Zum has no bills to his name, and it's my pick to win this weekend. Jacques, Acorn, and Slacks, who I don't think we've seen on a high ground at all during NA East so far, Monster.
No, definitely not, but Slacks is there to back them up as well. So way to switch things up. The landscape once again shifts in a different direction here as Miro has Skittles and Zum on their layer. And remember, they don't have any builds, and no, there it is. Zum finally falls as Scented falls and Edgy falls there as well. So now the first place team is also down and out. In the low ground, Illis, Bizzo and Click still alive too. So many big names here. Commandment as a solo. How is this all going to shape out? Because high ground is being ran right now by a full healthy trio.
Yeah, Booger Champ and Avery looking to create a bit of an upset here on the low ground. We also have DJ and Ages as well, and Animal still in there, and they're looking healthy too. Clix' team's still here too. He's got 5 shockwaves. Clix might be able to take it late, but they're not healthy enough to take it early. This will be everything for this team. How they use these shockwaves and how they choose to play this. Animal. Never mind the beautiful crash pad down onto Animal, a team that was looking so dominant, and that's going to be another big pump upgrade for them if they can get it too. Clix does. He now has the legendary shotgun too. He's going to hand it over. Illust is now looking healthy. The firepower on this team has just seen a massive upgrade, and they're gonna need it because Slacks, Acorn, and Jacques are looking so healthy. Is this gonna be the same story unfolding? Can they create the upset from the low ground, or is high ground just gonna be too strong as Clix gets another elimination? They're racking up so many. 5 on Clix alone in this end game, and look at the edits. He's just so fast.
Yeah, definitely. But there's still 3 trios up. Like, there's Reverse's trio still up. Bizzle's trio still up. Obviously, Jack up there. Slacks is actually going to come down. Maybe a little too soon. We have to see if that was an early drop down. Ultimately, there's too much action. They want a piece of this. They can't help it. And now they're trying to get into it. We're only filled in with Clix, though. What is Clix going to do? He's trying to work his way up right now. And he's just literally looking to stay alive right now.
He can do the heal off. He's got 3 floppers. It might not be the most exciting way to end, especially from such an exciting mechanical player, but Clix has the heal off advantage here. He only has 5 builds. Can he go around though? Avery's down there too. It's all going to depend on whether Clix can stay healthy right now, and he is still got max health. DJN goes down. Jamper goes down. Bizzle's there to back him up. Avery's in the feed too, and Acorn and Jacques have to fight on the high ground. Clix gets the elimination. I think he could very well win this heal off. There's medkits all around, but he gets knocked out early. He shockwaves back in. Can he stay ahead of this? He had the health advantage, but it's dwindling fast. He's only getting 40 health from every flopper, and every single one's gonna matter. I think it's the team on high ground. Clix has to go up. He has to contest it. The shockwave doesn't come out. He drops down with a 110. Takes down Jacques. Can he get the finish? No, he just can't get the finish in time. But Acorn, Jacques, and Slacks just win it. But Acorn was very healthy up there in the high ground, and looks like high ground reigns supreme. But a second place today for Clix's team.
Wait for them to play that one out right there. It looks like that's going to be a 8 elimination victory royale for Acorn, Slacks, and Jack on the high ground. Man, Clix making it very exciting, though, with how many players were in the low. Bizzle was turning up, surprisingly enough. I mean, you don't see him very often finding elimination after elimination, like keeping up in those final moments. Normally, he's the first to go down, but, man, way to stay alive with one another.
Yeah, and the trade rounds there as well. Clix's team took down Animal, but then DJN took down Illis, so they were just going toe-to-toe, and that's what's so hard about those, low and mid-ground fights. They can change up so quickly, but high ground reigns supreme from a different team. This leaderboard, I think, is the closest we've seen in NA East.
Yeah, it's definitely very, very close. Commandment do manage to hold that height, though. We'll see how they hold out the leaderboards here. We're going to toss to the desk, though, so the boys, break it down, y'all.
Welcome back to the analyst desk. You guys are incredible. Great casting on the day. A nice pick up there. For a moment, I kind of freaked out. I was like, man, if Clix had converted over on the elimination, it might have actually saved him. But Acorn on the high ground just had 200 effective, so he was probably going to go down one way or another. Overall, though, great victory royale here in game number 4. Now, we have to take a look at the standings, because Aussie's right, guys. This is the closest this has really been. I don't want to say, like, ever, because I don't want to be crazy or hyperbolic, but, like, it's pretty dang close here in week number 3. And this is what I like to see. I like to see the competition. Like, there's not this team that's just so far and away the best. There's all these teams that are just, there's like this ebb and flow going back and forth.
Yeah, there's no Mach 7 jet engines on this leaderboard right now in fourth, second, third, or fourth place, right? There's a tie at third and fourth right now. It's kind of just a 4-point differential between Commandments Trio and then Days.
It's kind of crazy. I'm gobsmacked looking at it, right? Between that 11 points between first and fourth, and then such a huge drop off all the way down to fifth. And with 2 games left, Clix, Illust, and Bizzle will really have to do something big in these last 2 games to even try to kind of move themselves up to that 4th point. It's going to be more like a battle so they can maintain their 5th between these like Crumbler, Nexi, and Mars, who will kind of be itching at their feet.
Yeah, and there's this entire top 4 island. On the ground beneath them is this entire brawl, a fist fight I was calling it before, of all these teams trying to maintain their spots in the top 15. Gabe, Talia, and Sprite have done so well over the last 2 days, being consistent maybe every other game, maybe almost every game, and because of that, they haven't been knocked down too far. DGen, Aegis, and Animal, though, have soared way up to this entire leaderboard to 8th place.
And they were, they've been struggling on day 1, but they've really performed on day 2. And this is kind of what we talked about earlier, where teams on day 1 might not necessarily kind of reflect exactly what they're going to do on day 2. They can learn from their mistakes, come back much stronger, and then start ranking up the leaderboards just like this trio is.
Yeah, Mega, Riverson, Dubs, Zoom, Skittles, and Ronaldo. These guys are done being 13th to 15th place. They're kind of been flowing in those positions, but now they're kind of upwards, not in the deep end of the pool anymore. Over there inside the water is Niddle, Mikey, Clarity G, Connor, Pledge, and Gage. These guys are tripping back and forth between the top 15, 16th, and 17th. Even P-God has been on that page that's, essentially where trios are safe, but now he's kind of in Doom territory in 16th. Qua is here too. Kaz can't seem to get out. Cosmic is moving up, but it's not enough. Like, there's too many teams that need to qual, and there's not enough space, Zeke.
And that's what happens, right? When you have these trios that have already made it through, and their whole purpose is like, okay, I want to get practice, I want to show the world how good I am, but I'm also going to show everyone else and hold on to these top 5 spots. That effectively means there's only 10 to divvy out. Then we have to start reaching into the series points to start collecting more teams. And that's where things get really crazy, right? Because like these teams that are performing really well and being consistent, there's a higher likelihood they'll make it in. But when you have teams like some of the trios today, this is their first time in round 3, they only have 1 shot. It has to be here today, or it's nothing at all.
Yeah, either they haven't been playing, well enough in week 1 and 2, or it's a new trio that finally found their stride, but it might all be over before they actually get hot in those heats. I mean, Reese, man, it's too close on 2 sides. How do we track that?
Well, you just see all the people who've already qualified, all the people who haven't qualified, and they're just popping off on the leaderboard right now. You're seeing that in that kind of 6th all the way down to 15th slot.
Absolutely. And still, past that last game, we can't forget what actually happened with that winning moment. It went a little bit fast, so let's go back and break it down. It was Slacks, Jack, and Acorn on high ground.
Little triple headshot there coming out, 55, 55, 55. But they took this height very early, just like the majority of wins we've seen from height. Maintain it all the way through with one player playing ultimate high ground, Acorn, in this particular situation. And we saw already that he had so many white heals. There was no chance he was going to knock down. That shot from Clix was so close. I'm not sure if he mistimed it to pick up the player who was down, or if it was just while the player was still invincible, but it was so close. And then just missing 2 headshots, that alone could have gotten him the siphon he needed, and maybe could have clutched up the player on high ground, but potentially it did seem like he already had 100 HP still up there, so maybe he would have not changed anything.
I mean, if we had enough time, I'd like to even play that back once more to count Clix's shots at the end. But it was actually Jack who broke down his floor and stopped a shockwave, which got him to actually drop down level to level, take that fight, and then not have time to get the siphon. So that's kind of insane from that last game.
Woo! This is firing up, boys. We've got 2 games left, and then we're done. So for now, we're going back into games with our casters. Take it away, boys.
There you have it, guys. The standings already, once again, still keeping it nice and close up towards the top. It's a 4-way race right now between Jamper, Booga, Avery, Zate, Saf, Stretch, Day Mirror, Reverse, Commandment, Edgy, and Scented up at first place. High five to me. I hit all the names properly this time around to redeem myself.
Well done. Well done. That was very good. That was very good. The team I'm looking out for as well, I talked about last game, Zum, Skittles, and Ronaldo. When a lot of these teams have already got in off consistency and they still want to get up there on the leaderboard, Zum, Skittles, and Ronaldo are on completely different stakes. This team didn't play together in week 1 and week 2, so this is their only chance. If they don't get top 15 and don't outright qualify, they don't make heats. And right now, they're sitting in 12th place, and they've got a decent amount of clearance on 15th with 20 points, kind of the difference. But if they have a couple of rough games, it's all over for that team.
Definitely. It just shows you how quickly things can slip away here. But the points up there, I mean, it's staggering at the top, but then it feels like we're in a whole different tournament as you get down beyond that 5th place, like you said. Like everyone else is just that much neck and neck between one another. 10, 15, 20-point differences. That can change in a matter of a couple of eliminations. We've already seen it happen here. This is a bit of an early drop. If y'all haven't tuned in with Jack, Acorn, and Slacks before their drop spot, they didn't make it through Qual Week 2. So we didn't get to see them. Now we get a taste of how their drop plays out once again. They also claim a big piece of real estate down here. They claim the entire swamp area and the industry factory right underneath the waterfall.
It's a good bit of loot, and it's also a bit of loot that's usually almost always going to be uncontested, but I feel like you wouldn't normally think of this to be a really solid trio spot, and I don't think any other team in any other region is having the same level of success that this team is, so doing incredibly well there, and Slacks gets, the bridge area up the top, they have vehicles around, and other than that, it's got nice rotates though. You're not really going past any major, super healthy POI who's going to, sit up and hold you, and this is the drop that I find so interesting, because if it gets contested in heats or finals, it's going to be so ugly. I've dropped here a couple times to suss it out in arena and in public matches, and when you've got to fight someone, when you've got henchmen dropping rockets on you, it is so much harder than any other POI to have like a consistent solid fight. But when it's uncontested, there is so much surprising amount of loot around here with all the fishing holes.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I was going to say too, especially if you find that harpoon nice and early like Animal does here. You can see he's just able to use that throw mechanic and then just get his fish on, really round in all the free loot that's here. Let's not forget these loot holes, the fishing spots, they drop a bunch of upgraded weapons as well. So no need to even play into the upgrade machine as much, at least for the blue weapons. You will tend to find yourself walking out of here with an epic or legendary rarity of your choice.
And I want to comment on just like a little kind of tad bit here that's worth, if you guys don't even realize the level at which these players go, the reason why Age is running around the edges here and hitting the corners of these railings is because the main railing is brick, which there is plenty at here in the ruins, but those little corners are metal. It's just those little things that are so insane when it comes to drop spot knowledge that these teams know about to try and get their max material, because if your drop doesn't have max material of all kinds, you're going to be in so many rough areas. And when you have a full trio, you need to find 1,500 of each material. It gets quite difficult unless you learn all these little random spots.
Yeah, definitely, especially when it comes down to metal. You talk about a spot that had decent metal. This area is strapped for metal. There's like nothing you can find out here unless you rotate into Stark Industries. Connor, though, is going to be one of the only perspectives you can see. This one basement, this is what he's got to work with. Other than that, the rest of the team has to just scrap off in the distance and find their own versions of metal. So finding a bunch is kind of tough. Take a look at this fun stat right here. Connor played with Monster D-Face in the summer skirmish. You guys may or may not know this.
I've heard about that guy.
I did some competitive,
Okay.
Back before I put on my caster wings. Oh, us? I mean, listen, shout out to Epic, man. We had a lot of money during the summer skirmish days. Like, nice. Seriously, people don't understand. I have, like, some decent amount of earnings.
Ooh,
not going to throw the number out, I'm just going to humbly brag right there, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Pretty nice.
Fine. This was before the kids could play, right? This was back when the cutoff was kind of like 16.
Exactly.
They lowered it down, and then you and me were just like, we'll just take a back seat. We'll go into commentary. We'll take an easy out, and then we'll just, we'll talk about how good they are.
That's it, man. I realized quickly. I was like, okay, things are changing quick here. What can I do to stay relevant? Yeah. I'm going to cast.
I can use cones, but wow, they're all using cones so much faster than I am now. Like it was that shift around. It was coming into World Cup, and the player gap, the age gap dropped, and it was just insane. The mechanics got pushed to an entirely new level, and you still had players that were known for being incredibly smart, like Sam, who went on to do really, really well at World Cup, but things mechanically just ramped up at such an insane rate that it was ridiculous. And that's what I did. I was like, same for me. I didn't have any sane earnings, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to sit back and I'm going to watch this because it is just so entertaining.
100%. That's a nice little mood shift for me right there. Definitely put me on the up and up. Didn't expect that one to fly by. Here's Ronaldo, though. You talk about good vibes, talk about good people. You have Ronaldo right here.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to be a stand-up person in the community. honestly putting up one heck of a performance this weekend. You really think about the how hard it is to put together a team and then find success. Ronaldo's doing that
Last minute.
weekend after weekend, though. He won the Chipotle tournament too. Like, that's just another series that was going on in the community, and he literally won that with a makeshift team. So just showing that he can do a lot of different stuff. Doesn't find a snipe though. That's probably at least
hard,
Jealousy and P-God.
It's difficult. Being a pro that is just also so entertaining on a content level just kind of naturally makes people lose that respect or just kind of forget that you are such a decorated competitive player. Like I said, he won the last team game mode FNCS. We have Calc, Zexo, and Macwood winning the last trio FNCS, but Ronaldo winning squads. That kind of experience is going to play into things here as we have a team that has still a fair bit of experience coming up against a team that doesn't. Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite now on the back foot. 1 elimination on Sprite, 0 on Gabe, and they're looking a bit shambles in this fight, and they need to win this. 23 points on the board. We've seen what this team can do when they make it into mid-game, but it's looking real dicey whether they're going to make it there right now.
Definitely. This is the first time we've seen Tahi down to this early, so we haven't quite seen this team have to strap up and clutch up as a two-man. This gives us a little look into what that can play out as. And I mean, it's pretty fair game right now. Bryce doesn't have shield. Fish doesn't have shield. They don't either, but how much do you have information-wise? That's a white tag, so Bryce knows. Sprite's pretty lit here. He playing the low ground. This is so risky. Oh my gosh, but he reacts so quick there. Fish goes down. The 84, and now the Siphon just in time.
And the Grey Pump as well. 84 shot on the running through edit with the Grey Pump. That is nothing to scoff at. That's some solid damage, and it's why those shotgun, the meta the way it is right now. If you've got the powerful shotgun, you're such an advantage. A shot comes down, and again, not that big of a shot though. Looked worse than what it was. Gabe goes for the side shot, and there it is. They take him down. Bryce falls. They get the 3 eliminations on the board, and they're not too far from zone. There's no teams in front of them, but I don't know where they're going to get their loot now. This team's going to have to go for a desperate fight or something.
There it is. You see that? They dust him up and sweep him under the rug. Well played. Here's a storm fight going on. I feel like we've seen these guys in a storm quite a bit. Fijax once again, this time battling outside. He's going to fall. Visuals has to clutch. Okay, finds Doe. And that's that shotgun right there. Being a man and a half gives you a little bit of the advantage. Oh my gosh, the 100 to the body. You just see how strong it can be. Shockwaves on through to break up the builds now. And I mean, he might still be able to clutch for goal.
This team's quite scary. Fijax is the team that we saw in the 1v2 against Bucky, Cream, and Kanata's team, so they've got some fighters on board, so maybe something going wrong with their end game and mid game for the points, but they know how to win these scrappy fights. This Cosmic's on the back foot right now. Talked about this yesterday, a veteran as well, someone who did actually play way back in the day. Visuals taking the cone. Gonna have to be careful here though. It's when you try to take that roof that they can hit the easy edit and the big shot onto you. You don't want to be too predictable. Even if you have the purple pump, that's it. You got to cover yourself. Gets the cone in as well. As everybody knows by now, if you watch any guide videos from any YouTuber, the piece control. We say it all the time. Just controlling those pieces of builds around the fight. Finds 15 cabbages. That's really big because you can actually stack them. They're one of the only consumable meds that stacks on top of themselves. So that's 10 health per cabbage. He's picked up 150 white heals in a storm fight. And Visuals going up now. Cosmics on the other side of the wall. It's going to come down to maybe who has more materials at this point because they're burning through a lot right now.
Yeah, you can see him popping those quick little wager edits as well. So Visuals pretty nasty in the box fight here, like you said. And I mean, he's putting it up. He's putting up a great performance here and gets the card as well. Another med kit there too. So everything that he really needs. He can't pick it up though. It'd be a bad idea to trade out the inventory that he has now, but that leaves the med kit for the enemy. Okay, so this is going to only draw things out, and no, he finally finds it onto Cosmic there.
And it's those storm fights, like you said, they draw out a little bit. You try to pop the med kit, it puts the pressure on. It gets very like a chess game. It goes very tit for tat, but there it wasn't. It was more like checkers. He just walked straight forward and took him out there, jumped straight over him. And Visuals now, though, playing it out as a solo. And we've seen this a lot. This comes towards these last final games. Teams start to get frustrated. Their gameplay changes up. And we see these fights that you otherwise wouldn't see. I wouldn't expect to see this many storm fights in an FNCS, but this is game number 11. It's game number 5 today, but the mental fatigue is definitely kicking in for some of these teams.
Yeah, definitely. Let's not forget, this is Qual Week 3 as well. So it's been rolling. The competition's been going and going. A lot of these guys are probably feeling a bit consistent as far as if you've made it through a few times, you know, all right, my consistency points are going to hold me up. So you do get to see another date for competition. But hold up. I'm reading here 80 below and a solo for Tahi. This is shambles, man. A minute, 30 seconds.
it just shows how much damage there is. They have 3 eliminations on the board, and they are still 80 below. So when we tune into those teams that are, you know, 400, 500 above Storm Surge with no eliminations on the board, it just shows you how good these players are at getting their tags, setting up, positioning, how, like, good their aim is, because it's not just eliminations. It's not enough. If you're playing and, you know, you're playing in some decent tournaments with Storm Surge, sometimes you can get away with a few eliminations on spawn. So it looks like he's not going to be going for the reboot, which makes me think that he doesn't have the cars. Oh, it's still regenerating. I think the reboot van's still regenerating, because I want to know why he didn't just hit the start car and go. It looks like he's maybe going to wait for the reboot van to regenerate, reboot his teammate, and then go. It's looking ugly for that team, though, either way.
Yeah, it was Raw Magnolia just coming out of there, too, so picked up their teammates. But here it is, Saf in a mid-game fight right now. Stretches on the other side of the wall. Zayt has a little bit of height as well, so they do have the angle advantage on the opponents right now. Looking to out-pressure them here. Oh, the fire back, though. That was a burst shot rifle. You see all of them connect there, and it can do so much damage in an instant. All of a sudden now, no, someone was thirsted. Okay, that was Gage. So this is Connor and Pledge being collapsed onto. And I only see, yes, still 2 players left, so they are both still up. He's going to find Connor now as well. And you talk about no love lost. Zayt and Connor go way back. This is practice server love right here. So kind of unfortunate. This team's coming across one another. I can't wait to see the highlights from this one. As they make it to the media here, it is Zayt looking to finish.
They're putting up a good fight, though. Stretch not that healthy. You know, Saf not that healthy either. Pledge might be able to pull something off here. Saf needs to go and pop some meds. Zayt feeling comfortable, though. He's got the green pump, and now he's got that white tag, so he's just going to keep spraying on through. He knows he needs to keep this as a range battle, because shotgun is the only way that he can lose it. But Saf actually falls there, so he gets knocked out by Storm. He'll have to get picked up, as it looks like Stretch is going to hit the shockwave, so he gets in, and they have to leave Saf. So you talked about, never mind, Stretch is but he goes down. I was about to say Stretch was maybe going to be able to carry him in and kind of cycle him, throw him in there, but no, gets the med kit and maybe extra meds too, but they get the reboot now, maybe. But you talked about no love lost, but that's a big impact on a Zayt, Stretch, and Saf's game here.
Yeah, definitely. You didn't expect for someone to actually thirst the body and tag Stretch in a process on the way out. It's probably Ronaldo and company who has this little bit of high ground. I mean, they can see everything that's unfolding every which way of the zone here. Here's a weapon we don't see very often. The scoped AR in hand for Ronaldo. The accuracy, I mean, he is the sniper of the squad, so you can see him pinging. For every shot he lands, Ozzy, that's a full mini.
It is a full mini. It's a lot of damage, a lot of tags too. We still have 69 players alive, 24 teams. They got their peppers as they are doing the caddy corners drop right now. And they're looking pretty healthy. Ronaldo went down last game, and I don't know how he went down, but if he stayed up, they could have had that big high ground pop-off performance they needed, but showing they're so close. They're getting so close to getting that game that they need. If they can do that again here, one good game would 100% confirm this team's qualification into heats. So currently just inside that top 15, a few points clear, but they've got to have 1 or 2 big games here to close it out, and looks like they're kind of figuring out their groove right now. They're coming back a little bit. They started really strong on day 1, kind of lulled down. It started off not too great today, but they're picking it back up, and they're kind of rotating behind Bizzle, Clicks, and Illust right now. So Ronaldo and Clicks being close together. See if maybe the understanding of 2 people who play together all the time kind of plays out here, and they're right next to each other. Nothing would feel worse, I feel like, even for Clicks especially, than taking down Ronaldo's team right now, or vice versa as the snipe comes out and Ronaldo just manages to miss.
I don't know. I think Ronaldo would be pretty hyped up if he took out Clicks right here, right now. Not sure how it'd be the other way around, but they're on it. They're on the hustle. They're on the prime right here. They're rotating on out. And honestly, their placement's been so good. They've averaged 13th place and currently 12th in the tournament. So they're doing a great job for just a makeshift squad. I know it's been the story that we've been pushing, but it's because it's the strongest case right here. This is very, very impressive. I mean, not a lot of players can do this. I mean, I'm just trying to think, like, where does Zum come from? Because they just found this player, and it's working out so well. I really do hope they stick us out and honestly find some groove together.
But even Sway, right? Like, Sway's obviously a player that we all know about, but it's not for competitive placings at all. Ronaldo putting him under his wing and then still going on to place with that team. So it's that storyline of just having someone who is a phenomenally good leader or a team player who can just pick up players, and not only on a gameplay level, but a chemistry level, right? Like, these players are going to play together for so long, and they're going to play in so many games. You've really got to keep a good mental attitude and play with new people, and it's a very underrated skill. But obviously, anyone who's tuned into Ronaldo's content knows that he would definitely be a fun guy to play games with. So we'll have to see what they can keep doing here, because they need a bigger performance than all these teams that are around them. Day, Mirror, Reverse, already qualified. Clicks, Bizzle, Illust, already qualified. Paper, Chaotic, and Has, maybe not so much. They're relying on consistency because they've been far off the top 15 so far.
Here it is. Here's a great shot as we are flying on by. Give you guys an idea. Seas Furious and Blake actually alive in the mid game, so that's a little bit different compared to some of the others. See some new names in there like Colbo, Mega Dubs, Riverson, not looking too hot for dubs there. Skittles on the late rotate, catching up. Remember, they do have those peppermints to go ahead and speed this up, so they're going to get one of the first dibs for the mountain. I don't think anyone's really claimed up a great spot there. As someone gets knocked from Bizzle's team, I'm not sure who it was. The nameplate was overlapping it, but that's a big knock on the rotate there.
Yeah, it looks like in the feed, Bizzle took down Papers. Looks like big fights breaking out here. There's Ronaldo going up, and does he want to fight or does he want to go over it? It looks like he wants to go over it, and this end game is going to be interesting. We haven't had really too many mountain games today, and there's two big mountains in the middle. We've kind of got the old grotto off in the distance, so there's going to be a lot of verticality in this area, and it's going to depend on teams like P-God, Gelty, Elise, the drop here to have the big games they haven't been having today, as well as two shockwaves in the inventory too, so they've got what they need to at least have a solid game here, and solid performances is all they need to close this out, but one big performance would definitely seal the deal.
One big win, and you know, honestly, they struggle with finding the eliminations. You notice that they haven't really excelled outwards, and oh man, you can see that the tag's not really working out. That's one of the problems of Storm landing on top of you. Literally getting too much favor can work against you, especially if you don't get enough action in between then and there. And if they're going to jump at a team, how do you pick between Mega Dubs and Riverson or Reverse UK Miro and Day? Like, you just don't, right? Like, this is tough.
Yeah, but you don't jump on anyone right now. Look what happens when you get exposed right now. That team is getting hard beamed there, hard focused right now. We have to think that Zum, Skittles, Ronaldo maybe got some of the damage on there on those targets because that was an all-out lobby focus. And no, they're still 62 below, and it's what we call lobby manipulation. Right now, this team needs another team to get focused to break apart those builds and open it up so they can get their damage in because they're being a bit complacent right now. It is 62 players alive. There it is, 101 above. They got their damage, but they can't let up. They got to keep focusing, and that was really big. Just even those 2 or 3 assault rifles. There you go on to Furious. That is huge. Topping them towards 200 above. It doesn't sound like much, but this is so important. You've seen so many times today, me and Monster talk about or show teams the desperation when it kicks in for Storm Surge, and 9 times out of 10, the team that's desperately fighting to get their Surge in a box fight, they usually lose, and Ronaldo's team is now very close to zone as well.
Wow, this works out so well for them. They find this tags, they find an elim in the process, or at least a thirst there too. And remember, if a team like this falls out, they're putting all their faith, they're putting their entire run into the last game. That's not what you want to do. This is game number 5, guys. We are well and beyond the halfway mark. It's day 2 as well. So that's it, right? Out of all the games they've played so far, of how consistent they've done it, they haven't pulled a victory royale. Not a big one just yet, not here on any of the last 2 days. So if they can do that, it'll be enough for them, and we're rooting for them.
And they're bringing things back. Their second last game, they had a 3-elim 6, and then they had a 7-elim 7. So they got that consistency, and you talked about it, Monster, yesterday, Monster. Those extra, like, 30 seconds, a minute. It just is so many more points when it comes to endgame with this placement format. They really need to get into that spot, as we have Animals, Ages, and DJ in a really good spot. Team kind of setting up above them or on them, but aren't as healthy. So looks like Zate and Stretch are going to go up right now. They didn't get Saf up, so that is very big for teams that are trying to have their big performance, because our dominant high ground, you know, Victory Royale team is only a duo right now, but already, just look at the positioning. There were other teams up here already, and they just didn't set up in the same way that Zate and Stretch did. It's almost like they were waiting for them to arrive. Like, oh, here you go, we've warmed it up for you. Here's the seat. Take your high ground. You're welcome. Like, no one else went for it right now when they were already up here.
Yeah, that's how they do it. They literally come up. They let people set up first. They were like, all right, we got a couple layers to work with. It looks pretty stable. Let's get up there. As Zate just finds an absolute freebie right here and manages to pick everything up. It was an instant as well. So there's teams down there that had no idea there was a solo just nearby. That's going to play out super well. Because remember, no Saf. They're down 1,500 potential material of a teammate, not including all the heals and stuff he could have been holding. As you can see, Zate literally just has mobility. He's going to send that team flying, though. Hold up. He's actually battling for height right now.
He has the shockwaves in his ears. It's Booger, Jamper, and Avery. They need to have this big moment. This team is currently in 3rd place overall, only 7 points behind 2nd, and 11 points behind Commandment Center and Edgy. And this might be the big game they need. Everyone's been whispering it. They've been coming 2nd. They've been coming top 5, but they need their big game, and this player needs a big game too. Ronaldo, 28, 18. He gets through, but he's 8 below, so he's going to survive this one right now, but they need to get their damage back up again. They've been a bit complacent now on the rotate. Ronaldo's in. Looks like Skittles and Summer in 2, and he needs a couple of tags, but he only has that burst rifle, which isn't as good as following up through the builds, but it's great for shots like that. There's the 70 damage, and it's going to keep topping them up higher and higher, but Zum and Skittles need to help out here. This can't be a one-man effort to get the Storm Surge.
No, they do have to work together. 44 below. It's continued to tick on through. Remember, it is still a race for first place. Don't forget that. It is game 5 out of 6, but top 4 are so close. Neck and neck competition. 1 to 10 point difference between the two. Let's see how it's all working out here, though. Just take a look at how many players are still up. Yes, multitude of our top 4 players are still in this game, and this team here, who needs a monstrous point to continue to stay in this top 15, is doing very well so far. No, Ronaldo goes down. No siphon for him. The instant save, though. Wait a second, this might work out.
They might get the revive off, but they're still 29 below. 6 players have to go down now before this zone fully closed out, so maybe they don't have to worry as much. This lobby's clearing out as Jemper takes down Zayt in the feed. Mikey takes down Jacques. There's a lot going on still. One shockwave and they have the shield, so Ronaldo might get topped back up here. And he didn't have the best health anyway as it is. It's DJ and Age is an animal on the high ground. This team is having such a big run back in these last few games, and that's what we got to look for. Who are the big trios that are still alive? Who can upset this? I see Bucky, Creo, Kanata in a great low ground, all full health, full HP. Miro, Day, and Reverse are down there, and these are the teams that need to have this. Clicks, Illist, and Bizzle, and DJ has the high ground as Ronaldo goes down again, but Skittles and Zum have to do something big here. Zum goes forward. I don't know if they can do it, Monster.
Stretch building. Look, Stretch is building for height. He's going into 2v1 against Animal and DJ, and what is he doing? The bouncer on now. He's literally trying to do anything in his power just to make sure that they don't get it for free. Sometimes you just have to do that in order to give everyone else an opportunity, but more importantly, you know he's always going to play for first anyway, so nothing short of spectacular from him. Illisto is going to get tagged big time here. Just look at that. He is holding on to dear life. Reverse 2K finds Zum on the backside there with a massive refresher as well. That's going to keep him in the game.
Yeah, and there's so many trios alive. There's so many big teams in this. If someone goes for high ground, it's Creo and Bucky. Take it. Kanata's up there as well. DJ and Animals and Ages have to push down surely. No, they're fighting for it. They're not pushing down at all. DJ's trying to find this one. Bottom right of your screen, Kanata with the purple pump in hand. That's the one who's going to break this fight up and do the serious damage. DJ gives it up right now. Animal goes down. This could be it. Bucky, Creo, and Kanata could get their first win of today. They've been so close to it so many times, and they are a very scary team on high ground. DJ has the bandage cannon though, but he's getting hit up hard. He won't be able to win the heal off. Clicks is down there as well. There are so many trios that could win this.
Yeah, definitely. Bucky, Creo, and Kanata try to jump back their way to top 5. They fell out of it. They were out of the running last week. This week, in the last 2 games now, all of a sudden trying to do something masterful here. Let's see, though. Creo's going to get down into the box fight. This is where he shines best. This is where he does best. That little bit of height over players in the final moments. We see him literally chain up after chain up for Elims here. No AR, though, so he doesn't have much backup. Has to use the shockwaves early now. Trying to do anything in his power here. Oh, my gosh. Down he goes. Wow.
Oh, I don't know if that was deliberate, but Creo jumps down, makes the best of a bad situation, takes down Slacks on the low ground. There's only 2 teams left, 4 players, so it's a 3v1 situation. Who isn't putting up this fight right now? Kanata's on the high ground. He has the health advantage, and this could be a huge upset. Right now, Creo and Bucky have to go back in. It was Acorn, so such 2 massive games for this team back-to-back, showing why they were my pick, Monster. They're coming back in a big way, but Bucky, Creo, Kanata finally get their win.
And not only that, Ozzy, 14 eliminations. One of the biggest we've seen today. We're just going to send it over to the desk. Tell me what you got, guys.
Okay, so Ozzy immediately calls it out saying, hey, this trio could get the VR. See, Ozzy saw the code. He saw the writing on the wall. He understood, and I got to give massive props to Creo right there at the end. He drops down, and in my head, I was like, was that a bad move? Creo's like, no, Zeke. No, this is the best move because I'm going to catch someone by surprise. They're going to have shocks. Then his buddy's going to shock me. But guess what? I have a clear mind right now. I am the code. So I'm going to shock back in. It's just beautiful. So well executed. But what's going to tell us the bigger picture here are actually the standings. And I also got to kind of give a massive shout out to Scented, Commandment, and Edgy. Because in just the 5 games today, they're holding down this number 1 spot. They've accrued 128 points today alone, which is insane to think about. Like, in the 5 games that they've played, they've only had 1 game outside of top 5, and that was in 9th place. We're talking 2nd, 1st, 9th, and a 4th place, all with pretty decent eliminations. Guys, they're making this incredible run and statement to all of NA East right now.
Yeah, turn the run into a sprint pretty much on the back half, especially in these last few games, because now the difference is 10 points between first and second, and even further between first and third. These guys aren't as close as before in the top 4, but then third and fourth are still pretty close with just a 2-point difference, Reese.
Yeah, and Scented, Edgy, and Commandment, week 1 didn't actually even make it to round 2. In week 2, they didn't actually really perform that well in round 3. But today, they are bringing their full force in with everything that they are capable of here.
On this next page too, we're kind of getting closer to the conversation now is who's going to be our top 15, who's going to qualify and be guaranteed in those heats. We saw DGen, Agers, and Animal on high ground last game, trying to do what they can do best, trying to get some points and have some guaranteed placements by saying hi. Because of that, they still solidify their spot in 9th place. Is that enough if they mess up this next game to hold? That's the big question, because on the next page, we're going to be looking at a bunch of the trios who are really hungry and want to stay. Niddle, Mikey, Clarity, GP God, Elise, Jelty. These guys need this. 14th and 15th place. They're on the edge of qualifying.
And there's a lot of teams on that edge, you know. Joji, Knifer, and Tabs G in 13th. They seem to be a little bit further ahead. Obviously, there's 23 points ahead. There's a bit of a gap between 13th and 14th. But from 14th all the way down to kind of like 17th to 18th, 19th kind of positions, there's really not a lot of points in it. So this is going to fluctuate. I guarantee after the next game, some of the teams that we see currently in 14th and all the way down are going to kind of change it up a little bit and be completely different. So this is going to be interesting to see. It's going to be very, very tense for all of these teams who are currently on the border.
Yeah, Connor kind of tied in with 70 points of 1 point difference away from Cosmic's trio, and Kaz is right behind them, 5 points behind. Kwa, who's used to being, at least on day 1 in the first few games, towards the top 5, is 20th right now, and these guys aren't qualled. So this last game means so much for the reputation of our top 4 trios, but also means so much more for the top 15 to get a guaranteed spot in heats.
Dude, it's rough, right? You talk about Qua and COD Genesis. Like, these guys started the day so strong. They started in top 15. But we talk about this a lot. That first game, like that first day, sometimes just doesn't translate. And sometimes you just see what Scented and his trio are doing, where day 2, they're just like, oops, sorry, we just didn't really want to show all of our cards yesterday, but we'll do that today. We'll show up huge. Now, guys, let's just keep this story going about the teams here on the edge, on the bubble. We have 1 game left, and you use the word tense. That's how it feels, and that's how a lot of these players are playing, and you can literally feel that yourself.
And let's deep dive into Cosmic's trio in this last game, or any of those trios at those spots we were talking about. Oof. He gets wiped instantly, Reese.
Straight down, he was so deep into the zone. I'm not really sure what that fight was about at this point. All this trio going down in that, but we're switching over to Gage, Pledge, and Connor here, immediately taking a fight at the edge of the second zone off to the north side. Probably a Storm Surge issue. You see they're really high above, but the other team they're fighting is actually Stretch's team here, who are obviously, you know, Connor's team seems like no match for them at all.
Yeah, right now you don't want to be running into one of the top teams of the day in a mid-game fight. So although it's a good decision to try to get tags, I understand what they were trying to do. It's now even more tense for that team. Mikey, Niddle, and Clarity, who then scraped by and are now in 14th, had a few eliminations off of Mikey's back in terms of just the mid-game near Stark Industries. After that, a few more too. Late game, though, more issues. They kind of got locked in time and could not get any more points. Mikey might have picked up 1 or 2 more, but the whole trio gets wiped before the placement points really start to get deep.
Wow. Yeah, and you know, those kind of mid-game eliminations can really help you out, but if you don't manage to get into that 4th and 5th zone early enough in a good position, then you're really going to struggle to get moving in those zones, and that's probably what that mid-game fight had for them. Made them rotate way too late and put them into a really bad position.
And listen, I guarantee you all these trios that are just outside top 15, they're looking at that top 15 team, right? They're going to be watching the top left of their elimination feed. If they see those names fall, or even big names like Zate, for example, in his trio, sent it in theirs, they're going to try and make a play, because now is the time. This is it. You're either going to be pushed through to heats, or you're going home. Or you're just going to have to hope that you've at least tried to be consistent enough that the series points will carry you through to heats. But for trios that are making it here for the first time, I don't know that they're going to be that fortunate. and that's where a lot of we're gonna see. I don't want to say like desperate plays here in this next game, but all or nothing plays, right? They have to just send it, because if you can make it to heats, you can qualify. You just have to be able to make it that far.
Yeah, I mean, it's do or get eliminated at this point now from not only your games, but the competition, right? No pun intended. But Zeke, we got to get to it, man.
Oh, man, we're getting word the games are ready, so let's do this one last time here in NA East. Casters, take it away.
Here we have it. Time to get down to the nitty-gritty, the essentials of the Fortnite world. It's Game 12, Day 2, the last one of the running here today for the qualifying Week 3. We know that up next is Heats and Grand Finals. Who can secure the bag? Who can make it all the way through? Who can see their way to the final stage? Monster Defense here and Aussie Answers to bring home the last bit of action for the day. You ready?
I'm very ready, and I'm seeing things already get a little bit spicy. We got 2 teams at Stark, and I see 2 teams at Sweaty. So already things are kind of changing up a little bit. Those teams are going to be very, very unhappy or happy, depending on how that one plays out. Clicks, Bizzle, and Illis looking to have a great final game, hopefully. And Booger Jam and Avery having a chance to jump up a little bit. I think maybe first place is a little bit out of reach, but we keep asking more of this team. And Monster, I don't know, last game getting contested like this, it looks like at the very least the fight's dragging out. They didn't clean wipe them.
Yeah, no, it's a split, and it's kind of interesting when you see a team go for the hanger as well this early. Normally, if you want to take them, you got to go for the main POI and 50-50 up, but here's a look at our teams that are doing so hot right now. Creo, Bucky, Kanata, definitely one of the biggest jumps we've seen in the final moments. Now up to 7th place in the standings, really keeping it close for the top 5 run, but up towards the top, like we said. The fact that Booga, Jamper, and Avery even contested right now puts their first place in the air. Right? We keep asking, can they get a first? Can they get a first? But them having some contention there makes it that much more interesting. Like, they might just be denied the opportunity.
And it's going to be so interesting to see if whether this holds. Commandment, Centered, and Edgy in first. Day, Mirror, and Reverse in second. And then you have the 2 Mythic drops in third and fourth. And here it is. We get our questions answered. Jamper's gone down right now. So it's Booger and Avery. So it's a 2v2 situation against Timon and Soaks. And they're on the high ground. So they've got the advantage here. And the Shockwave comes out right now. Looks like Avery's trying to go big. But unfortunately, that exposed Booger here. The crash pad comes out. Booger's pretty weak. Timon's running right now. The shots come out from these Stark rifles. They're on the low ground. They have the extra meds. It does not look like Booger and Booger and Avery don't have the meds right now. So the Shockwave, that was such a good play, but unfortunately misses the shot. So they have the utility advantage. They have strong weapons, and they have a bandage cannon, which they need to maybe use on Booger a little bit here if they can. But I don't think Booger has any extra meds, Monster. So this is going to be a dicey one. This is not how they want to start their game.
The hit
12,
fire in the
though. Avery with the big beam onto Soaks.
I mean, he made it up. He didn't hit Timon when he was out in the open, but those hit fire shots were impressive. And now it's a 2v1. The Bandage Bazooka gives him just enough lead as well. Let's see, though. This is close. Oh, as soon as he comes down, he takes height. Wait, this is not looking good anymore.
This isn't looking good at all. This has just gone backwards and forwards on the tiniest of margins right now. Avery's here building up. He's running out of builds though as well. Only has 4 left. If he can get this, if he can get him knocked, no, he does. They beat them. Avery and Booger showing time and time again. Everyone talks about in the community. They have an uncontested Mythic POI. Why does everyone drop Dooms? Why does no one go Stark? Well, this is why I don't think Monster in NA East, in any of the weeks we've seen, have we seen Booger, Jamper, and Avery actually lose this drop spot.
Yeah, but that was your 30th place team trying to go for your 4th place. Just an interesting way it's all going to turn out. Keeping it very, very intense up here. That, like I said, what was that stake right there was Booga, Jamper, and Avery's opportunity for first place. That was literally what was at stakes. As we talk about that, someone is coming flying in right now. This is off of the rift from Craggy Cliffs. They have to be careful. They're landing up above, and no, they haven't got to the vault just yet, or at least not to get the refresher, and all of a sudden now it is not looking too hot. Avery has to run away here. He doesn't land in time. That's a knock. Oh my gosh. It's Sap,
of course.
Stretch, and Zate. Of course they are, because they want to play for first. They know how to do it.
They know how to do it. You got to imagine what this is going to look like unless Jamper and Booger can pull off something miraculous or get out of here. If the key card goes over to Zate's team, that is double mythic loot. It's always the argument, who's got it better? Who's got the better loot? Is it Dooms? Is it Stark? They have pumps. We have shockwaves and ARs. If they get all of it, it does not matter. They will get everything, as it looks like Booger and Jamper are disengaging, but Zate coming in to clean it out, and that is the knock, and they won't be able to get the reboot, surely. So you have to think a massive... That's a huge shift to the top 5 as well. Oh, Jeff on the movement. Can he dodge it? And no builds. Ducked and weaved the best he could. But when you're going toe-to-toe with some of the best players in NA East, they won't miss shots like that. And Booger has to retreat with good weapons, but literally nothing else.
I mean, he might just get back up in time to swing around, pick up the reboot card, and make it happen. The shakedown's going to happen there, so no, he can't get too close. Not that quickly, and they do have the vehicle. For all we know now, Zate is just going to go on the hunt. They ran these guys out of town, and they know exactly where Booga's going to be now. Look at this. They're trolling. They're just keeping him for a little bit longer. Yep. Nice timed sniper shot there for the big surges. Way to put themselves up just a little bit higher. Not one, but 2 more spots closer to second and first place.
And we talk about it. We talk about the qualification spots. We talk about consistency. We don't talk too much about the money. There is money on the line in these qualifiers. So this round 3 and 4, there's money. So right now, them jumping up there, it's a big switch up. It's a big shift. And all it takes is the elimination feed. You see Booger, Jamper, or Avery go down. You know things are going down at Stark. You've walked out of Dooms. You're looking healthy. You hit the Rift and you go up here. There is no way that Saf, Zate, and Stretch's team was ever going to lose that one. So it was a smart play overall.
Little decision there. Make hit or banish Bazooka to lose out on the SMG. We'll see what Saf ends up picking out with. Other than that, Stretch here looking to continue to upgrade his loadout potentially as well. Green shotgun in hand. We'll see if there's anything better left behind. The Whiplash is going to be the rotate on out. Here's Acorn, Jock, and Slox. Is going to find someone. It's Golden Visuals over here in the Weeping Woods. Fijex, once again, the few times we've tuned in with this team, they were in the storm, taking some weird battles. This time around, they are very much safe inside the new zone. Seems like the push is on.
They jumped up in a big way now. They're in 6th place. They've really moved their way up here because they were struggling a little bit yesterday. And again, they were my peak to do well this weekend. So I had a lot of faith in them, and they proved why here at the end. So definitely a team to still look out coming into heats and finals. But things just didn't completely click this weekend. It wasn't kind of like a write-off weekend, but they didn't have the ridiculous performance they had in week 1 or coming out of Ninja Battles and some of those other third-party tournaments. But still one to look out for. And I think things are shaping up here towards the end, figuring out their rotates. And surprisingly, Monster, with those kind of fights we've seen early, we see all the battles going at Stark, we still have 26 teams alive and 76 players. So after 11 previous games, this being the 12th of set lobbies against the same teams, everyone's still trying to play their best Fortnite.
This is the best kind of practice you're going to get. You're not going to be able to run these simulations very often. If this was heats, you would have to figure it out. You would have to make this game work. All of them work for that matter. As Ronaldo, Zum, and Skittles coming out of Caddy's corner is going to be looking to get across. I thought Zum jumped down for a second. I'm like, wait, a little bit of a misplay. It's going to cost him a lot of mass to get back up, but they are going to get here. Shockwaves on deck, though. What's that? 8 between Skittles and Zum, and a couple crash pads for Ronaldo. Good. So, hey, man, pretty blessed drop spot.
Yeah, and they need their big last game. Like I said, we've been talking about this. This team needs to stay in top 15. It's the last game. They're in 12th place, only 1 point above 13th. So unless something catastrophic happened, it looks like they've secured their qualification, which again is just so impressive. Ronaldo qualifying with 2 different teams, both teams that he's never played with before. They kind of just formed on the day. No scrim practice, just jumped straight into FNCS, showing that he has that versatility. So we'll have to see how this team goes in finals, because they could have a big jump up as when they practice more and more together and they kind of get those hours in. So it'll be interesting to see, and they're coming back through Stark, where we've seen so much drama already break out. Riverside, Dubs, and Mega in a really good spot. We've seen how much they like to prioritize this, top of Stark, Mountain Hill area, and we'll see where Zade's team had to set up, because as much as that was a great push into Stark, that took them a bit longer than they usually spend.
Definitely. Nexi, Crumbler, and Mars here trying to keep their cool right now. They do have the cliff ledge to look down and outwards at. You already saw a couple big tags coming in for them. This is a great spot to be on right now. Definitely when it comes down to the tags. We're tuning in with all the teams in the top 10, giving you guys all the temperature checks across the board here. These guys are in 8th place. They're very much comfortable for finishing in the top 15 right now. It's just looking colder and colder as you get to some of those other teams down below. But here, at the top of the food chain, highest, peak of the pyramid here. You have Edgy Commandment, Scented, of course, on the rotate on through. A 10-point lead, one that we didn't even expect. They came up, skyrocketed out of nowhere up to the top.
And this isn't a team that none of us have picked them as caster picks or anything in the weeks, but they're not really. They're a team that you'd expect to do well, but not just this well out of nowhere. No one, I would say, is really surprised, but it's crazy. Yeah, it's just they came out of nowhere with Scented, Edgy, Commandment. Obviously, insane chemistry of Scented and Edgy, and they've been doing really well in scrims, and they changed from the going Stark for a little bit there back to Misty, and they've definitely been the strongest team out of Misty and NA East right now, and they're showing just why. Pretty much everyone else had it on loan in the weeks they didn't qualify, and maybe it was just that struggle from going from round 2 into round 3, that 1,000 down to 33, but get them in these set lobbies, and they're really kind of in a league of their own right now. Oh, I swear that was a predictive snipe right there as the edit comes out right now. Gabe getting the big shot as the Storm Surge warning comes out, and they weren't looking too healthy on it. The big headshot from Gabe, and they're pushing straight into this team now, but Sprite's only on 1 HP right now. Gabe's in the box. He needs to make something big, because right now Sprite's going to have to heal, and Gabe and Tahi need to do something here.
Yeah, it's pretty much a 2v2 right now. He does have the crash pads, though, so there's no reason to even allow anyone to slow down or park. Gabe's going to go for the safety heal to watch his teammates back. The thirst comes out. Wait a second, that wasn't what he was looking for. And yes, there it is, the follow-up. Okay, so the exchange happened, but it was just enough. More shots coming in from the distance. It's going to work out. What's the stat here?
Gabe's trio has now eliminated a player from 28 different teams this weekend. So they've eliminated a player from 28 of the 33 teams that we have here. Well, 32 is not including their own. So that's ridiculous, showing they do take their fights, and they obviously win them. It doesn't matter who it is they're going up against.
They're in 11th.
Yeah.
Well played. And you think about it, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, they've gotten a piece of every single player. I mean, they can make a montage, literally almost eliminating everyone in the tournament at least once, right? Like, think about it.
At least once in a 12-game format as well. So that's kind of crazy, because that means they're usually dropping on. They're like fighting more than 1 or 2 teams on average in the games too. Clicks gets a good shot onto Cease there, and Cease falls, a team that has been having a really, really rough time of things right now. And this is Blake in this team as well. So I don't know where he is. We see a Clicks versus Blake fight. That would be pretty exciting, but I think they're just gonna have to dip out of here and get out quickly, as Clicks is going for not only the original headshot snipe, he also gets the follow-up too for the massive, what is that, over almost 600 Storm Surge.
Yeah, the body tags, like when you just get everything in the process, that's huge. Stretch Shaft and Zate were hugging down below. You saw Bizzle just nearby there at the vault. Kind of interesting that he was down there and not collapsed on.
Yeah, I'm wondering where that team, so they went back, so they went to Stark, they took down Booger's team, and now they've rotated back to the other side of Doom's domain to fall behind Clicks, Bizzle, and Illis there. So interesting choice of rotation and movement path there, but Slacks need to do something big. This team's jumped back up in a big way, and for the purpose of my my caster pick, I really want to make sure they win this one, but they're up against DGen, Aged, and Animal, and man, I feel like a team that I didn't have the most insane kind of hopes for coming into this weekend. Monster has just been on the cast back to back and always looking so dominant.
Yeah, I mean, DGen's really been up there lately. DGen really, really has. And right now they're holding a solid top 10. Honestly, solid top 10 across the board. You're talking about placements, average eliminations. Everything's up. Like, just a very, very good performance. And Slackstow is looking to get the snipe counter fire back. We've seen that shot connect multiple times from that kind of angle. That's a play that these pros keep in the back pocket. It's a flashy one, but man, when it connects, it's so nice to see unfold.
Everyone's on the low ground right now, and there's a lot of eyes on this, and there's a lot of old builds to cover in, but we got so many big sharks around here right now, and Cosmic and Doe having to drop back. Slack's got some good meds here, and only 78 builds though, so this is a fight. Oh, the 71 tag, and just peeking through those fully built stairs is one of the best ways to do it, because you open up the edit, you can see everything. They can't see anything through on the other side of it.
Yeah, definitely, but it begs the question how long and why this fight's going on for longer and longer now, and at this point, they've committed so much. They're going to find Cosmic here. 2 players on the other side of the wall. It's a white tag as well. You know they're going to continue on through. Here's a crash pad angle from the side. Jock looking for the piece control in the process as well. The cones are his. The floors are his. There it is. So beautiful. So well played. Also placed between 2 boxes. So full control if you wanted it. He got it right there.
He got it, and again, this is what I want to see from this team. It's quite hard coming into, finals and heats and all that, but the aggression, they can close out fights really quickly when they want to, and they get a lot for that, and they're on a decent edge of zone where no one's going to third party this fight, but I'm a bit scared for this next rotation. They're about to walk over this hill and realize how many players are already in who are going to have eyes on them, because Reverse is making that rotate, and I guess they're putting up some builds for them, which could be nice, but they're rotating in just that little bit later than what I would have liked. Is Bizzle right now it looks like it is. They found Blake and Furious. They took down Cease, and looks like they've found the remaining team. Zayt, Saf, and Stretch have moved away from this one and maybe given the freedom for Clix, Bizzle, and Illus to push into the castle and try and get some more damage, try to get some more eliminations, and Clix does. He takes down Furious. Man, Clix, Illus, and Furious all in the same box. That is crazy, but looks like they're going to be able to close this one out, and there it is. I think Blake is just going to have to hit the hills and start running.
All that firepower there. He's going to have to throw him out the loop, take him out. All plays for them here, wrapping up a couple more elims here at the Doom's Domain. You can see Zayt, Saf, and Stretch. They just played the vault all the way through to the last seconds, up until they didn't have to anymore, and now they're going to get their move on out towards the new zone. It's going to be a center pick, which, honestly, they're going to get first dibs on. Clix, Illus, and Bizzle trying to do the same now. Just get up to that safety of the next zone. Get a little bit center here if you can. Get inside is going to be the way to go. Is there a player in here, though? I'm looking at the map. Seems like there might be a team hiding out.
Might be someone hiding out, maybe in the basement even, potentially, and they clearly know they're here. This might be where Blake tried to hide. The basement's a good spot if you're going to hide anywhere, and this zone's looking like it's going to be a pretty... Yes, he is. He's down here somewhere, but very smart there. Hits the porta potty. I don't know where that one goes. It's somewhere else here in the... Oh, it's only just over to this next build. It only takes you from basement to the modern house here, so that's not a great spot to come out at all, and Blake falls down there, and that's the full trio wipe. Click's getting 2, and Illus getting 1, and that's Blake, Cease, and Furious's run here in this week down, unfortunately, and I don't think they had the best time of it, so they got to fix up something, because I'm pretty sure they're going to qualify into heats, but something has to change, because that was not a strong performance.
Definitely, but hey, they make it this far, and they continue to kind of push on through. Day's going to find Dijon in the feed. Animal's going to fall there. Creo finds Pledge. So these are big names trading back and forth. Animal gets thirsted. Ronaldo finds Dijon in the response as well. Clix is going to find Mega. Way to light things up right now. Acorn onto Azer. Slacks onto Ghoul. These are huge engagements, all of which are happening all around the Fortnite map right now. You can't even keep up with all the fights. Just look at that. Downed bodies on the camera right now. That right there is really going to make things interesting on the leaderboard, because now teams are down a member. It's a matter of, like, how are you going to play with what's left of your squad?
And they've got 647 above. Mega not looking that healthy at all. They're getting popped the Macon. I think they got some minis in there. I saw Bucky, Crew, Kanata are healthy in there, so maybe having a big jump up. Follow that momentum. A 14 elimination win. That's a 39-point swing in the leaderboard. If they do that again, they really can push up into that top 5, but it just shows in this 12-game format the consistency of teams like Commandment, Sense, and Edgy puts them on just a whole nother level. 211 points total right now.
Yeah, they're up there. You can see only one elimination here for Dubs, Mega, and Riverson. They do have a little bit of movement. 580 damage above the Storm Surge threshold. Playing with that zone line, so they are going to have to move back now. This is going to be a rain or shine kind of situation. They're going to have to stick this one out. They're going to have to gut it out here for the big move now.
Ooh,
big
Storm Surge.
tags coming out. Was that Storm Surge? That's a Bucky and
I think
Creo?
it must be, surely.
Oh, yes, again.
It was a clean
Oh,
25
no.
on both the targets. So Bucky, Creo, and Kanata are down here on Storm Surge, and they're backing up, and they're on the other side. Riversan's heard this. Riversan,
3
Dubs, and
times.
Mega know. It's a very big audio cue. You hear the lightning. You even see the bright pink lightning strike those players,
Yeah.
and it basically means that this team is desperate. So keep your distance a little bit, but if you can get a couple of tags, either you're going to finish them or Storm Surge is.
Yep, and you can also entice them to come towards you, and that
Bizzle.
seems like that's going to be the play here. There it is. Bucky finally falls. Riverson's going to find that one. Stretch is going to catch one as well, and all of a sudden now it's going back and forth right here. Riverson looking to get inside this box. He's going to back up, though. His teammates back off. That could have been really, really bad. I wonder why he's sticking around for so long. This is risky. He's playing as a solo right now. I'm not sure if this is worth.
It is pretty risky. And at the same time, in that desperation, in that moment, Bucky, Creo, Kanata, one of them actually managed to drop down and take out Bizzle somehow. So a big switch up there because Clix is pretty far away. So I'm not really sure exactly what happened there as we see Zum, Skittles, Ronaldo still in this. So really cementing themselves in that top 15. If they just survive a little bit longer, get any points out of this game, I have to think this team was able to secure a top 15 and qualify into Heats with two different teams picking up a player on the last minute. Honestly, so proud of this team, and they just got to keep doing it here. And they could have a big game though, but no, as I say that, Skittles gets dropped in. If you don't know what happened, their upper layer, so that team below them put a stair, drops the crash pad, and it instantly breaks Skittles down on top of them, and there's almost no counterplay to that one.
Oh no, it looks like they're dropping the ball right now. Ronaldo's also gonna get knocked here. It's up to Zum to clutch up. Zum has mobility, Zum has an impact, Shockwave to work with as well. Couple minis here, front zone line, a little bit of builds, but can he clutch up? Everything is on the line right now. The top 15 is in the balance of this performance. Talk about pressure on the shoulders here. He has a lot of weight on him, and now he's going to have to clutch up, as does Pledge here. Another player by himself. Kitted, though. Pretty kitted right here. This is where you want to be. Oh, no, though. Big fire waves coming in. He's going to take a lot of damage. He has to get out. Yeah. Goes the wrong way, but I guess.
He had to panic Shockwave out. It's so rough, but it is a situation here with the builds are on fire. That's 10 damage a second they end up doing. It's crazy how the fire mechanic has changed things up. And with the Doom's Mythical Bomb being, disabled this week, without gas cans either, was that a Firefly? Like, why was there fire damage? But it's enough to really upset Pledge's game here. And now he has to go big. Saf has fallen down here. Creo and Kanata are still in this, though. So even though they lost Bucky, there's Zum. There's so many, like you said, monster solos, duos trying to do big things to finish off the NA East. Can they get some of that prize pool at the top, or can they get the valuable qual spot? Because it's almost arguably more important than the money.
Ooh, he's going to find Mirror on the rotate there. They need 10 points. He's making it that much closer now. Remember, placement points, they're close to that as well. It's almost a top 15 situation here. Pledge might just be able to clutch it. No, as I speak it into existence, he gets taken out. Edgy, Scented, and Commandment roll right through him, and that's going to be the end of their qualification run. First place team getting fed up with eliminations here. 4 already, more distance put between the pack.
And Zum goes down just inside top 15. So was that enough to hold their top 15 overall? Maybe, as we see a team on high ground. I didn't expect to see visuals of 5GX going up right now, but Riversun, Dubs, and Mega are having none of that. The Shockwaves come out. They're breaking the whole thing down, but that brings it closer down to their level. And this zone is pushing towards Stark Mountain Monster. I think it's actually going to go at least half up Stark Mountain. All these teams need to start scrambling. Oliver OG, you have to get up. If you don't make your way up right now and it keeps going, you're going to end. That's it. Your NA East tournament will be over. They have to get on top of this mountain now.
Yeah, they definitely got to get up as Acorn gets harpooned 3 times in a row. Had to throw that out there. That was just ridiculous happening in the low ground. The fight, it's scrappy down there. Scented and Commandment are down there too. Lucky for them, it is going to go back. It keeps them alive for a little bit longer. Remember, this is a run for first place right now. We're watching Bucky, Creo, Kanata. Literally, Bucky's down right now, but they're trying to clutch up. Both only have 2-man teams up. And remember, everyone else is pretty much in shambles here this late in the game. Who is going to take first place? That's what's on the line right now, Ozzy.
This is anyone's game. Riversun, Dubs, and Mega, we've seen them on high ground once before this, and they won the game. They need that same consistency. They have the trios advantage right now. They have the numbers advantage, but they're working their way down right now. But you've got some big names in this, and I'm seeing some big pumps. Commandment taking a player out there on the low ground. Dubs is going up a little bit now, trying to get on top of this team. Mega, Riversun here do something. Kanata takes down Clarity G. Creo might be able to go down there and finish it off. Gets the harpoon. He's trying to stay off that old looks like he has no choice. The 100 tag from Kanata as well. Commandment takes someone down. There is just too much happening, Monster.
So many elims. I'm just going to start crossing them off the list as they drop one after another. Commandment, literally, this is where he does it. High ground is definitely... That's a bad fight going on right there. Fall damage going on every which way. Here goes Kanata in another box fight. Looking to harpoon a player down. Can he get the catch here? Commandment's just nearby as well. He hears this. That's his floorboard. They're out of mats. They jump down. They go against one another. Kanata falls by Kanata, by Commandment. Who else is left here? There's only 3 players.
It's Scented versus Kanata versus Pose. Pose has the advantage somehow after all this. Kanata does this 1v1. They're toe-to-toe. The shotgun comes out. Kanata has that purple pump. Is it going to be enough? He shockwaves up. Can he shockwave Kanata out? He can't. But Kanata is so low. He doesn't have the health advantage. We have to see this. Kanata, the solo clutch specialist. Can he pull something?
Oh my gosh.
And he does. He takes down Posed. He had nothing left to his name. Next to no health, no shield, no builds. But that's all Kanata needs to get the back-to-back wins, Monster. That's 2 wins in a row.
8 eliminations as well. How close was that running there? They had to close the gap of 10 full points. We're going to see the reveal soon of who's going to take the win. Honestly, Ozzy, I don't even know. And here it is. It's going to be loaded up. Commandment, Scented, and Edgy managed to do it by barely a small margin. My gosh, so close there.
They brought it back to Victory Royale, 66 eliminations, and a team that was struggling to even make it into these round 3 situations. When they do it in the final chance they have to really show up big, they show up massive and they get the Victory Royale.
What an end game there, man. Talk about making it interesting for Creo, Bucky, and Kanata. You know, you love to see good toe-to-toe action just like that. And congratulations to our NA East Qualifier 3 winners there. I mean, like we said, there's a lot of money on the line here, Ozzy.
There's a lot of money on the line, and that was a team that needed to show up. They needed to impress, and I'm thinking coming into heats and finals now, Misty Meadows is not going to be your drop spot. They've showed that they have it on lockdown, and they needed to.
That's how it's going to play out. But anyways, that's going to conclude from us here at the desk. From Monster Deface and Aussie Antics, we're going to toss this to the analyst desk. Take us home, guys, because this is a phenomenal Qual 3.
You guys could not be right. Again, thank you so much for calling all the action. But wait, what's going on over there, Shai?
I was gonna say, you know, maybe another day for this trio, right? We'll bring this back for first place.
I have something for you.
Really?
Oh,
it's a 0.
Okay.
That's on your prediction.
0.
A big 0.
What?
the flame! No, you did it to him. Listen, you know what?
I did indeed have a 10 ready for if you had won as well, but unfortunately it was the 0. So.
Wow. Well, listen, guys, let's talk about these standings. Massive congratulations here. Scented, Edgy, Commandment. Something that was pointed out to me that I think is just absolutely insane. Edgy and Scented, they've never been overtaken for first place when they've gone into a final game with a lead. And this is dating all the way back to Season X when they were still over in NA West. Like, I don't understand. I thought I had seen the high end of skill today coming out from Zate and Saf and Stretch. But Commandment, Scented, and Edgy came in today so hot, especially after a performance yesterday that was kind of lackluster. But they said, guys, why have you forgotten us? Why do you not respect us? I am so sorry, boys. I am so sorry I dropped the ball there.
No, absolutely. But in terms of like them staying in top 4 and having that fighting attitude towards the very end, they go kind of undetected game after game, being so consistent. We noticed those big rises, those huge falls down each game. You know, a top trio maybe taken out in 17th. These guys are just consistent, and because of that, seeing them come in second over and over, they fly by the radar, but at the very end of it, they're still fighting through and come in first place. Congrats to them.
They actually started the day in 5th, 50 points behind. And so 50 points behind, and they managed to hugely catch up there. Obviously, finishing off with 2 huge victory royales in a this second and third game was 2 huge victory royales. My apologies, and just some very, very consistent games overall, allowing them to pick up that first place slot.
Yep, Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite, Zoom, Skittles, Ronaldo, Niddle, Mikey, Clarity G, Pgod, Elige, and Jelty are 4 of those non-qual teams that get to roll in on this cumulative kind of 2-day format and get a guaranteed spot over to Heats. Everyone else below them has to rely on those series points and consistency, because Heats are the things that are coming up next, Zeke.
I just, again, I kind of talked about it in the beginning of the show, but it's so crazy. It feels like yesterday we just started everything. We began the FNCS, but now we're here. Heats are next week. Now, guys, before we do get ready to say goodbye, we got to take a look at the predictions. I mean, Reese already put our boy Shio on blast, and Shio, I'm so sorry. You'll still always be my favorite person in my heart of hearts. But here are our overall predictions on the day. I I guess.
Let's talk about it. No. Let's
Okay.
talk about it for a
Oh,
second. I'm
okay.
getting a fat 0, right? I'm getting a fat 0, but I had the best prediction on the screen. They placed
You
the highest
do.
out of all these 4 trios. Reese, hello?
You really do.
Okay,
is the
I'm
pin
gonna-
bad over to EU?
I'll put two
for the
things.
brain?
I'll put two things for you, Shio. Firstly, I predicted first team on the EU, so I'm just going to give you the flack for not doing that the same thing on your region here, right? Secondly,
Okay.
I will commend them. They played a fantastic 2 days. 4 victory royales out of their 12 games, performed very, very well. Just unfortunately not being able to be consistent enough in the placements in their other games outside of those victory royales, though.
Well, you know, I don't think it's good enough to say sorry to Shy, but you know, it is what it is. But Shy Wager,
I never
you
said sorry.
He should have just said sorry. I don't know. I'm Shy. I'm so sorry. But Shy Wager, you have the closest to first prediction, so we'll have to see how that plays a factor in our overall scores on that. But more on that a little bit later on in the competition, guys. Before we say goodbye, very quick final thoughts. Shy Wager, let's start with you.
Okay, predictions-wise, in terms of like everyone else playing as well in trios, now it kind of gets elevated across all boards, right? We have heats coming up, we have grand finals after that, and that wild card match. If you guys have been enjoying so far what this FNCS has been looking like, it only gets even faster and stronger from here.
Yeah, and the games today were very, very exciting. I love that the top 4 in NA East were all so close. Anyone could have taken it. And now I really want to see how that goes forward into the heats. That wild card match as well. I'm hyped for that. And then also the grand finals.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you so much for joining us here. That wraps up all the round qualifiers. And don't forget, heats start next week. Same time, same place. We love you, Fortnite fan. Thank you so much, and congratulations to the top 15 teams. Till next time, we'll see you guys on the Battle Bus.
Beep, beep.